Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. What do I do? The Ziggy Piggy's back! Holy shit! You see how much food showed up? Did you see how much food is here? I didn't notice this much. If this was the case, I wouldn't have ordered this much. This is insane. Holy fuck. It's insane amounts of food. All right, you guys ready? Let's start. Let me actually tweet.
Lock and load, little lizard.
And post so people know we're doing it right now.
Ah!
And again, guys, if you would like to support the content today and the channel in general, now you can contribute because this has nothing to do with the previous stuff, man. This is going to be further from what we're doing, right? Holy crap. I want to talk about disjointed content. Here you go. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. All right, I've posted up. Bills. Someone who appears to be impersonating 1 Minute Man just tipped $5. We all know 1 Minute Man doesn't tip like that. Okay. And by the way, I haven't checked my email. You know, it very well could be.
It's none of anyone's business.
Other contributions or not. No. No. No 1 Minute Man tip today. Which I'm not surprised. Today's been incredibly slow. Considering we're doing something completely different today, right? Okay, 33 now. It's Dark Dave's fault. Yeah. Let me just
What
double
do I
check,
do?
make sure that it's not that an email didn't come through or something. I feel pretty bad if I don't give credit where credit is due. It's Super Hound's fault, but I'm pretty sure no behind the scenes tips today that I can see. Let's look. It's Tevin's fault. Nope. Okay. We're good. I didn't miss anything. Okay. All right. So, are you guys ready to get started? I hope so. This is going to be insane. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special edition of Feasting with the King.
YouTube mode on.
My God, I don't think I've ever had this much food in one go of Feasting with the King. Okay, this is insane. So it's Vietnamese food today. This is what people voted for over the course of the last week. Okay, we ordered 3 different things for Feasting with the King. The first thing we ordered was traditional pho, and I believe the one that we ordered was, what was it? It wasn't the beef, it was pork? What was the pho that we ordered? No, it was the oxtail.
What the hell are
we
you
ordered
talking about?
oxtail. So this is the broth for it. But what they did is they separated all the ingredients and put it in this bowl. And I guess what you're supposed to do is open the bowl, pour the liquid in, and then put the ingredients in it. Now, we've got what appeared to be all kinds of herbs, and also I think there's a lime in there, separated. Okay. I think this bag here is the meat, but it is bloody and uncooked. That could be a problem. It looks completely uncooked to me. You see that, right? It's bloody. The problem with that is, we might have a big problem. All right? Here's why. And this is why I'm always nervous about delivery food. Okay? Here is the bowl, and the bowl has the noodles, and it has a bunch of vegetables and stuff in it. You see that? That's what you're supposed to pour the broth in. Okay? There's a big problem, though. The broth is cold. Yeah. So if this broth is cold, right? How am I supposed to pour this into the soup? And by the way, it's dripping on my leg, which is not good. The broth is cold and dripping on my leg. So, if I put this in with the raw meat, it's not going to cook it. Even if I microwave this, it still won't cook it. The only way to have it be real would be to boil it, right? You boil the water, and then you put the meat and shit into it that way, right? Yeah. So, I hate to say it, I think I'm screwed, and I don't think that I can actually eat the oxtail, which sucks. I've never had oxtail before.
Dark Dave's
This was
fault.
an attempt for me to try a new meat I never had. What it looks like, all they did is butcher raw oxtail with blood all over it and tossed it in a bag, assuming that your broth is like boiling hot. And it's, what am I going to do? I'm not going to sit in my kitchen for 10 minutes boiling the broth again. I got a video to make, I got food to eat, and I got shit to do today. So, I hate to say it, this is a situation that,
What do I do?
this would probably be absolutely amazing in person at the restaurant. But it's not representative of the actual meal, ordering it like I did, you see? And I've told you guys this about before. People say, why don't you get ramen? It's the same deal. Ramen is supposed to be fresh at the restaurant. This pho with bloody meat, you can see the blood in the bottom of the bag. I can't eat that, right? It sucks. So what I can do is I can put the broth in all the other ingredients, but I'm not going to eat bloody raw meat, No! So that stinks. 'Cause I paid money for this, a lot. It was expensive. Let's put that to the side for now. The bloody meat. And what I will do, like I said, I will attempt to combine the other ingredients together.
Have some salt.
In this bowl, we got, I think it's basil leaf fresh basil leaf. I'll put that in. Okay. Rip those off, put them in. Smells good. I love fresh basil. All right, so that's in there. And
what?
here we have what appear to be bean
I love
sprouts.
Hulk
And I
Hogan's
think
dick.
a lime. So I'm going to put that in. Oh, jalapenos. The jalapenos are actually in there with the bean sprouts. And a lime, which I guess you're supposed to squeeze the lime in once the broth's in there. So essentially what I'm having here is a vegetarian soup.
Are you a functional
Yeah,
retard?
I'm having a
I have to ask.
veggie soup with no meat because it's uncooked meat. What am I going to do?
Failure levels rising.
It's funny because some people are like, "Oh, it's cooked. How's it cooked if there's blood in the bag? It's seeping in blood. You could see the pool of blood in the bag. Of course, it's not fully cooked.
What
I think
do I
the
do?
intention is you're supposed to get this broth piping hot out of the kitchen, and then you put the meat in, and it finishes cooking. I can't do that in my office, which means that sadly I can't represent this dish fully.
If I
I
could
just
get down on
can't.
my
It's
hands
not a
and
way
knees
to
and
do
say
it.
thank you and still
Okay?
be on camera,
Sucks.
I would do it.
But I guess that's life. I just got to deal with it. I have, trust me, I have tons of other food we're going to be eating here. Okay, so it's not that huge of a deal. So
I live
what I will do
rent-free in their
is I will
heads
pour some of the broth in
24/7.
here, and then I'm going to show. Well, actually, should I show you the other food first? So what we have here are called fresh rolls. So I ordered beef
Fatty
and
fat fuck.
papaya, and my wife ordered shrimp. So I have 3 beef and papaya and 1 shrimp. Here's what the fresh roll looks like. Rice, veggies, shrimp on top. That's the fresh roll. This is beef and papaya fresh roll. And I believe this has they said it was a soy ginger dipping sauce, some kind of a dipping sauce, I'm not sure what. Okay, so we've got that. And then a banh mi sandwich, which I've never had ever before. Okay. Seared ahi tuna and avocado banh mi sandwich. Allow me to show you what it looks like. Seared tuna, seared on the sides, kind of raw in the middle, but I think that's how you're supposed to cook tuna, actually. And on that baguette, you've got some cilantro, carrots, and they gave me a side of the mayo. I'm going to have to try to way to spread it on. I want the mayo on there, obviously. Okay. So hopefully it's good. I've never had, and yam fries. Now, spoiler alert, Kat already ate one of these and said it was amazing. I should eat it first. A yam fry. Mmm. Oh, that's good. It's sweet. It's savory. It tastes very similar to a sweet potato fry. I'd say it's actually a little bit more savory than a sweet potato fry. It's delicious. I figured it would be. All right, let's start with one of the rolls. Let's start with that. That's probably the easiest thing to do.
Liking my balls.
All right, so this is supposed to be the soy dipping sauce for
It
these
says that.
fresh
I am
rolls.
cat and I liking
Okay.
my balls.
And so,
You want to play the fucking game?
excuse me. Supposed to be beef and papaya with a bunch of veggies. I'm going to put it into the dipping sauce and we're going to try it. Okay, here we go.
What do I do?
That's pretty fucking good. That is tasty. The meat is savory and salty. There's a lot of sweetness. I'm assuming from the papaya. A little bit of carrot. A little bit of lettuce in there. And I can't really taste the wrap. I don't think you're supposed to. The sauce itself also is kind of sweet and a little bit tangy. Try it again. It's good. I like this. Yummy. That's tasty. The dipping sauce is very good. It's very sweet. I like the dipping sauce. All right, I'm going to finish this. Then I'm going to try the shrimp. But let me take one more bite of this.
Today's been incredibly slow.
Dead air.
The rest of it is just lettuce. I'll put that down. Mmm. That is absolutely good. Very tasty. I love it. Flavorful. The sauce is watery. It's not a thick soy sauce. It's a watery, sweet sauce. The beef is delicious, salty. And it complements the veggies in there good. It's a really good combination. So far, beef and papaya roll is a thumbs up. Now we got the shrimp fresh roll, which I think is just shrimp and rice with some vegetables. I'm not sure. Try it. Oh. Completely different. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow, I love it. Mmm. So this has cucumber, a little bit of ginger with the shrimp and the lettuce and the rice. Those flavor combinations are great because the ginger is a strong kick, but then you immediately get the cooling sensation of the cucumber and the flavor of the shrimp as well. This is better than the beef, in my opinion. I like the shrimp better than the beef. The beef's not bad. This is a step up in flavor, for sure. Yum, yum. That's good. I'm going to keep going with this.
Oh, here
man.
we
That's a
go.
good
Now he's
one.
talking about
That's
WWE
delicious.
champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an
Best part,
obsessed
nothing
loser.
fried, no shitty cheese and fat. It's just delicious. It's good for you. It really is. All fresh ingredients, good for you. Yum, yum. I'm going to finish this one, too. It's so good. Mmm. Mmm. Yummy. That's really good, man. So shout out to HN. HN did a super chat insisting that to do this justice afterward, I should boil that broth, put the meat in, and enjoy the thighs and tendons. Sadly, I can't do that now. I'm doing my content for today. Maybe after the fact tonight or something. But I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be eating that beef covered in blood, right? Probably not a good idea. It's supposed to be oxtail.
Can someone please shut
Okay.
up this dude who's
So-
being a moron?
Thank you, HN, for that super chat. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. All right. Reminder, I'm only updating the leaderboard and doing shout-outs during this segment. After this, when we go back to the other content, I'm not, okay? Okay. Good. All right. Continuing on. Okay, let's do the banh mi sandwich.
Alive and well in
It's gonna be a
Israel.
pain because it weighs 1,000,000 pounds. It's so heavy. It's an insanely heavy sandwich. I don't know if that's just the fries or if the sandwich itself is that heavy. Yo, it's crazy heavy. Have another one of these yam fries. It was good. Yam fries are delicious, man. Yum, yum, yum. Absolutely delicious. Okay. So the banh mi sandwich. This is the ahi tuna and avocado. But, oh, because avocado's under the tuna. I was wondering where it was. It's underneath. What I'm going to do, I'm going to attempt to get some of the mayo, because the mayo was separate. But just to show you, here's the sandwich. Avocado on the bottom. Seared tuna, carrot, cilantro on the banh mi bread. You see that? Looks friggin' good. And then it's got, where'd I put it? Oh, what I'm assuming is some kind of like chipotle mayo to put on there. I don't know, because I don't have a knife. Here we go. Oh, yeah, chipotle. You definitely smell it. Chipotle mayo. Okay. I guess. What do I do? Well, now I made a fucking mess. Disgusting. A disgusting. Dripping mess. Tiger, 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 Oh, God. This is going to be going everywhere as I eat it. I know it. It's just going to go everywhere. Oh, well. That's what I did. I'm stupid. I made a fucking huge mess here like a dumbass. How is this fair? Yeah. Snort, snort. Well. Try to salvage as much as I can here. Now I've destroyed.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Okay.
Look at them. Look at
Bill's
them.
stomach just tipped $2. Says those are good fries. Taste better than Bussy. Here we go again with this shit. It's been like a week. Gotta bring that shit up again? Anyway. Alright, so. I essentially slathered it in the chipotle mayo. I was trying to get it inside. It didn't work too well. Let's try. So this is ahi tuna, seared with avocado, this chipotle mayo, carrot, cilantro on a baguette.
Paid attention, dumbass.
Okay. Oh, I got more on my face than in my mouth.
Eat the hype. Oh,
I don't even know how to comment on it yet. Let me keep eating. I'm barely getting any tuna. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. Try to flatten it and fit it so I can bite it. What's weird is it feels like the tuna is kind of out of place in the sandwich. It really does. There we go.
a whale. Oh, that's cool.
It's weird. It really is. It's creamy, but it's crunchy.
The Ziggy Piggy is here.
Very savory. And the tuna is salty, like salty fish. Not super salty, but it's just so weird. It's very odd to me. I'm going to keep going. Grab some salt. It's getting all over my face. Huh. Look, getting spicier now because I'm getting more of the mayo. And then I have some of the daikon right there because it crunched when I bit it. It had a crunching feeling as I bit it. Yeah.
How is this fair?
It's not bad at all. It's actually, it's growing on me. The more I eat it, the more I like it. At first it was weird, but I'm getting more flavor now. Whatever was crunchy, if that was the radish, it was kind of spicy a little bit. So I got a little bit of spiciness in my mouth. The Chipotle mayo is pretty good. The tuna is unique. It's kind of unique sandwich. I never really think I had any combination of flavors like this before. Yeah. Okay. My problem is I'm getting covered in it. My face is really getting covered in this sandwich. Ugh. It's delicious and messy as hell. I'm gonna keep eating. Look at my face. I told you. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. My hand is now covered too. Like everything, I'm getting covered by this sandwich the more I eat it. The bread is nice and crusty, which I really like, the crustiness of the outer of the bread.
Miserable.
Chewy, crusty.
Just miserable.
All right. I'm going to try to finish it, and I'll give you my thoughts. It's so unique. It's hard to comment on something that's unique like this. It's not really fluffy, the bread. It's crusty on the outside, chewy in the middle. It's not fluffy bread. It's meant to be a dense sandwich bread.
Ah!
Okay? People are asking. Man, it's unique. So, let me finish it, and I'll tell you what I think overall. Meow. We got a 5-member bomb just dropped.
Can someone please shut
Is
up
that
this
Kevin?
dude
I think
who's
Kevin
being
just
a
gifted 5
moron?
memberships. Thank you, Kevin.
Give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time.
Congratulations to everyone who got one. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck. Man, this
You're
is so
crusty
unique.
and old, Phil, not the bread.
All over me, though. I'm going to have to wash up after this, for sure. For sure. Well. That's good. So here's the deal. All right? At first, it's very odd. The first bite, I don't even know what to make of it, right? The first bite just seems weird. It's so many different flavors, and you can kind of taste them all. You can absolutely taste that. The tuna, which I've never had this kind of tuna before. You know, I've had tuna fish in like a freaking sandwich, you know, like tuna fish salad and shit. I've had tuna in sushi, but I never had a whole seared tuna like this. I think I like it. It's different. In fact, I would even say the outer portion of the tuna that's seared versus the inner portion tastes different.
Now this shocks
The outer
me.
portion tastes kind of like the tuna from tuna fish you get out of a can. The inner portion is like mushy almost because it's uncooked. And has a much more strong fishy taste. There's crunchiness of the carrots. When you get that daikon or whatever it is, I don't know if it's radish or whatever, it tastes unique. It's like refreshing and tangy. Because I think it's pickled daikon, so it's good. And then the sauce is on there too. Altogether, it's very. Oh, and the avocado too is creamy avocado. It's a very weird flavor combination. It's not bad. It's just I'm not used to that combination at all.
I'm very confused.
These fries are great. Yam fries. Sadly, they're mushy. What are you going to do? It's delivery food. Everything gets mushy when you get it delivered. They'd probably be crispy and good. It was fresh. I was there.
I'm an idiot.
I can't stop eating the fries to talk to you. I can't control myself. I keep eating them because they're so good. Damn, those fries are good.
Special delivery. Special delivery.
Sweet and savory at the same time, right? Yum, yum. Okay.
I'm Japanese.
Phil's stomach, I already shouted you out. And then Nintendo's dripping wee wee. Wow, what a nice name. Tip me $2. Said, what would you rate this cuisine on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm not rating it yet. I'm not doing that. So that's another. I'm up to 36. I'm up to 36. I just did the math. $36 in tips so far today. Yeah, I knew, guys, I knew I was taking a hit today. I knew today I wasn't going to raise much because there's no, like I said, there's no pop-ups. There's nothing, I knew that was going to happen. So, no panic and no worries. We're back to the usual stuff tomorrow. All right, so I would say out of the fresh rolls, the beef and papaya is good. That shrimp is outstanding. It's the shrimp with ginger and cucumber. That is a crazy good flavor combination. So shrimp roll, thumbs up. Beef roll, that's okay. The sandwich, it's hard for me to even say if it's good because it's so unique. I never had that kind of tuna before. I've never had that combination of flavor before. It's so different. I'm so like, how do you comment on something when you never have no perspective? You want me to zoom in? You want me to show you the sandwich? Actually, this is better. Look at that. Tuna. Look at that. I don't know how to comment on it. I just feel like I'm eating something completely different that I don't know. I don't dislike it at all. But like, because it's not a flavor I'm used to. I don't know if it's something that my body like wants right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know a flavor, you crave that flavor. This tuna is completely unique to me. Having a seared tuna. I've only had like tuna fish. Like I said, the outer edges that are seared taste like tuna fish from like a can, but the middle tastes completely different. And you combine it with all those other flavors, and it's completely unique. And I think it's good, I would say, but I don't know how to rate it. I actually don't know how to rate it. I might be speechless about this one. What is gut spamming? I missed it. What is gut spamming that you want me to pay attention to? No one's answering. Here's what I want to do. Do I like my bread soft or hard? I like crusty. I like crusty on the outside, chewy or soft on the inside. I don't like super soft all the way through bread. French or Italian bread, that's the kind I like. I do want to at least taste the broth. I feel like it's a disservice to not taste this broth. By the way, the oxtail is in it, I think. Oh shit, it is. I think the oxtail's in the broth. I think this is the separate beef that they give you to cook in it. But I think that the oxtail is actually in this right now. Yeah, this pho was a terrible idea. There's no way I can eat it. I'm going to open this, and it's going to go everywhere. It's already wet all over the plate. I'm going to open this. It's going to explode everywhere. Look at this.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right. It smells weird. It does, look. The oxtail is inside of it, floating in it, I think. Oh my God. What the fuck? Look at this. Look at this thing. I can't even show it to you because if I do, it's going to come out. Look. How do I even eat that? I have no idea how you eat this. Maybe the fork will tear it off?
No!
First, I got Chipotle mayo.
What do I do? What do I do?
You can't eat it when it's cold. I can't.
What do I do? What do I do? I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
I've never had oxtails.
I don't have money to do it.
Am I just supposed to bite and eat? It's weird. It's fucking weird. The big bone in there and everything.
What do I do?
This side has a lot of fat attached, but I can't. The problem is, look, it's all attached to the bone. They didn't give you a knife. There's nothing. How do I get it off?
What?
I don't know, man.
What the fuck?
I don't know about this. I'm supposed to eat it.
What do I do?
And that's it. That's the whole oxtail is that one piece I'm showing you. There's nothing else in here. There's nothing loose to pick up and eat. It's all attached to it. So I can't get an easy piece to eat. There's no easy piece of meat to eat here. I can't even, look, I can't get it off the bone to eat it. Look. I think I'm just going to taste the broth.
Oh no,
I'm going to taste the broth. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it smells very good.
What do I do?
Honest here, it doesn't smell
What do I do?
at all. So I don't know if I'm really going to like it anyway. I'm going to give it a taste of the broth and see if I like the broth. This could have been a big mistake getting the oxtail. I think it is. Okay, ready?
Miserable. Just miserable.
My last shot, fly, golden arrow.
It looks disgusting, honestly. Like there's so much shit floating in it, pieces of fat and shit from the oxtail. It looks nasty.
Didn't die.
Ugh. Thank you, Naffy, for a super chat saying you're getting nice viewership. Good to see your stew doing well. Thank you. There'll be more. More will come back for the drama. Right now we have reduced viewership, but they'll come back. For Tevin's fault. All right, I'm gonna try. All right, ready? Oh God, I don't know about this. Ready, everyone? Oh!
I don't want any drama in the stream.
Ew! Ooh! Oh! Oh! No! No!
Ah!
Oh!
Rising to toxicity. Special
Ew.
delivery. Special delivery.
Ugh.
Why am I toxic?
Cover that up again. Oh! That is not good.
Grow up.
Oh! That is like, oh God. Oh! Oh! Oh!
The Ziggy Piggy's back.
Ugh. Okay.
I am cat. I'm liking my balls.
No, I don't like oxtail.
It says that. I am cat and I
Wow.
liking my balls.
That was bad. So what does it taste like? It's weird. It's very salty, but also has this weird smell to it that kind of smells like something that should be an ingredient in something you bake, like almost like a sweetness, and it kind of has a little bit of that. I don't know what it is.
Salt.
But outside of that, it's pretty bad.
What do I do?
It's just, it's like a permeating, stinky flavor. I don't even know how else to describe it. It tastes like stink.
What do I do?
How do you explain that? It's a stinky soup. Right? That's what it is. It's like, it doesn't smell like butt or anything. It smells weird. Like when you think a soup, any kind of a noodle soup, you think like it's going to be salty, savory. If it's like chicken, it'll have a little bit of a chicken broth flavor. If it's beef, it'll have like a beef broth flavor. That doesn't, it's salty, but then it has this weird smell to it that I can't place. Like I said, it smells like a baking ingredient. And then when you taste it, it's like, oh, it's kind of like, almost like bad, sour yuck. I mean, is that how it's supposed to be? I'm assuming it is. I don't like that. That did not look good. Yeah, exactly. There was congealed fat in the water. It was. That's because you need to cook it. Did you not see that it's fully cooked through? It's completely brown meat. It's not raw. That's a cooked oxtail in there. Yeah. That was not good. Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you on that one. You could feel that it was warm when it showed up. Now it's like ice cold, but it was half warm when it showed up. That is no good for me. Maybe you like oxtail. More power to you. If you do, I'm gonna have another yam fry.
No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Yummy. We're soulmates. That's good. The sad fact is the whole pho goes to waste. Like, there's noodles at the bottom. There's bean sprouts. There's jalapenos and basil. And this uncooked freaking meat that I'm somehow supposed to put in here. Yeah, now I know. You just can't order pho. You can't. You got to eat it at the restaurant.
I'm a functional
right?
retard. I have to ask.
Yes, congratulations to the new members. I will shout you out in a moment. Yo, I love these yam fries. They're really good. Now I'm getting happy again. Yeah, the yam fries are tasty shit. That's good stuff right there. Well, what do we have left that I can eat? I can eat the other half of my banh mi, or I can eat more of the fresh rolls. I guess I'll have another bite of the fresh roll, the beef fresh roll. Oh shit, there goes my fork. Great. I'll have another bite of the fresh roll. I'm still a little hungry. Thank God I didn't chug that fucking oxtail soup, dude. I would have been sick. I really would have. That was not appetizing at all. Okay. That beef is good. I like that beef. Sadly, that now is also ice cold. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. I like the fresh rolls, but I think the shrimp's much better. I wish I had more of the shrimp. All right. I think we're going too long. We're going to wrap this up. I don't want to be doing this all day because I got a lot more to do on my other portion of the stream.
Thanks to
I know you guys want me to get back to that.
for joining the Hate Army.
And brush my teeth before I get back to that because my whole face smells like this mayo. I guess that's that. Wow. So out of all the things that I tried, fresh rolls are a thumbs up. I like the fresh rolls, but I preferred the shrimp to the beef. Okay. The banh mi sandwich, seared tuna, banh mi sandwich, ahi tuna. It's good, but it's definitely what I feel it would be an acquired taste. I do feel that way. Like, you'll like that if you eat it all the time. But for me, I've never had that before. So it's kind of like, okay, I don't really think I want the other half of the sandwich, just being honest. The yam fries are absolutely great. I love them. I would eat the yam fries all day, every day. They're terrible for you, but I would eat them anyway. Okay? And the oxtail pho was absolutely revolting. I couldn't eat it. I said, it smells weird. You take a sip, you start tasting salt, and then wait, it's not salty anymore. Now it's kind of like sour almost. And then you smell this weird ingredient that doesn't smell like it should be in a soup. And then you're like, oh! And then it just keeps hitting your palate. Oh! 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 It's like someone screaming into your mouth. No! 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 Seriously, I did not like that in any way, shape, or form. That was nasty shit. But I never had oxtail before. Likely if I got other meat or pho, it would have been good. But I learned my lesson. I will not be ordering pho anymore. If I'm going to get anything for delivery, the sandwich worked out well. And I would think that sandwich with other meats, I would like it more. If it was a meat that I was used to, like a pork or chicken, I probably would have liked it a lot more. The tuna is just weird to me. The spring roll, I would definitely order the shrimp again. That's delicious with the ginger and the cucumber. It was a really good combination of flavors. I really enjoyed that. But I would not order pho delivery. I would just eat it in person. I've had it in person at restaurants, and I've loved it. So I think that's what it is. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for Feasting with the King. And I want to say thank you to everyone who chilled with me here as I did it. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Until next time, whenever that may be. Hopefully I don't die from the oxtail soup. All right. All right, so that's done. I'm going to go downstairs with all this, guys. Get rid of a lot of it. I don't know if my wife maybe wants to try the ahi tuna. She probably ain't going to want to try that oxtail because that's pretty nasty. We're going to come back after it's going to be a few minutes because I got to like wash up. I smell now like the mayo and the sandwich is all over my beard. So I got to wash my face, brush my teeth, wash my hands. And we're going to come back and we're going to resume with the React. If you want to contribute now and get a shout out, you have to do it now. Because if you don't, I'm going to come back, shout out, update the leaderboard, and it's all going away again until the React is over. And then when the React is over, I'll do an end video. Okay? All right, guys. So let's take a break.
Need that money, I really do. I need that.
I'll
money
be back soon.
to pay my bills.
All right, let's actually let's do this, and let's do this.
Hint, hint, hint.
There it is. We'll just do this for now, and this.
$110.09 from Apple iTunes.
Wait, what's? No, I don't want death counter. I'm trying to find the pop-ups. Streamlabs, YouTube. There we go. There's the two pop-ups.
They said,
it's
Phil,
going to glitch out now
to you,
because there were
but it
pop-ups
always
from
seems
before
like it's a
the
black
trigger.
hole. Because it always seems like no matter
all
how
right,
much we contribute,
let's
you're always
let's
still
go on.
having problems.
There's
You're
another
always
one.
still
Thank you,
in
Shake
debt
Cash
and nothing's
Homie,
getting better. I agree with you.
for a tip. All right, let's take a break. Like I said, I'm gonna go get rid of the rest of this. I'm gonna wash up. In the meantime, if you guys want to contribute,
Today's
and get
been
pop-ups, you gotta
incredibly
do it
slow.
now. When I come back from break, I'll do shout-outs, update the leaderboard, but then it's all going away for the rest of the React until the finale. Okay? All right, guys, I'll be back soon. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champion. He's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. Okay, then. The Ziggy Piggy's back.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. Go. Okay. Good here. Let's do quick shout outs. So, Pinocchio had tipped $6.56. He said, I just got finished with a stressful week working. Now I get to relax with the king. Godspeed. Thank you, Pinocchio. I'm glad to hear that you're here to relax and enjoy, although I know how much you could enjoy drama shit. I'm not enjoying it. It's good to address it and get it out of the way so we never have to talk about it again, but I don't know if it's necessarily full-on enjoyment here. Okay. Thank you to Straight Cash Homie, who took me $4.20 and said, damn, Phil, that oxtail sounds disgusting. I hope it doesn't fight back later. I only had one sip. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. If I had actually started biting the thing, I probably would have really regretted it. But, yeah. And sadly, I hate to say it, I'm probably going to be really hungry later tonight because that was supposed to be my one major meal for the day. And I had, what, two fresh rolls, half of a sandwich, and that was it. And that was like supposed to be 3 courses of meal, and I ate like half of one course. So I'll probably be very hungry tonight. Okay? Okay. Also, shout out to Naffy Axe, as I said earlier. He said, you're getting nice viewership. Keep up the good work. Kevin Bernstein dropped a 5-member bomb on the channel. Congrats to Reverse 750, Cybernetic Sentinel, Sewer Squirrel, Foul, Git, and Izzy XR2, who are all gifted memberships. Did we increase in members? Because I don't know, because we might have very well lost members during the course of the day. People so disgusted with me and my behavior that they canceled their memberships. We're at 611. So no, we actually went up a lot today. We're at yet another record, 611. Thank you guys for the channel support. I really appreciate that. And there was another super chat. Fat Wizard did a super chat. He says, thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Fat Wizard. All right. I washed my face, by the way. I took a washcloth, I scrubbed it like this. I was like, trying to get the flavor of the sandwich out of my face, but I could still fucking smell it. So I get the feeling I gotta take a shower. I gotta take a shower to get it off my face. All right, guys. So here's the deal. We're about to resume. I'm gonna tweet and post up that we're resuming. All right. Now here's the thing. I'm not gonna have any monetization again until the end of the stream. So we've got hours. I'm not exaggerating. Hours to go to get through this. When it's done, there will be kind of a final thoughts summary. Thanks for watching, segment, and that will be monetized to say the end of the night. But I'm not monetizing any of this actual reaction portion again. So this is going away for now. Say goodbye, everyone. Thank you for everyone who contributed in any way today so far.
Awesome.
Like 350 likes and climbing, which is crazy. Say goodbye to the leaderboard. Say goodbye to the pop-ups. Okay? Let me actually get this going again. Okay. Switch over here. Say goodbye to the leaderboard. Say goodbye to the pop-ups. Oof. Say hello to the video. Because it's back. Oh, that was disgusting. I'm sorry, guys. Hopefully that doesn't happen all night now. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right, are you guys ready for this? Dude, this is hours. This is at least 3 more hours. Seriously, we're going at least 3 more hours to get through this. Absolutely. We're going to be here for a while. I hope you guys are ready. All right? All right. Now, Kevin, no, it wasn't that you're not supposed to give support today. I wasn't taking in any support during the segments about this. So you gifted that membership bomb during Feasting with the King. Thank you. That's perfect. All right? Now I'm not doing anything until the end. After we're done with this, there'll be a final segment, and then if anyone wanted to support the channel, they could do it then. They're not doing it during this.
The black woman comes
Okay?
out.
All right.
She takes some bolt out. Boom. Steals the backpack and runs away. Oh.
All right, ready? So let me tweet. So. We are now back and continuing with with my reaction to the John and Howard video. It's going to take a while to get through this, so swing by if you can. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me post that on the community tab. Undoubtedly, we're going to see more people come in right now. Okay. Hope we're ready to go. All right, final reminder. All right, final reminder. No shout-outs, no pop-ups, none of that until the end of the stream, which is going to be, I'm not kidding, probably 3 or more hours from now. Okay? All right, you guys ready? Here we go. I'm going to start recording again. Hello, everyone. This is part 3 of DSP Reacts to the John and Howard response video from November of 2015. If you haven't seen the first 2 parts, man, lengthy, pretty detailed, going through a lot of stuff. I strongly recommend you go check them out here on this channel before you watch this part. This part will be starting off to deal with Project 7 and then moving on to other topics as well. But we're going to go ahead and let's get started. You guys ready? Here we go. What the? Here we go.
The very beginnings of this thing.
Well, basically, we got together and like.
Well, how do you know Andre and Paul?
Andre and Paul are childhood friends of mine. We grew up together.
Yeah.
And basically, Paul, as we got older, Paul ended up going to like a film school, and Andre as well. So Andre went to a film school in California. Paul went to a film school in New York. And right around the time, like I had lost contact with them, and then like one day I ended up showing up to, I just met them I go to church with them and everything else. And I just showed up at the church and we were talking or whatever. And they were, we're talking about YouTube and stuff. And, I made mention about, that I started doing YouTube stuff and, talked about a little bit about you guys, you and Phil, and, they were interested. So prior to me introducing.
So that's Andre up top, and that's Paul down below. Andre, primarily, the vast majority of the workload of the video editing, while Paul was more of the guy who set up the shots. He was the guy who had the physical camera, the lighting, the audio, and like the microphone. He was the one who did that stuff. Okay, so together they formed a group called Respect the Pact. It was a YouTube channel, and these guys had been making edited style content for about a year. They had 2 videos that got very popular. One was Real Life Pac-Man, where it was basically Andre being chased around by a bunch of ghosts as he followed 3D dots down an actual filmed like sidewalk, and then he would grab a power pellet and he'd chase the ghost like he was Pac-Man. Okay, there was a second video, and that video was Real Life Street Fighter. Like what they did is they put all these effects over like people. I don't remember if it was them or not, but it was like Real Life Street Fighter with the energy bars and fireballs and things. It was really well done. So they had a little bit of traction, all right, on YouTube. But what it was they were trying to break out. They were wondering if maybe they could actually turn their hobby into maybe something that would be popular, get them some income, etc. And as Howard's about to outline, well, they were friends with Howard. Howard, knowing me, and he had started doing stuff on YouTube as a result of being in my stuff. There was interest to see Howard do stuff with him and his family. So he started putting videos on YouTube, and then they spoke with him, and then basically put 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together. Next thing you know, we're all wrapped up in a project together. So here we go.
Introducing you guys to them. I did a couple of videos with them on their, I think it was it Respect the Pact at the time? Or, I think it was Respect the Pact.
That was the name of the channel.
I remember this is how I remembered, okay?
Yeah.
I remember you came to me and you go, I got these 2 guys, they're my friends.
Yeah.
Grew up together and whatnot. They want to make some videos. Are you interested in doing anything with them? And then I go, thinking about it, I go, let's bring Phil in on this.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. But I think when we, so when we
you initially was like, let's do something with these guys. Yeah. And I was like, let's bring Phil in on it. My buddy,
That gets me when he says that.
And then it was like...
That gets me when he says that, when he calls me his buddy, because that's exactly how it was. It was like we had this fondness to each other, and how it all fell apart. So fucked up. But yeah, I had nothing to do with the initial contact or idea when it came to doing anything edited style at all. Remember, I was just a guy who was pumping out raw, unedited gameplay content, and every once in a while, like a video review or a vlog. That was it. I didn't have any kind of high-level expertise in video editing, filmmaking, and nor did I really aspire to do anything like that. It was actually John Rambo and Howard who approached me to be involved in a project with these guys because they felt I had internet clout, I had a following, and hey, we get these guys involved with something on your channel and it gets popular, maybe it can rub off on them and they'll get something out of it, which is what they're looking to do. They would like to maybe long-term do something on YouTube that's profitable for them. Okay.
To do, and it wound up being the Project 7 thing.
Yeah, because that was like, he started Project 7 when, like 2009?
It was, I don't know, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was like a year before, and then we said, let's, why don't we just reboot it?
Yeah.
So that's a really, really short version. What happened is in 2009, I was dicking around on YouTube doing shitty edited videos like skits and stuff, just experimenting. And I had a series called Project 7 that was supposed to be me playing Final Fantasy 7, but I was kidnapped and forced to play it by a character called Deathface. I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of that. Doesn't matter. Okay, there's nothing to do with this really. But when these guys approached me, all right, John and Howard approached me and said, "Hey, we got this team of guys called Respect the Pact. They want to do these edited videos. What do you think we could do?" And I said, "Well, out of all the things that I've ever done that might make sense to do an edited style, I wanted to do a highly edited series called Project 7, but I didn't have the know-how or the expertise. I dumped it after like 3 videos. I didn't even bother with it anymore. And I feel like maybe that could be something we bring back, but let's do something completely different, right? Instead of it being the original idea for Project 7, me stuck playing a video game like Final Fantasy 7 that I don't like, and let's do something different. a different premise. Let's get us all involved. Instead of it just being me, let's have all of us be in it as characters. That way we all feel, like we're all part of this project together. And that's really how it hit off. Was we wanted to do something. We didn't know what it was going to be. I said, hey, I got this thing on the shelf for like 2-3 years I haven't touched that I always wanted to do, but I didn't have the expertise to do it myself. Maybe this is the opportunity to do it. And that's how the idea started. Okay.
So I was in a process of that, and they were on board. Everybody was on board. We were having a great time.
Yeah, it was a great time, and honestly, it was like an experience.
I agree.
Not necessarily the videos themselves, but the experience of doing it was like a real big thing for me, man. Like I learned a lot from Andre and Paul, and I kind of got the bug to like, oh shit, I want to make like movies and stuff like that. Thanks to those guys, just seeing what they were doing. So it was a great experience in that, and then it all kind of started to slowly erode away and fall apart, man. I'd say what really punched me in the face, man, that's what it basically was. Right before episode 3 is going to come out, doing my thing. This is going to be a common theme on this recording here, where I'm just kind of doing my thing, doing what I got to do in my daily life. And I start getting messages from people, and I go, what the hell is this?
Trolls. The trolls. It's messages from trolls who are trying to goad each other into doing stuff. And even back then, because this was 2012, to clarify, the issues that we have are from like 2014, 2015.
There's a sick
this is back in
motherfucker
2012.
on the internet
As far back as
Super
them.
Hound, whatever
Internet
the fuck
trolls
this
were
idiot's
trying
name is.
to pit us against each other and get us to say dumb shit against each other and get us to insult each other
It's
and get it,
Super Hound's
It's
fault.
always been a preeminent thing on the internet since I've been making content that trolls are trying to fuck around and trying to interject and trying to get us to kind of be at odds
It's
when we're really
Kevin's
not,
fault.
And so there's a situation that's going to come up right now that's a direct result of internet trolling. So here we go.
Kim Jong-un just to be $5. It says, analysis
Before episode 3 comes out, Phil puts out a video.
Here it is.
He's talking about
April
Phil
2012.
whatever, man.
I told you how we had
And he basically, it's just something he often says. He says like, we'll like set it up. I don't mean to badmouth. Don't take this the wrong way. He says, I don't mean to badmouth John Rambo. Don't take this the wrong way. And proceeds to talk about me. Talking about how John was given the best lines. And we gave him things to do. Because basically he's upset that people were in the comments saying that, John's the best part of this or things like that, So yeah, he makes the video saying,
oh no, someone's illegally restreaming.
John was given things to do. He was given the best lines.
One thing I would like to say, which really pisses me
Oh
off.
God!
This is
All right, hold on. This audio is bad. You can tell this is like in the April, and for some reason the audio is terrible on this camera. Oh God, that was loud and annoying, right? Shit. It didn't sound like that.
You're
to
supposed to be
before.
following the game, following
It's all
the full
down.
gameplay.
Did it?
showing
How did it
the
sound to you
last
guys? Terrible, right? That was bad.
My last shot.
Anyway, I'm gonna play it, and this video is not defensible. This video is me once again, along with what Howard said earlier on, me falling for trolls trying to trick me into saying and doing stupid shit. What happened was this was actually a calculated attack to try to get me to say something dumb about John. I know for a fact, I found out later on it was all orchestrated. They were literally... They were all trying to say this shit to get me to basically piss off Rambo. Okay? And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. 100%. It's my fault. I'm embarrassed at what you're about to watch. I will explain afterward what I intended to say, but look at what I actually said. Here we go.
not me trying to badmouth John Rambo in any way, but in Project 7, this series so far, John Rambo's character in the series gets a lot of the funny parts. He's supposed to be like the deadpan comic that all of a sudden does crazy shit or does silly stuff, and it comes out really funny. And I want to let everyone know that we've been seeing comments on the videos that are kind of stupid, uninformed, and disheartening. Things like, oh, DSP sucks and Howard sucks in this series. It's all about John Rambo, John Rambo, John Rambo, And that's true. A lot of the funny stuff was given to John Rambo. But here's the deal. We all write the episode. Just last week, myself, Howard, and John Rambo got together here in my condo, and we all collectively together put our heads together and wrote all of episode 4 of Project 7, okay? It's a group effort, and it evolves over time. In fact, a lot of the funniest stuff kind of just becomes improv stuff that we didn't. There's a scene in episode 3 that you're gonna see. You're gonna piss your fucking pants laughing when you watch it. I shit you not. And you're gonna know what scene it is when you see it. And it was completely improv by Howard, by OJ, by a couple different people on the fucking spot. So for people to say, oh, this one person is completely the funniest person, you're a complete fucking idiot. You don't understand the creative process of how this stuff comes together. The fact that we all put our heads together and write it. It's actually insulting for you to say one particular person is the best person in the series when we all write the series. Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene. It was my idea to put that scene in there. I have no problem that it was John Rambo acting it out. In fact, for a lot of the Project 7 series, I've kind of been on the back burner. I've been the character that drives the story, meaning, uh-oh, I'm kidnapped. Uh-oh, now I'm emotional because I've lost my gaming powers. Uh-oh. You know, I'm kind of a tool to get the story moving, but I haven't really been at the forefront. I haven't been the leader of the guys or anything like that as of yet. That will change in future episodes, as you're going to see, but for now, I'm doing the role that I need to do in these episodes. I don't need to be absolutely fucking laugh-out-loud hilarious. John Rambo's had lots of opportunities to be laugh-out-loud hilarious so far, and so he comes across as maybe the funniest character. There's a difference between saying John Rambo is the funniest character in this series versus, oh, John Rambo's the only good thing about this series. Because then you have no idea how the series works, how a creative process works, and you're insulting everyone else who works on the fucking episodes. So shut your fucking mouths or get blocked.
Okay. Let's unpack that a bit. Okay. First of all, why did I make that? If you take a look, it was the Weekend Preview. For those who don't know, the Weekend Preview used to be a weekly series that I would do that would explain what else is coming up that week, gameplay-wise, and if there was anything else, like a special event, a trailer, an episode of Project 7, a review. I would tell you in the Weekend Preview, this is when it's what's coming. Then later on, I phased it out because now I do a daily schedule every day up on Twitter and my channel page. You don't need a video to tell you what you're doing for the next week. Okay? Why am I ranting about this in the Weekend Preview? Right? Because I got baited. Trolls orchestrated a situation on my forums where basically what they did is they went in there and basically started making posts on purpose to try to piss me off, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The posts were things such as, Project 7 sucks. And you go to read it, and it's like, wow, this entire show is trash. The effects are trash. The jokes are trash. The acting is trash. The editing is trash. Trash, trash, trash. And then they would literally say, oh, but John Rambo's really, really good in it. If John Rambo weren't in it, there would be absolutely nothing good about this show whatsoever. Okay? So, it wasn't one post. It wasn't two. It was like a whole thread of these idiots coming over on my forums, baiting the shit out of me. Could I have ignored it? Fuck yes. I could have just said, ban and close. Why back then I was so easy to goad into doing something stupid. Okay? This is only one of many examples. All right? So, here's what I was trying to say, or what I should have said, or just never said at all, and versus what I said. What I was trying to get across here is that Project 7 very much was a group effort amongst all of our friends, you know, including Respect the Pact and all of them, effort into those shows. Okay? Everyone. And
So if you're
I
be an
was
asshole,
actually
you're gonna be
offended,
treated like an asshole.
not
You're gonna be
necessarily
shown
as
the
much
door.
for me, but more for Respect the Pact in general. Because Respect the Pact was working a lot of time and effort on these shows, like tons of time. I knew they were working dozens of hours or more a week sometimes, editing these things and getting it together. And it was actually really starting to piss me off. It's one thing to see it once, twice. There's threads of this on my forums about it. I'm like, these people are just dicks because these guys are busting their ass to try to get these episodes out. And here's some, oh, the editing sucks. Everything sucks. John Rambo's funny. Everything sucks. All right? Now, in particular, again, it is true that the John Rambo character portrayed in the show is not completely written by John Rambo. I will tell you this. A lot of it was. Okay? Not every single scene, but a lot of those scenes were written directly by John Rambo. And John Rambo had a lot of creative control, not only over his character, but a lot of input on the other characters in the show as well. I will today publicly say this. I feel that John was the best writer on the show. I feel that John was the biggest creative influence on the show. And I feel like the show would have never been anywhere as near as funny, if funny at all, if it weren't for John Rambo. His input was insanely key, and probably he had some of the best writing, if not the best writing, in the entire show. If you don't believe me, go watch his own show, Snodge Man and Hole Punch, which was the next project he worked on after Project 7 ended prematurely. He wrote that thing himself. He directed it himself. That's a show 100% Rambo and friends, but mostly him. And that show is only about 47, 48 times better than Project 7, I would say. Okay, when it comes to the writing, I'm emphasizing the writing because I'm not trying to downplay what Respect the Pack did with Project 7. The effects and shit in that show are way better than the show deserves, okay? But the point I'm making here is John absolutely is insanely creative, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like he's not only so creative, he's way more creative than I've ever been. And I wish that he would have been successful with his creative ventures. And what I mean by that is I wish more people would have watched them. I wish that he would have maybe gotten popular for them. And I wish that he would have actually been able to make a living doing it, because you could tell he loves it. You could tell that's passion for him. He loved doing filmmaking things. But by doing that, he took away from the things that were, you know, part of his real life, which actually he kind of addresses later on in this very video, okay? So again, I'm not spoiling, I'm not revealing anything. Eventually, he ran himself into the ground working on Snodge Man and Hole Punch because he wasn't making any money doing it, okay? So, I made this video insanely stupidly. Instead of saying that, right? I say, oh, you know, everyone says John's the funniest thing, but we all wrote those scenes for John. And by the way, there's a particular scene with John that I wrote. I wrote that scene. So there's no way you could say that that was just John, because I was involved in that. There was absolutely no reason at all for me to say any of those things. At all. I should have ignored the trolls. I never, ever, 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 ever should have said any of that stuff. There was no point to it. Who was I fighting? A bunch of trolls on my fucking forums. Who cares? It was a waste of my time. If I'm going to argue with the trolls on the forums, whatever, why did I say it in a video to my public audience? That was just stupid and wrong and dumb and not even correct, okay? So, just clearing the air. John, you could have considered him kind of the head writer of Project 7, even though we all collectively had a major part of that process, okay? There was other parts that other people had the heavy workload. For example, the filmmaking, the editing, that was all Respect the Pack. For me, I was the promo man. I was the one who took the footage and I made promo trailers out of it. I pushed it on my channel. I heavily advertised it to my audience. I was the one to sell the product to a viewing audience. You see? We all had a role to play in this. But undoubtedly, I was feeling very insecure. I was feeling attacked. Like, basically, people were saying, everything you're doing is shit, you know, except for the parts with Rambo in them. Like, yeah, but the parts with Rambo in them, we all kind of worked on, too. So when you say everything's shit except for those parts, well, those parts were a collective effort. So the thing is, the way I say it, not that I outright say John didn't do these parts, but John took it that way. Like, John saw that video and said, Phil is basically in this video saying that I didn't do any of those things, and that's untrue. I basically did the scene that he's talking about. And he'll say, he's going to bring it up. All right, he's going to bring it up. So let me press play, and then I'll see if I want to have any further comments, but I just want to clear the air. Completely bad video. Should have never made it. My fault. I shouldn't be baited by the dumb fuck trolls. I mean, I'm really stupid that I did that. And this was actually, in reality, this event of me making that stupid video was the first time John Rambo ever got pissed off at me. Ever. And he's going to talk about that. So here we go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a flat-out lie.
Yeah.
Flat-out lie. You know, he goes on to talk about, still referencing that same video, he talks about a scene that he came up with. He's like, there's a part of the trailer everyone loves with John. I came up with that. And it's interesting because, you know, the sentence before that, he's talking about how it's a group effort.
or
And
whatever.
the next sentence is, I came up with that.
Yeah, which is between amongst ourselves. He
Yeah,
goes,
he'll get
addresses
called.
it. He addresses it publicly, which makes it even worse.
He's right. Because here's the deal. I felt it's like
Your
I
name
was,
fault.
again, I was the front man. I was the one representing the Project 7 to the public. The Project 7 didn't get uploaded to John's channel, to Howard's channel, didn't go to Respect the Pack's channel. It went to mine. So for me, I'm the front man. I'm the guy who's supposed to be the PR guy. I'm supposed to be dealing with this shit. I don't want to bother them with it. Why do they need to be inundated with this shit, right? They have their own lives and shit. This is my job. It's not theirs. They're the ones who are taking time away from their busy lives to work on this project, and then they want to go back to their lives. They don't want to be bothered with the trolls, the bullshit. So I felt the responsibility to be the man to handle it, and then I botched it completely by doing shit like that, okay? By the way, the scenes that they're talking about are the scenes where John Rambo in Project 7, I think it's episode 3, acts like Rambo, the character from the movies. He's stabbing viciously enemies. He's going, oh, with the gun. He's going, brrr, shooting everywhere, okay? Now, those scenes, I was the one who suggested, let's have a montage of scenes where John is acting like Rambo from the movie. But then John took it and ran with it. And he's the one who kind of brainstormed the ideas. We all had input. Don't get me wrong. We all had input. But John was the one who brainstormed those ideas into what that montage became. Okay? So the way that I say, oh, I came up with that scene. Well, I came up with the concept. That doesn't mean that I wrote it, planned it all out, filmed it. I mean, it had nothing to do with that. I just said, hey, let's do that as the idea. You see? I was feeling insecure. I was feeling attacked. I was feeling like this is something that it was my baby because it's under my channel, right? It is. It's my project. I mean, yeah, they're all involved for sure. So you can say it's their project too. It's our project, but at the same time, it's on my channel. So I'm responsible to deal with all this horse shit that's going on, and I did it horribly. I did it absolutely terribly, and that's all. Let's go.
Yeah. He doesn't get. There's no call to me. There's no conversation.
Didn't want to bother them.
Hey, people are saying this shit. Maybe you could say something, or there's a way to say it differently, or is this something? Honestly, it's not something that even needs to be really addressed at all.
That's right. Ross G says you outright say I wrote that scene, but now you're saying you didn't because I did not write the details of it. I wrote the concept. There's a concept versus actual detail. The concept I came up with. Let's have John be like John Rambo and do a montage of shit. And then John did it all. Thought up all the ideas and all the intricacies. I probably had input a little bit in it, but he made it come to light. The difference between saying I have an idea and versus the person who actually makes the idea happen. You see? So that's the truth of it.
Yeah.
Basically, people saying, I like this aspect of this show that you want me to watch.
Yeah.
But he talks about a scene in the trailer that he came up with. I came up with that. It's basically the part where I'm shooting the gun like Rambo does.
There it is.
It's not exactly a genius idea. And, I think several people suggested it. And when it was actually filmed, it's not like he's not like he was directing the
I wasn't.
scene.
I
He was
wasn't. I
actually
don't
not
think I was
the
even
room.
in there.
Okay, it was, it was something I did, to put it frank,
There was a lot of ad-libbing in Project 7, and there was a lot of trust. It's like the scene is John Rambo acts like John Rambo and goes crazy. I trust John Rambo to figure it out because he's smart. He's an intelligent guy, and he's creative. He's going to figure it out. I didn't direct him. I wasn't the director. There was no director of Project 7. We all did it together. Like, there was no, I'm head director, and this was the guy who did it. We all helped each other to get through it, and I'll be honest, that's why a lot of the times the shots look like shit, because there's no director saying, do this, do this, do this. It's all of us just kind of doing it on the fly. So he did that completely by himself. I didn't tell him, just do it this way or do it that way, and he shot it a few different times. It was Paul recording, and he did a few different times to get the shot. So me saying, I wrote that. Well, I didn't write. I thought of the concept, and then he ran with it and basically did the rest of it.
about a scene that, the scene where he's like, there's a scene in this episode that a lot of people put together. John wasn't involved in it.
Didn't say that. That's false. He says, there's a scene in this episode that people put together. John wasn't involved in it. Didn't say that at all. I said there's a scene in this episode that's put together primarily by Howard and OJ and a few other people. It's this scene they're going to show. It's Howard and OJ acting it out, and then John had input in it. I never said John wasn't involved in it at all. He puts those words in my mouth because he's angry at me for basically apparently saying that he wasn't a good part of the series or didn't have as much influence as he did. That didn't happen. So I hate to say, but this is also kind of a theme in this video that they did about me. They take one thing that outright is undeniably true. Yes, I outright shouldn't have made that video. I outright said things in the video that were factually untrue. Then they spin it and say that I said something I didn't say. I never said John wasn't involved in that scene. I said it was primarily Howard and OJ, and I said other people, implying, yeah, he was involved too. So was Paul filming it. So was probably Andre, okay? They already did this previously. They said, oh, Phil said that we talked shit about him. No, I didn't. I said a bunch of dumb shit I shouldn't have said, but I never said you talk shit about me. And then you have a whole segment about it that I said you talk shit about me. I never said that. So this is a theme with this video is say a bunch of stuff that's true, but then all of a sudden throw shit out there that's not to kind of corroborate what we're saying. They didn't have to do that. They had enough. I fucked up enough. They didn't have to throw other shit on top of other shit when already there's a pile of shit, you know?
OJ and some other people put it together. Of course, it was the great scene where you, what was it? You shoot the gentleman and then you say, you didn't wash your hands.
Yeah.
Okay. In all honesty, you know, it was put together by you, OJ, and me.
Yeah,
and
correct.
Andre and Paul filmed it and directed it. So basically, everyone was involved in putting that together but him.
I was there watching the whole thing. I just didn't have any real input on what they did.
It's just mind-boggling why he would do these things publicly.
Yeah, it's one thing. I mean,
because I'm an idiot. Because I'm a sucker. Because I fell for the troll bullshit over and over and over back then. They really got to me. They made me feel insecure. They made me feel like shit. They made me feel like everything I did was a waste of time. They were telling me it publicly all the time. They were making "This is how you don't play," saying all the content you ever made in gaming is worthless. You're a terrible content creator. You don't deserve success. And it got to me. And I made tons of mistakes like that. This is one case. There was tons of videos. This is the only one that they're involved in. There's tons of cases where you can see Phil got baited again. Phil got baited again. It happened all the time back then.
All of this is true, like he said. Let's say every word he said is true. Even then, it's fucked up to be saying this.
To be saying this.
You're right.
Not only
I should have never said it.
Not only are you saying it, but it's also a lie.
Yeah.
I should have never said any of it. It had nothing to do with anything. And most of it is half-truths or partial truths.
Okay, let's talk about this. So, on that specific episode, what did I do? Why did I deserve to be treated like that, okay? I show up. I do the very best I can. I try very, very hard to do my best. I brought OJ into this. I brought Chap into this. Those are people that I went to high school with. I go back a long time. Chap is a professional actor. He played the gaseous snake gentleman. I brought them in, tried my very best, and why is this stuff said? Why does this happen? Right? So I'm pissed off, man. At this point,
and you should be. It was stupid. Why am I talking about this?
I think I talked to you first. I think I was ready to be done with the whole thing.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the breaking points for the show to start ending. It was that, and it was that, and then after that,
slowly eroded from there.
Eroded from there, and then the erosion started getting substantially worse
because he saw people say, "Oh, John's the best," at whatever, and that made him so upset.
Yeah,
now I'm angry.
No, I was angry because they were downplaying everyone else and basically saying the entire show was shit, which it wasn't. I was angry because I felt like, particularly Respect the Pact was being disrespected with the things that the trolls were saying, but I shouldn't have said anything. I should just, who cares about them? The show had good viewership. If you look, the show had hundreds of thousands of views at the time, which is big for my channel back then. So I don't know why I even said a word. I got baited again. But no, I wasn't trying to downplay or insult Rambo at all, although some people definitely said it came out like that. And in addition, here we go again, right? What happened? The trolls messaged John. Hey, John, did you hear what Phil said? Because it worked. They tricked me. I said stupid shit in the video. Here we go. Send it right to John. And John looks at it and says, what the fuck is this shit? What is this shit? What is wrong with Phil? Why is he such an idiot? Now I have to slap him. Okay, he didn't say that, but he did call me. He's going to talk about that.
And what's funny is I think people were trolling because I think he made statements like in the past about it.
Yes.
A little bit, but not to like this degree where he's
I'm stupid.
You know, it pisses me off when you say that you shouldn't say John's the best or something. So people start doing it like out of spite, just to fuck with you.
He's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might not even necessarily think that. They're just, let me just write this because I know it makes him upset. And then he buys right into all that.
Correct.
Yeah.
100%.
So at this point, I'm really pissed off. So I call him. I call him immediately, and
Slapped
I
him.
fucking have it out with him, dude. I tell
didn't.
him
He should've.
everything I'm feeling about it, and I'm pissed off. So
I mean this now. I know this is in a joking manner. Okay? But I'm just going to say this. I'm not kidding. If he had walked into my place and slapped my face, I would have been like shocked, but I would have not been angry. Because I mean, he was a really close friend of mine. You know what I mean? Like he was basically my closest friend at the time. And if he was so upset that he felt like it was that much of an insult that I was saying this fucked up stuff, I wouldn't have wronged him. Or I wouldn't have felt wronged by him. If he punched me in the face, I would have been like more upset that I upset him to that point than him striking me in the face. That's the kind of friendship I felt we had. You know? I felt like if there's something really wrong, he'll tell me. So here we go.
to his credit, he apologizes profusely. Says to me that he felt insecure, or he is insecure. He shouldn't have said it. He just got really frustrated with what they were saying, and he just couldn't take it anymore, and he had to say something, and he exploded. So he apologizes to me, and I accept it. But he never actually says anything publicly. There's no public apology. There's no clarification about what he said, how it wasn't exactly the truth.
Yep.
And then what basically happens is there's people that are his fans, and a lot of them not very bright. Let's be honest here. And they start shitting on me. They come at me and they shit on me because they think, oh, fucking, that's what Phil wants me to do.
Are you a
right?
functional retard? I have
Wrong.
to ask.
It's the trolls. It's the same people who go to me, go to Rambo, harass him, right? This is not my fans doing this. When have I ever told my fans to go do anything like that at all? Ever. And there's been people who've been outright wrong to me on the internet. Like outright did dastardly fucked up, really nasty shit. When did I ever tell them to go do anything? Never. Now what he's saying is, oh, well, Phil's fans aren't very bright. So when he makes that video and he doesn't publicly denounce what he said, they go and attack me. It's not my fans, dude. Those are the trolls. Those are the trolls that the same people who are harassing me are now harassing you. And if anything, again, I'm sad that they did that because he didn't deserve that at all. He did not deserve that in any way, shape, or form to have trolls coming after him just because he was involved in my content. It's fucked up that these years, see, before this year, before Project 7, I would say that John and Howard, particularly John, Howard, again, wasn't really involved in much of my stuff, but John was insulated from a lot of that toxicity and negativity of the internet. He didn't have a lot of that rolling over to him. In fact, most people praised him constantly for his work in my co-op stuff, for his vlogging, for the stuff he was doing on his own channel. They loved it. Then all of a sudden in 2012, when This Is How You Don't Play hit, well now let's harass the fuck out of everybody, including everyone around Phil and everyone involved with him, his family members, his friends, his co-worker, everyone involved in anything. Harass, harass, harass. So he's thinking, oh, Phil apologized to me. This is great. What happens? He's still getting attacked for it. People are saying, "Wow, you really didn't do that much at Project 7." I don't even know what they said to him because he never told me that part. So I don't know what Pete trolls are saying to him. I have no clue. I don't know who's going and harassing him or whatever. Certainly, I didn't say any. If you look again in that video, did I negatively say that John was taking credit for anything that he said? No. I never said, "Oh, John's overly taking credit for things." Not at all. That wasn't the point of me even trying to make that video. So I have no idea what they said to him. He didn't deserve anything. They should have been quiet, and I wish they never contacted him. Now, he says, I never said anything public. He's correct. Until today, I never talked about this. Why? Because, again, I'm the front man. I'm the public-facing figure. I want all that vitriol and shit tossed at me. So I think if I say anything further, I already made a stupid video that got us all into trouble. All right, right? Like everyone already, I look bad. And I said something in that video, too, that actually pisses me off today. I said, oh, we've been looking at the comments and we think this. That was me, not we. That was me. I was misrepresenting all of us as a group in that video. Okay? Completely wrong to do that. And I had this conversation with John. He was incredibly pissed at me. We hashed it out. By the end of the conversation, everything was fine. It was water under the bridge. Everything's fine. No lingering issues. Here's how we ended the conversation. Okay? Don't ever address it ever again. If you see criticism come in for the series, ignore it. If you see anything come in, just ignore it. That's what we agreed. So why, if that was our agreement, just ignore it, ignore the trolls, ignore all of it, why after the fact would I have gone public and talked about it again? it would have actually gone against what we agreed to. Our agreement was just don't talk about it ever again. It's fucking stupid. Why are you giving attention to trolls? Just ignore it. You know, John's right. Let's do that. So then why would I go public again and say, oh, by the way, let's talk about that subject again? That wasn't what he told me not to, essentially. He's like, don't address it again. But now here we are years later, and he says, oh, well, Phil should have publicly went forward and said something. Well, why? Because he got harassed after the fact. So, again, hindsight's 20/20. Maybe the better thing to do would have been going public and said, listen, the whole thing's blown out of proportion. I fucked up. Sorry about that. But we agreed not to. And so then he got harassed for it, and now he feels bad about it years later, like I was hiding the truth from the public. No. So we agreed not to talk about it again, so I didn't. And then now you're mad at me 3 years later because you got harassed for it online. You can be mad at me for being harassed, but don't be mad at me for not doing something that we agreed I'm not going to do, Okay.
Yep.
He wants me to do that. And again, why did I deserve that?
He didn't.
Yeah.
It was my trolls. It wasn't my fans. It was my trolls going after him.
So continue with Project 7, man. So you said it started to fall apart at that point. What do you think happens? Where do you
started to fall apart, and what was basically happening was these guys were working 50, 60 hours a week on getting this shit edited to try to pump it out with these unrealistic timelines. So naturally what's going to happen is people are just going to get burnt out, which ended up happening. Couple that with the fact, and again, we don't want to talk too much about it, but couple that with the fact with money. These guys are putting all this time and effort into this fucking thing, and what do they get? Gugats. That's what they got. Because when you think about it, right? You would think, because people are, when I say this, people are going to come back and say, well,
money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Phil promoted their channel, and that's all they wanted. No. Here's the bottom line, right? You would think, out of the kindness of your heart, you would go ahead, damn, man, these guys are putting all this time and effort in this thing.
It's not even kindness. It's just what's fair is fair.
What's fair is fair. Let me throw them a couple of bones. Whatever the case may be, throw them some money here and there, some percentage of the profits, and this and that. So what ends up happening? John and I are talking about this.
I would do it. Okay. So before they get it, because they're going to get ahead of themselves to another portion of this. So now I have to tell you guys the whole story, which, really is no one's business, but they're the ones who brought it up, not me. As you know, we never publicly really talked about the behind-the-scenes situation of Project 7 outside of Respect the Pack couldn't do it anymore, and I didn't find a suitable replacement, and therefore that was the end of the show, period. In this video, for the first time ever, they reveal, the reason that the show ended is because Respect the Pack wasn't getting paid, okay? Completely false. It really is utterly, completely 100% false. I hate to say it. This is 100% baloney. So allow me to explain the whole situation of what really happened, okay? When John and Howard presented to me the idea that we're going to do a creative show with these guys, we met them. We had a whole meeting at a Starbucks. We sat down for hours hashing out idea after idea of how this would go and all this stuff, all right? And I remember in that initial meeting, what we started talking about was eventually how would we figure out who makes what, how's it going to go, and all of that. Now, again, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, clip this. Same as before. If you're going to do business with friends, doesn't matter how much friendly you are with them or how long you've known them, you have to have a contract in place. If you don't, you will always have bad feelings afterward, period. Okay?
Stop this!
I wish I made a contract with Respect the Pact with these guys about this show, because all this has ever done is led to problems. And as much as I look back fondly on the time that we worked on the show, end result was so much drama, so much bullshit, and apparently something I never knew. This was a key factor in them basically not wanting to be my friend anymore, which I never knew. I didn't know about any of what they're about to discuss until they made this video. It was never brought up with me. It was never fully discussed at all. Never. It was never a topic of discussion ever. So if you don't tell me, I don't know. This is 3 years later, after this project ends, now you make a video exposing the truth of Project 7, but no one ever said this to me at all during the entire time this was going down, okay? Now, let's talk. I'll tell you the truth of how everything went down with our arrangements.
Business related, I still have
We all met at the Starbucks, and it was like a 2-3 hour meeting, all right? And we were talking about what idea do we want to do? Oh, let's do Project 7. Let's reboot it. Oh, what's the idea? Oh, I know. I lost my gaming powers. Like, we kind of brainstormed all that on the fly. So right up then and there, we started talking about money. Now, not that it was a huge topic of discussion because none of us were looking to make a fortune on this show. In fact, the initial discussion was, even if it becomes popular on YouTube, great, but how do these shows really take off? And I started telling them about my experience knowing of other content creators who had made fun internet shows. And it's not the show on the internet making the money, it's all the shit that comes after. The merchandise, the DVD sales, getting it syndicated on other channel networks and shit. That's where the money is. It's not the initial, oh, I ran the show on my channel and got so-and-so views. It's everything that comes after. Going to a circuit of conventions. And when you're in those conventions, you have a panel to promote your next project that will make you more money. And then you sell merchandise tie-ins and things. That's where you make money on these projects, okay? It's not about, oh, I got 100,000 views on the video and I made $100 in profit on ads or whatever. That's nothing. That's fucking nothing. It's chump change, right? You're talking big picture. You want to get a web series that gets the, maybe we make Project 7 and it gets the attention, all right, of everyone around on the internet. Wow, it's a good series. And now all of a sudden, Machinima wants to pick the series up and produce a new series and pay us to do it. And now, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what happens. You get all these, sponsorship. Sponsors want to come in and run their products on the show and shit like that. That's how it works, okay? So I explained this to all of them up front. And I'm like, you know, and by the way, everyone's in agreement. Everyone's kind of like, that makes sense. So, you know, even though, yes, maybe some point down the road, all right, we'll talk about, oh, let's divvy up revenue if there was ad revenue on the videos. We don't know if there will be, if it'll even be popular. Let's talk about merchandise sales, DVD sales. The whole intention was, let's just get together. Let's make this thing. Let's fuck around with it. Let's put it out there on the internet and see if it gets popular. If it does, great. Then we'll talk long-term about money. We'll talk about splitting shit up. The whole idea was we were going to sell t-shirts and DVDs. That was really it. Like, once season 1 is done, which season 1, just so everyone knows, was supposed to be 6 episodes, 5 story-based episodes, and then a Christmas special. And then that was supposed to become a DVD set that we were going to start producing and selling for profit on the internet, get the word out there, and then season 2 would be hyped up and sell a lot more and all of that. Okay? There you go. So, that was the agreement we came to. Now, respect the pact specifically. When we first met, said to me up front in the meeting, in front of everyone, we're not doing this for the money. We're not looking to make $1 on this series. What we want is we want our channel, Respect the Pact, to get attention from the series. We want promotion. We also want to see if we can start monetizing our own content. Because as I said, they had already made 2 very popular videos, the Real Life Pac-Man and the Street Fighter video. They weren't getting anything out of those. They wanted to get into a partnership network, but their channel was very small. No one knew about it. They wanted to be noticed. Okay? So, we agreed that what I would do is do everything I possibly could to get their channel noticed, to give them credit for the work, and also, one thing that's never brought up whatsoever in this video whatsoever, which is absolutely ridiculous that they left it out because it's completely unfair, I got Respect the Pact partnered with Machinima so they could monetize their videos. At the time, it was not easy to get a channel into any kind of a partnership because you had to have qualifying criteria. You had to have a certain number of subscribers, a certain number of viewers, etc. Because back then, the partnerships on YouTube were all managed partnerships, meaning that company is vouching for you and your content, that you're not going to violate the YouTube terms of service, you're not going to steal copywritten content. They're vouching for you to put ads on the videos and they get the revenue and you get paid a flat rate. So they wanted their channel to be monetized. That was the agreement we had. Let's get Respect the Pact monetized. Now, we'll make Project 7 for you. We won't even care about the money you make on it because we're going to try to make our own videos on our own channel that are going to start bringing us in revenue and our own revenue streams. In tandem with that, let's go ahead and you promote our content on our channel and we'll make money on our own shit and then we can do our own stuff later on, but we can have this nice collaboration with you, getting us the attention we want. On the back end, we'll talk about maybe selling DVDs and merch, and then later down the line, we'll talk further. That was the entire conversation we had. Okay? Go look. They were partnered at that time with Machinima because of me. I went behind the scenes and I talked
Take
to
that
my
as you
contacts
will.
at Machinima, and I said, hey guys, here's a great group of guys I'm working with on a project. They're really trustworthy. They got great content. Check out their 2 popular videos. They did. Because of me, they got a partnership. All right? Now, I can't tell you how much money they made on their own videos or the partnership. I have no idea. I'm not, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what kind of a partnership they got. Was it the same as mine? Was it less? I know it wasn't more, but I don't know what it was, right? I have no clue. I can't even, you know, they couldn't contractually, they probably couldn't even talk about it. But that's what happened. So they're now able to monetize the videos on Respect the Pact. I'm promoting Respect the Pact in all the Project 7 content, and frequently, if they had a new project or something that they wanted to be mentioned, I would mention it if they asked me to do that. Okay? That's what was going on. Now, as for Rambo and Howard, we never had a discussion about what they were going to make because, again, we were friends, right? So here's what we'll do. We'll make the show. We'll promote it. We'll go to conventions to premiere the episodes. We'll attempt to maybe sell some merch along the way, and then when season 1 is done, we'll make these DVDs. We'll pump them out. The whole idea here was that I was going to finance it all. Like, I was going to pay for everything. So if the episodes made any money, that money was going to be reinvested into the show, making merch, like making the shirts, making the DVDs. That's where the money was supposed to go. That was profit on the show. It was never, oh, well, we made an episode, and now there's 5 of us involved in making the episode. So you take the actual money you made from Machinima on that episode, you divide by 5, and everyone gets paid. That was literally never once discussed, ever, when we were talking and developing Project 7. Not once. So for them to start this conversation here, saying basically, oh, Respect the Pact didn't get anything. Respect the Pact got exactly what they wanted. Literally to the T of what they asked for. That's what they wanted, and they got it. Now, they're going to talk in this video about how that falls apart, all right? And I will add more to that, because just so you guys know, to prepare for today, I went through every email I ever had with Respect to Pact. I'm not going to read those emails on this stream. That would be, you know, wrong. I'm going to paraphrase as best I can, but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened from what they were telling me, okay? Let's continue.
And John says, I'm going to talk to him. So what does John say? John goes up to him and says, dude, you know, throw him some money, man. These guys, if you throw them some money, they'll continue. If not, they're going to stop.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because like anytime there is a
that
problem,
money.
I always
really
do
I need that
address
money
it right to his
in my
face.
bill. It's always
Yeah.
done. That's true.
So
Which is
he
not
goes-
being said
what
now.
What does he say?
I forgot to change the camera. Thank you. Okay, let's continue.
Has the audacity to say, "Oh, they didn't." I told them, or I asked them if they wanted money, and they
pretty slow.
denied it. That's a fucking load of shit.
By the way, timeline's wrong. He's saying all this happened first. Wrong. What happened, the timeline's wrong. He's going to now go into what happened before this. This whole video, the timeline is so skewed, you can't make heads or tails of what they're saying. He's saying that they wanted money, so John came to me and asked me to pay them, and I said no. That never happened. Okay, not once. That's completely untrue. It's a completely different sequence of events. They decided not to be part of the show first and outright said, we're done. They literally sent me an email that says, I read it last night. It said, we are done. We don't want to be part of the show anymore for personal reasons. They said some of it is because our channel, Respect the Pact, which was partnered at that point with Machinima, was not getting the views and attention and making the money that they had hoped it was going to do by being involved with this project. That was one factor. But then they also say in the same email, there's also other personal reasons keeping us from continuing with this project. So the email, the way it's written, is stating, we quit. We can't continue. Yes, a portion of that is because we weren't making enough money on our channel, but also we have other personal stuff going on behind the scenes.
You know,
we'd rather not discuss publicly.
But it always seems
There's
like it's a black
absolutely
hole,
no way to
because
continue.
it always seems like no matter how much we contribute,
Then John
you're always
comes
still
to me.
having problems. You're always
A few
still in
days
debt,
later,
and
when
nothing's
we're doing our
getting
co-op
better.
session, he says, why don't you
agree
throw the
with
guys some money? I said, here's the email. They don't want money. They outright say right in the email, they can't continue because of personal reasons. So if I now contact them and say, let's talk money, they're going to be like, did you even read the fucking email? We said we can't do it because of personal reasons. Like, you know, now the truth of the matter is I did arrange a meeting with them anyway. I did. I arranged a meeting with them where we were going to sit down and still talk about whatever was going on, because I said, listen, I wish you guys the best, and I want you to know something. I appreciate all the work you put into the series. If we have this meeting, it's not going to be me pressuring you to come back. If you want to talk about that, that's something. But I would much rather say, hey, let's just have a conversation, and we, even if it's goodbye forever, have a nice life, at least we have the conversation. All right? Here's what happened. We had the meeting scheduled at the same Starbucks of the initial place we had met, and I got the shits. I ate leftover pizza, and I was crabbing my brains out that day. So I had to cancel. And then I never rescheduled because, all right, you want to know the truth? I knew they were already done with the show for good. I knew they weren't going to come back to it. And I have some reasons I can tell you this. But I can't tell you yet because I want them to say it first. Okay? So let me go ahead and press play, and I will get to this in a second.
So,
Because I talked to them afterwards about it.
all right, so Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It was hardest for them by far, and I can vouch for this from someone who's done video editing before. Not to the extent that they do, not even close. Even me doing a stupid edited review of like a video game, like a game review. Like the old Hateful Truth. Those could take days to edit. And then you think it's all good and render it, and you go to watch the finished product, and it's shit. You're like, I fucked it up. I gotta do it all over again. Can you imagine how long it took for them to do those edited shots with the effects and things? Howard's saying, oh, maybe it took him 50, 60 hours a week. I believe it. I 100% fucking believe that fully. Respect the Pack put the most work into the show. I put the second most work into the show. Not because I wrote it, because I didn't. We did it together, and a lot of that was John. But I was the one who had to promote the show, who had to upload the show, who had to push the show, who had to advertise the show, who had to work with Machinima to get the show shown on Machinima channels, which we're not even talking about in this video, but I got the show try to get syndicated on Machinima and stuff like that. I was doing all that legwork with the show. So even though I didn't do as much work producing the show, like actually writing or filming, I was doing all the legwork to get it out there. So I did the second most work on the show. Now these guys are like, oh, our roles were easy. I'm glad they feel that way. My role wasn't easy, and neither was Respect the Pack. Okay? They say, oh, it was a day of filming. No. For me, it was a day of filming, constant uploading, editing, re-editing the trailers, pushing them, mentioning it constantly in all of my content, doing Machinima to get it on their networks and all of that. It was a lot of work. It was. And keep in mind that every time that I took time out to work on Project 7, I wasn't making gameplay that was my most profitable product, which we're going to talk about in a moment, because they're going to start talking money and how much I made on it, and this is going to give everyone a big laugh. So let's continue.
7 hours in one day, and then you go home and you're done.
Before you continue, John, just to give you guys an idea of how long it takes to do things. One of the scenes that we did in that part 3 was a bullet scene where we're firing bullets. They told me it took them 4 to 5 hours to do that, just that scene, and that scene was what, 5 seconds? 5 seconds?
Yeah. Trust me, I know.
I believe that too.
I know about that. So it gets to a point where it's a lot of work for these guys. They feel like they're not getting anything back. And they're not getting credit. They're not getting,
Oh, no. Not anyone getting credit. They outright say in their email to me, oh, we know we're getting the credit and we know you're doing everything you can to promote our stuff. We're just not getting enough notoriety and enough money out of our own stuff.
That money. I really do. I need that
That's
money.
what they said. They was nothing about credit. They loved the amount of credit they were getting.
monetized things, nothing. Okay? Something happened. Andre had basically a big life-changing thing.
Gone. Forever.
He's having a kid. Okay? Andre's gonna have a kid. So they basically say, look, we can't do this anymore. We can't do the Project 7 anymore. It's just not it's not worth our time, man. We got other stuff we got to do. So I had a conversation, like Howard said, I had a conversation with Phil. I said, listen, you have to make it worth their while, man. Throw them money. And I'm not saying throw them like thousands of dollars. There was already been, at this point, there was already 4 episodes that had come out, right?
Yeah.
Because we did four episodes that had come out. So I said, listen, just divvy up the money. There's 5 people in this. There's only 5 people, the crew and the whole cast, okay?
Yeah.
The video's made a lot of money. If you look at the views, the amount of views, he gets paid on views. It's like $2 for every 1,000 views that he gets. So simply, figure out how much you made off all these videos. I know that Phil spent a lot of money on props and stuff, so subtract all the costs. That's fair, right? Subtract all your costs, then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways and throw them the cash.
Yep.
And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're going to continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try. And that's fair. His response: they don't want money. They don't want any money after this, based on what he says. They told him that.
Yeah, and then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them. And this is what I mean.
I can pull up the email right now, but like I said, I'm not going to do that. I could literally pull up the email they wrote to me and said, we are not continuing with the series. Yes, the money and the notoriety was a factor, but it's personal reasons that we cannot continue. He outright says, Andre's having a kid. I knew that because they told me. They probably shouldn't have. They told me that. And I was like, all right, if he's having a kid, how the fuck is he going to have 50, 60 hours a week to work on our show and hold down a job to raise his kid? I get it. All right? Now let me get this straight. You want me to seem like a pushy jerk and go to them after they outright said, we basically quit. Here's the email in writing. We're doing it on purpose. They didn't call me and have a conversation. They wrote it in an email on purpose. So it was in writing. We quit. Okay. Now you want me to go back to them and try to be pushy and be like, well, what if I give you some money? Will you keep doing it? Will you keep doing it? No, he's having a kid. I don't want to bother him anymore. At this point, when this was what I was told, I said, all right, forget it. I will look for someone else. And in fact, there were 2 candidates that I had to work on this. One of them was actually someone who I had gone to high school with at one point. And my dad was friendly with his family, and he was a professional video editor and filmmaker. And I was someone who I was talking with about this behind the scenes. And I was going to contact him and start making offers. And then what ended up happening was, this happened, they quit or whatever. And within a couple of months, I started getting all this toxicity and negativity about Project 7. Everyone guessing that, oh, the series ended because you fucked it up or this happened or that happened. I was like, now, wait a minute. Maybe it's not the best idea then. Maybe if we're going to do something new and fresh, we should do something new and fresh with someone new, a new group, rather than start worrying about, continuing Project 7 in general, okay? But then something else happened, okay? In early 2013, I started deciding that I wanted to move out of Connecticut. I said, I don't want to start in a giant creative endeavor, all right? That's going to be an overreaching thing that's going to take months and months to work on if it's my intention that within the next year to 2 years, I want to leave Connecticut because I don't like living here, okay? I determined, hey, I can do what I do anywhere in the country. Why am I going to live here? So the whole thing fell apart, and I just said, forget it. And I never did it ever again. All I did was I just worked on my own edited content from then on, my own gameplay content from then on. If there was something that I edited myself, that was it. I never had any kind of a collaboration like this ever again because of pretty much the way it went down, okay? Now, again, I have the email. I read it. Do you want me to be pushy to these guys and try to force them to be part of the project again by offering them money? That would seem pretty fucked up in my book. Like, I think that would be a terrible thing to do. They're telling me that we don't want to be involved anymore. They didn't tell me Andre's going to have a kid. They told me that Andre's having a kid. So how the fuck is he going to work on the show anymore? He's the one doing all the editing, right? So that was the end of it for me. Now, you want to talk money. This, in my opinion, is so fucked up. These guys don't know anything about the money made on videos on YouTube when it comes to what I was making on Machinima. They don't know anything about what I spent. I never wanted to talk about this. Now I have to. Because he's gonna bring it up right there. Mr. Smiley up there, Howard. He's gonna bring it up next in the video. He's gonna start talking about t-shirts. All right? Oh boy. Now I'm gonna start to get upset about these fucking t-shirts. I wish we could go back if I could build a time machine right now, okay? And I could make a DeLorean time machine. I would get in there with Doc Brown. We would go back in time to the moment when I was on Vista Print clicking make these shirts, and I would destroy my computer. I would take a sledgehammer and smash my computer into pieces in front of me and say, I'm from the future, bitch. Don't do it, you fucking idiot. These t-shirts will haunt you forever. And then I would jump into DeLorean and leave. I can't believe the trouble these fucking t-shirts have given me over the years. All right? Now, let's talk quickly about the money involved with Project 7. Okay? I financed all the props. Okay? Except for the ones that were brought in by Respect the Packs, a few prop guns they already had from other shoots. They were filmmakers. Okay? They had this stuff. I financed anything that had to do with the marketing of the show and or merchandise. Me. That was me spending that money. Okay?
I don't have money to do it. I don't.
I
have money
also
to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't
bunch
have
of
money
props
to do it.
that we
I don't
never
have money to
used.
do it. I don't have money to
All right?
do it.
Because we had plans to make all these episodes. We had talked it out. This was a done thing. We liked doing the show. After 1 or 2 episodes, we liked doing the show. Everything was good. Right? And, you know, so I started buying stuff for the show in advance. Okay? So, first of all, let's talk profits and money on the videos. Okay? It's impossible to go back in time right now and see in 2012 how many views these videos had. I particularly remember the first video probably had around 100,000 views. The second video did way better than that. I believe it topped 200,000. The third video we got fucked. YouTube had a bug, a glitch, that screwed everyone's video views up within about a 24 to 48 hour period. And episode 3, when I uploaded it, had more likes, more comments, and more engagement on the video than the first 2 episodes fucking combined. But it claimed it only had like 51,000 views when it was sky high the most viewed video ever, like of the series. It didn't make any sense at all. Okay? We got screwed over royally on that, and I got paid based on views, not ad revenue. So we got fucked in the butt on that episode. Okay? And then lastly, there was the 4th video, which was the final episode. If I remember correctly, that year when all was said and done, if you add all the views together for all the different videos, it was probably a couple million views, if that, maybe, if that, okay? Maybe less. I can't tell you. I'm guesstimating, all right? So if you do the math, subtracting taxes and all of that, I can guesstimate that the Project 7 videos on YouTube made anywhere between $1,000 to maybe upwards of, like, say, $2,000 of profit. If that, again, we're highballing it. Okay, well, let's highball it and say it was $2,000 that those videos made total. Okay, fair enough. Nothing to shake a stick at. $2,000 is a lot of money, right? Okay, now, what did I spend on Project 7? Well, you could argue that every day that I worked on Project 7, pushed Project 7, I didn't make other content that I could have been making, right? I could have been making videos that were going to make tons of money, okay? And I didn't. That I'm not even factoring in here. Forget that. Throw that away. Strike that from the record. That's not even a consideration here, okay? What did I actually spend money on, right? I bought props. In episode 3 of Project 7, you will actually see a large gun that's from Gears of War. That gun alone was around $300, okay? I bought a ton of other props, like all the wardrobe and things that you see in that episode. I bought. It's all me. Bringing it in. That was a couple $100, all in all. Episode 4, some of that, not all of it, I bought. Not all, some. Okay. I don't even know how much that was. Quite frankly, I have no concept in my head. I don't remember anymore. What did I spend money on outside of the episodes? What do I do? Phil spent $900 on t-shirts. Me. Okay? Clear that up because he's going to bring it up and I'm going to clear it up. This is a bullshit story that he's telling. All right? Completely wrong the way he tells it. And I'm pissed off at it because these shirts have haunted me for ages. Okay? I spent $900 on t-shirts. Project 7 t-shirts. The intention was we were going to travel to conventions and sell them in person as we premiered the episodes at conventions. And we were also going to sell them through John Rambo's website, which he was already selling other merchandise through to represent his podcast. Okay? So literally we weren't going to get any extra cost to sell these things. It was already going to happen naturally, but there was an investment. Back then, there was no Teespring. There weren't these websites that make t-shirts on the fly. You had to buy the t-shirts first, all right, in order to actually sell them. I spent $900 on those shirts myself, before anyone else was involved investing money. I bought them. It was after the fact that Howard here got involved. And we'll talk about that in a minute because he's going to bring it up. All right? So now just do the math in your head. $900 for t-shirts, $300 for the gun, a couple $100 for... Wait a minute. We're already like $1,500. All right? Oh, by the way, I also invested in a ton of other props you guys have never fucking seen because we were supposed to keep doing this series. I bought a big-ass assault rifle from Mass Effect, a Mass Effect replica assault rifle. It lights up. It makes fucking noise. It was going to be excellent for the sci-fi episode we were going to do. We were going to do a whole episode based on sci-fi characters, parodies of Star Wars, parodies of Mass Effect was at its height of popularity back then, okay? I don't even want to tell you how much that one was. That was the most expensive thing I bought. And that was exclusively supposed to be for this series. What am I going to do, play with a fucking gun? It's supposed to be for the show, okay? So, all these costs involved, all right? All of them. And you want me to be real about how much money Project 7 made, okay? Project 7 made anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000 in ad revenue profit from Machinima's payments to me, and Project 7 made me a grand total of about negative $1,000. I lost money on Project 7. It was a piss-away project for me. It was, I want to do something creatively different. I want to do it with my friends. I feel like this will be something fun to do, and we'll all have a great time doing it. Hey, if we end up making money in the long term on it, great. That really wasn't the intention to begin with. It was supposed to be a fun project I do with my friends, and then if we find a way to monetize it in the long term, great. Apparently, these guys came into it with way different expectations, okay? However, the key to this story is coming up in just a moment. Let me change the battery. The key to this story is coming up, and it reveals everything. And this is a telling factor in this video that if you don't have a frame of reference, you won't get it, but I'm about to reveal it. So let me go swap the battery quickly.
Fun.
You know, keep in mind, other things I didn't talk about is the conventions. We went to 2 separate conventions that I got us into to advertise Project 7. I paid for their hotel rooms and shit for that. You know, I mean, I can keep going on and on and on about this. The money factor of their video is so ludicrous and stupid because it's so fake. You want to talk about, Phil spoke out of turn and said fucked up things on the internet about us. Great. You want to say money was a factor? You're out of your fucking mind. It just never was. I was the one always spending and always doing everything. And these guys were looking to make like a fortune, I guess, on this shit or something. I don't know. But again, I'm telling you from my perspective, this was never an issue. It was never brought up. It was never addressed. It was never yelled. No one ever got in my face about any of this. Everything was fun. They kept showing up. They kept doing co-op with me. They kept doing all this stuff. Why would you do that if you're mad at someone because you think they owe you money, right? It doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, let's continue because we're getting to the meat of the matter right now. Let me swap back over. We're almost done with Project 7, thankfully. Let's continue.
There's no conversation.
Right.
So and then what everyone has to realize is this is like a whole bunch of things that has happened in the past that just irritates people because now what ends up happening is like, do you value money more than our friendship? Because if that's the case, then why am I even here?
About?
Right.
You know?
What is he talking about? What, do you value money more than our friendship? I wasn't making money on Project 7, and I also paid your way to go to conventions and shit. Like, what are you talking about? Again, he's like, oh, well, on top of all of that, there also should have been more money coming our way. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
When did I ever pick money over friendship? Ever. And by the way, it's funny because there's parts coming up here where they're going to say, oh, well, you know, I needed money, and then Phil gave me money. So here we go.
So let me ask you, did you get anything out of the Project 7?
First of all, we're going to talk about that. I didn't get shit out of Project 7.
So no one got paid. Now here's the thing. I got paid.
John got paid.
I got my percentage.
Yeah.
At that time period, there was a point where my car had broken down, and I needed to get. Actually, I got a used car. I bought another car at that time. So I go, Phil, listen, I'm not coming to your house because I have no car. If you want me to come, throw me my percentage from the Project 7, and I'll use that cash towards a new car. And so I got my money. But there's 3 other people, you guys, that got 0.
That got
John Rambo did not get paid for Project 7. This is a lie. However, it's my fault. Because I was trying to be a nice guy and a good friend. So during the whole time we're doing Project 7, John comes to me one week. Well, doesn't come to me one week. He calls me one week and he says, I got bad news. He goes, my car broke down. And I don't have any money to fix it. I need a new car, essentially. I don't know if it was he needed a new car or he just needed money to fix it. I don't even remember what it was. Okay? I don't. But essentially he came to me and said, listen, I need help right now. I need money. And I don't like asking for money, and I know we didn't talk about getting paid for Project 7, but could you give me the money that maybe if we were to break it down, what we made on views, and I'm hearing, all I'm hearing is,
money, stupid fuck.
He needs help.
This
I don't
man
even
is not
care.
the Messiah, has
He's
a
justification.
scammer.
My friend needs help. He knows I have money. He fucking knows I make big money, making videos on YouTube. And my friend needs help. He doesn't want to ask for help because he feels like that would be wrong to do. So he's justifying it by saying, all right, I need help, but can you pay it as like a percentage of the profits of Project 7? I didn't have the heart to tell John Rambo that Project 7 lost me money. What was I going to say? I can't pay you, John, because Project 7 lost me money. I made lost money on this project, so there's nothing to give you. Sorry, you have no car now. No, here's what I did. I said, okay, John, I'll do that for you. And I pretended to make calculations that didn't exist. I don't know. I don't remember these things. I just sent him money because I wanted to help my friend. It had nothing to do with the profits of Project 7 at all. That's how he spun it, but he didn't know that there were no profits. And I was lying to him, basically saying, here's your cut. There was no cut. All right? So, again, I did something where I felt I was helping my friend. I'm doing the right thing here, right? I don't want to tell him there's no money in this project and that it's basically a friend project. That's it. I'm going to help him out. Years later, this is his evidence to say that I was, why did I pay him and not others? Like, this is a bad thing that I did. I helped out my friend, and I get crucified for it years later. You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole Project 7 thing was nothing but fucking trouble for me. For what? I just wanted to have fun with my friends. I thought we were going to do a fun project together, and all I get is get, attacked for it. It's excruciatingly exhausting. Because this is, you guys got to understand something. Maybe for some of you, this is the first time you're hearing it. This is something that I went through for years. And we're going to get to the shirts now. Oh my God, we're going to talk about the t-shirts. Okay? The fucking t-shirts. Favma says, why not tell him the truth? Because John was the kind of person, he wouldn't have taken the money then. I would have said, I lost money on the project. I don't, and he would have said, well then, all right, I'm sorry I called you. He wouldn't have taken it. I wanted him to get a new car or fix his car, whatever it was. I don't want to fucking have the guy with no ride. That's fucked up. Not only is he doing work for me for co-op, he has a job, he has a life outside of that. He needs to go to it. His car probably broke down because of me. You understand that? He's driving his car from New York to Connecticut and back once a week to do co-op with me. Probably why his car's busted. Feel kind of responsible for that. I want to help my friend.
Does that sound like ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Let's get to the shirts. Let's get this out of
Zero.
the way.
Now, whatever. From my end, it's whatever. But this is what burns me. Okay. We in the middle of this whole Project 7 thing, you, myself, and Phil came up with the idea. Let's make T-shirts, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes, and actually it was in the initial meeting that we had at Starbucks. We brainstormed. We will make T-shirts together and eventually sell them, as well as we said we will sell DVDs long term.
what do
Well,
we
hold
do?
on, let me just hit the brakes for 1 second, because we're talking about money and we should have gotten money.
Yep.
Like you said, it's not about the money. It's like what's fair.
It's what's fair. Yeah.
Like you
What
have
does
a
that
job, I got a job. Those guys, no one's homeless here. No one's like destitute. We're like, oh man, Project 7, we need to make this to pay our bills. We need to make videos to pay our bills. It's nothing to do with that. Like, we don't necessarily need the money, okay? And again, it's not millions of dollars here. It's just, it's whatever is fair.
but
Fair. Because as friends, you'd expect to be treated with respect. And you did work. You tried hard on this.
But
This is your cut.
Here's the thing.
And since we're a team, as you said, and we all did it together, and it's not one person, it should be fair. It should be divvied up.
To add on to what you were saying,
So, what's fair? Okay, so what's fair? Did they really want me to divvy up negative $1,000 and give them bills each for $200? You know? And you can argue, all right, well, Phil, you invested all that money, but that's on you. Fair enough. If any of them came to me and said, hey, we'd like to get paid, we need the money, I would say, okay, and I would have paid them. And it would have been out of my pocket, out of the videos that I made, had nothing to do with Project 7, I still would have paid them. Okay? I did that with John. There's your evidence. I've done that with any of them. So what's fair? Well, it earned nothing, it lost money, but if you want to get paid for it, let me know, I'll pay anyway. No one ever did, besides John, that one time he wanted money for the car. No one else ever said a word to me about it. Respect the Pact wrote me an email saying we quit and it's not about the money, it's a personal issue. I don't get it. I'm really lost here. I'm definitely utterly lost. I just don't understand it. And maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Let's continue.
Okay? To add on to that. So, what happens, right? We go ahead. We don't get our cut, which is whatever at this point. But we start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact? Is there anything, do you not understand how this burns people when they put all their freaking hard work into this, and you're making all the money and the glory, and none of us ain't making shit?
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
I have no respect for my friends and my family. I don't care about anyone but myself. It's interesting. Very interesting that he would say that. Okay? Now, I've already revealed to you guys that Project 7 lost me money. So, these guys are coming to my house, right, to film Project 7. John's coming to my house every week to do co-op. And absolutely, my house is filling up with stupid statues and dumb shit. And today, I've already told you guys a million times, I was frivolously spending my YouTube money on junk that I didn't need. And long term, it was a waste of time and money. I never should have done it. I know that now. Back then, I thought, oh, it's a new prop for a video or something. I was justifying it in a really stupid way. Okay. The BMW part, I never owned the BMW. I leased it. We could talk about this till we're blue in the face. It doesn't matter. There's neither here nor there. The issue is they're showing up to my house and there's stuff in the house. I'm spending money, but I'm not paying them for their work. Okay? The stuff in my house is stuff that I bought with the other time that I'm making videos on YouTube. You know how I worked 7 days a week with no time off at all for like 3 fucking years? You know how later on these guys will kind of complain and say that everything that I ever did was about money? Well, because I was constantly making videos
Thanks for the money,
internet.
stupid fuck.
I had this workaholic
Isn't it
nature,
Shawn Michaels?
right? And yes, absolutely, that's a problem. Maybe I should have had time for personal stuff. Maybe I should have made more time for my friends. Maybe I should have had a separation to have a personal life along with a public life. I did not do that, okay? For 3 years, 3 fucking years that I was monetizing those videos hardcore, I didn't even have a day off. Not even a day off a week. It was just videos, okay? It's like Howard somehow forgets that I have a channel that brings in, millions of views a month. He forgets that there's insane amounts of other content on it. All I was doing was Project 7, according to this guy, Like, essentially what he's saying is, we need money. But we won't say it. We never asked for it. You should have just given us money, because you were making money. I wasn't making money on Project 7. I was making money on literally everything else that I was putting on the internet. I was losing money on Project 7, but he wants money. So Howard, ask me for money. Say, I would like to be paid for Project 7. I would say, well, we never talked about it. It never was supposed to be a concern or an issue, but if that's how you feel, fine. John did. He got paid. Respect the Pact told me we didn't want the money. We're quitting because we have personal reasons. If they had said, hey, Phil, we want money, they would have got paid. right? It's just ridiculous. You want money? I'll give you money from what I'm earning outside of Project 7. I'm okay with that. You guys put a lot of work into the series. Great. I understand that. But you're asking for money that doesn't exist. You weren't entitled to because we didn't have an agreement in place about that. So why would I just start giving you money? It didn't make any sense. The money was coming on the back end. If we continued with the series, there would have been DVD sales. There would have been T-shirt sales, which we're going to talk about in a minute. Don't worry. And then he's coming in to my house looking at statues in car, and he's pissed at me. You're pissed at me for what? Did you not see my channel? My channels? At that point, I had multiple YouTube channels. Millions upon millions of views. Not Project 7 views. All my other content was making those views. It's ludicrous what he's saying here. It's absolutely ludicrous what he's saying here. Okay? And then you have no respect for your friends or your family. Why? Because I bought statues with my money that I earned with my videos? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, by the way, we're going to another convention next week that I arranged for, and I'm paying for the hotel room and the gas for, so, you'll come into that, right? Like, what the fuck? Anyway, it's pretty obvious. I don't think that I even have to say the word. People in the stream chat have already said it about 1 million times what actually happened in the situation, okay? Now, please, for the love of God, let's get to the fucking T-shirts.
That's and maybe that's not even true. Maybe it's not true, but that's how it comes off.
See?
Yeah.
And that's what
You
you're
see
expressing
that?
to other people.
Howard goes to the extreme. Phil has no respect for his friends or his family. And then John says, that's probably not true, but that's how it comes off. Wait, what? Who's poisoning the well? Which is the theme we've been talking about. There's a circle of friends. Someone's poisoning the well. Gee, I wonder.
People, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're not.
How do you think people feel?
You're not thinking about You're not thinking about others and how it
Yeah.
affects them.
It's the thing is nobody's jealous. Nobody's nothing. It's when people make money. One person makes money off the back of everybody else.
And on top of it, you're putting videos out there. We're going, I did that.
Yeah.
I came up with that, and it's like, no, you didn't.
See, now they mix the two things. Well, is it about money or is it about who did the credit? Now they're mixing the issues. And that's where, again, they do this, change the timeline, mix the issues.
no.
Now you're confused. Oh, well, if this one thing happened, then the money thing is true. You have two different issues with me, then have the two different issues. Don't say, they're the same issue. They're not. He's mixing the two to try to make me look even worse. I wasn't making money on a project. They want money from it. I'll give it to you anyway. Just tell me you want it. No, we won't do that, though. It's a history of passive aggressiveness. It's over the years, these guys had issues that they had with me. They didn't tell me. Or if they did tell me, we hashed it out and immediately we were supposed to be okay. They said they were fine. Next thing I know, they still hate me behind the scenes. But how do I know that? They never said anything, And again, I'm not trying to say I'm innocent. I'm not. I made a lot of fucking mistakes. This money issue is bullshit. This never was an issue. It easily could have been resolved. This is something that they created. They created the issue behind the scenes, and then they just propagated this negativity with all of their circle of friends, whatever that means. They just kept circling around and hatred and bad feelings and never told me. I can't do things that I can't fix an issue I doesn't know exists. I'm not psychic. They wanted me to be psychic. They wanted me to be like, Phil is filthy rich and he's just going to start throwing money left and right all over the place because we worked on a project with him. Like, no, that's not how. All right, let's continue.
These guys worked hard to put that together.
Worked hard to put that together.
You didn't
Yeah.
actually come up with
Miserable.
that. All right, so let's get back to the
This is
shirts
miserable.
thing.
Finally.
This is
The shirts.
I want to get this out of the
So,
way before I split the
We
part.
get together
Oh,
and we decide let's make T-shirts. So we all put money together, and I'm gonna throw out the figure. It was about $900.
I just said that.
Okay,
So
I had no idea.
$300 per person. We put
Wrong. $900. Here's what happened. We met at the cafe. We had the ideas, right? We did the initial filming. We met at the cafe again, had more ideas for episode 2. During the initial work on episode 1, all of a sudden, Respect the Pack sends me these logos. I didn't ask for them. They just sent them to me. I said, what are these? They said, these are the T-shirt logos that Howard wants. What? Oh, these are the T-shirt logos that Howard's talking to them about making because we're going to sell T-shirts. Huh? We didn't even discuss this. We didn't have any ideas for logos. Nothing. He was behind the scenes talking to Respect the Pact about making these shirts. And then he basically told them to make them. So they send these to me. Right? Here's some T-shirt designs that you guys can sell. I didn't even know they were doing this. I had no clue they were making these logos. Not pictured here. There's 4 or 5 of them. Another one is me holding the Xbox 360 controller upside down like this, looking like a buffoon. You know, there's a few different designs. I purposely said, no, if we're going to do shirts, let's go with the designs that have all of us or our character that we created together, Deathface. Actually, it's not true. I created Deathface for the original Project 7, but then we redesigned him for Project 7, the reboot, and that was a work of all of us. But I said, if we're going to sell merch, it's going to be merch that's all of us together. It's not going to be just me on the shirt. I want it to kind of be all of us collectively because it's all of our work together, right? So, I get these logos from Respect the Pact. I was tasked with figuring out where to make shirts. Not them. I was. My job to do this. So I'm looking all over the internet and actually Respect the Pact that said, you know, I heard there's a sale at this place called Vistaprint. Now, incidentally, I'd bought business cards from Vistaprint before. I liked the quality of their work. So I went ahead and I went to Vistaprint. I created the shirts myself with the logos that were made by Respect the Pact. And I bought the shirts. Okay? I did. $900 out of my pocket went to the shirts. Okay? The shirts show up. They look all right. They're not great. As you can see, they're not full color shirts. Back then, they didn't do full color shirts. Again, this was before Teespring. And so these shirts are at my place, and we determine what we're going to do is John's going to try to sell these on his website where he's already selling T-shirts for his show. John Rambo Presents the Show. It's his podcast. But we're also going to take these T-shirts along with us to conventions. Okay? So at the time, there's a discussion. All right, well, Phil already bought the shirt, so who wants in? I already bought them. Who wants in on this investment that I've already fronted all the money for? Howard says, I want in. I'll pay $300. John says, I can't do that. I can't afford it. So John was never involved with the shirts, the money making of the shirts or anything like that. It was only Howard who had invested this $300. Okay? So essentially, it was a 600, 300 cut. I was going to get 2/3 of the profit. Howard was going to get 1/3. Of course, keep in mind, I'm still paying for all kinds of trips and things. So it's a wash. I don't really care about the profits from the shirts. I just wanted something to sell so we could have something tangible.
Thanks for the money, stupid
They like the
fuck.
series, right?
This
Okay,
makes
let's
me want to
continue.
Minecraft.
The money together. Then we start figuring out, we go to these conventions, we do this, and that. The T-shirts aren't selling. So whatever. I'm going to cut my losses. I don't give a shit. Right?
You heard what he just said. The T-shirts aren't selling. All right, whatever. I'm going to cut my losses. I don't give a shit. So that's the end of the story, right? There's no more T-shirts involved. That's it. That's the end.
Comes up to us, we're talking about it. He's saying we're not making any money. We sold only a few T-shirts because when you thought about it, once you sold the T-shirts, you were going to make a decent amount of profit. So we're not making any money. So we're just going to have to cut our losses. Whatever. At that point, I accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Now he leaves here. He leaves Connecticut and he moves to Seattle. He gets to Seattle. He starts doing this Project 7 reboot thing that he's doing, making videos, doing all this stuff. Then I start finding out that he's reselling T-shirts.
This is, by the way, this is all wrong. Not even correct order of anything. Not even close to what really happened. What we have on the screen right here, which you probably cannot read, is what was actually on my Patreon at the time. Pledge $100 or more per month. Patreons or patrons who donate $100 or more a month will receive one of the remaining Project 7 T-shirts from their limited run in 2012. Supplies and pictures are very limited, so the first come, first serve. Okay, and I said free shipping worldwide. And then a personalized video. I will autograph the shirt. Yada 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 yada. Okay, a bunch of stuff was included. It was a patron perk that you could get a T-shirt along with it. Originally, it was $100. Later on, it was lowered to dramatically less, to $20, I believe. It was either 20 or 30, in which case I was losing money. I'm not kidding. Again, here we go again. Me losing money. Had these shirts up as a Patreon perk, and the cost to ship them worldwide, which was supposed to be included with the cost of the perk, was more than the cost of the shirt. So you have people pledging $20, $30, and it was costing me $40, $50 to ship it worldwide. So I stopped doing that too. I actually just stopped doing it entirely. I said, I'm not going to do this anymore with the shirts. I'm taking it off because it's actually a loss. Okay, so these are like the haunted shirts. You can't make money on them. You got friends who are pissed about them. Right? Now, I'll tell you the full story because this isn't true yet. Let's keep going because they're going to continue, and I'm going to tell you the true story because this is all bullshit. What he's saying right now is completely false. Let's continue.
Or he's giving them out.
It was
as,
for his Patreon.
for Patreon.
As far as I understand, I could be wrong here, so if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah.
Anyone out there, but for his Patreon, it's you give a certain amount of money. I think maybe it's $40 or $50. Then you will get one of the shirts.
Yep.
But the problem is he doesn't actually own the shirts.
False.
Completely.
Yeah, he doesn't own the shirts completely, so he's giving them out. Now,
False. And this is why they're telling the whole story out of order. I do own the shirts because Howard did get paid for them. You'll find out how in a moment because he's going to talk about it. But they're purposely telling this story out of order to make me look bad. And then they try to fix it after the fact, but it doesn't make sense because the story's already told. The damage is already done. When you watch this video, wow, Phil stole those shirts and sold them later on for profit. But he didn't own them all. Actually, I did. And you'll find out how in a moment.
I don't know if he finished giving them out, or if he managed to sell all of them, or if he sold them, or whatever the case may be. But when I start hearing about stuff like that, or I see videos of him posting that stuff, naturally, what do you think is going to happen? I'm going to get irritated beyond belief. Now, I don't want to go. I'm not going to go into it because now if I go into what I'm going to go into, it's going to derail everything.
All right, hold on.
So go ahead.
Let's see what the shirts. So okay, listen. So he's taking shirts that your face is on the shirt.
Yeah.
He has to physically look at your face as he packages the shirt.
I did not design the logo. Howard talked to Respect the Pact to have those logos designed.
And then mail it as he goes to mail it. And never for a second thinks, wait a minute, this person paid for a percentage of the shirt.
Yep.
And on top of that, the logos, the actual shirts are made by Andre. He's not getting anything.
The shirts were not made by Andre. They were made by me, financed by me. The logos were made by Andre. That is correct.
Nope.
At one point, the shirts were in OJ's house.
And OJ was the one that was packing it and sending it to the people.
There was a point where that maybe we only sold one or two. So I don't want to go nuts with that. But yeah, at one point OJ was actually he had them physically. He had them in his basement for months, and I think at one point Phil just said throw them out, and we didn't do it. I was like, no, I don't throw them out. Maybe you could give them away. I was like, give them away like as a prize or something someday, So when he moved, he asked for them back, and I was like,
that is 1,000,000% false. And in fact, that might actually be the one lie that John tells in this whole video. Because pretty much everything John says is pretty factual, or at least half-truths. In this case, that's a lie.
All right,
and we'll talk about that.
So I got them from John, picked them up, brought them to his house. I didn't really think about it. And then, yeah, here you go. So now he's actually using them as an incentive to give him money or whatever the hell it is, And I'm sure his response will be something like, I don't remember that you paid, or I don't know. Are you never? Maybe he'll say you never brought it up to me but you shouldn't have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to now.
You really shouldn't have to call him and go, Phil, give me the money from my percentage of the shirt.
Yeah. Now, the way that I look at it for now with this, it's a wash. And this is why it's a wash. Actually, it's not really a wash when I look at it like this because of what he had told me. And this goes back to what we were talking about before about him detracting statements, right? So let's rewind before Project 7.
Okay, so now they just told a story of how I essentially stole a bunch of shirts that I didn't own, moved across the country, and started selling them to make profit. That's what they just said. I mean, in other words, in a summary, right? I'm not making that up. That's what they're accusing me of. Howard is now going to explain in this same video how he doesn't own the shirts and has no stake to them. I don't understand how people didn't understand this, but maybe it's because he told it out of sequence. He's literally going to explain to you why he has no stake in the shirts anymore. Only he tells it in a very exaggerated way like he tends to do everything. So maybe that's why you guys didn't understand. So I'm going to let him finish, and then I'm going to actually tell you the entirety of the story of what really happened with these shirts.
So what do? We start playing ST, right? Start buying the cabs. So you and I, and just to throw this information out there, the way this thing started was John and I decided to buy a cab, right? The cab shows up. In the middle of this, right? He comes, Phil shows up and he's like, Yeah, I got a. Oh no, we're at his house and we're looking at some of his stuff, and I found a Super Turbo board. He has a blue one. So we're like, oh, I didn't know you had a Super Turbo board and this and that. And he goes, I don't even know if this thing works anymore. So we plug it in. We go to the house. We bring it over to the house. We plug it in. It's dead. Right. So so CPS2 has a battery. The battery dies. The board dies. So he goes to me. He's like, man, I can't really do anything with it. You can keep it. If you can fix it, just keep it. Right. So what do? I got a friend of mine that lives in Manchester. Right. He goes, I call him up. I met him online, Bill. And Bill goes, yeah, just come by. I'll revive the board. Right. So I throw him I think it was like 30 or 40 bucks. Right. He goes, revives the boards for me, rewrites the EPROMs, gets rid of the battery. Board works fine. Right. So one day he comes up and we start playing ST. I said, oh, I managed to get that board up and running. All right, so when are you going to give it back to me? You just told me you're going to give me the fucking board. What do you mean give it back to you? What, are you out of your mind? I just paid $40 to revive this, and you think I'm going to give it back to you? Okay. So, and then this is when this...
Not going to say anything.
And then right after what happens, the T-shirt thing happens.
Yeah.
So you know what I say? Fuck it, I ain't giving you shit back. So I'm keeping a board. Right? For the T-shirt, for the $300 that you owe me in fucking T-shirts.
Huh.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. Okay, time for the real story in the real order that it happened. Okay? So, years ago, we were all playing Super Turbo together, and one day, John and Howard over at my house, I don't remember for what, probably a co-op or something. Howard's looking all over my house, don't ask me why, and he finds a Super Turbo board under my bed. It was in a plastic box. A cardboard box. What's a Super Turbo board? He doesn't explain. A Super Turbo board is a game cartridge. Think of when you have a Super Nintendo, you put in a game cartridge. A Genesis, you put in a game cartridge. Okay? But it's for an arcade game. A arcade game cartridge is giant. It's huge. It's like this tall, this wide, and it plugs into a board with fucking transistors and shit all sticking out. That's how you would swap games in an arcade. You'd pop this board off, put a different board on, and now you have a different game playing on that cabinet. Okay? Why the hell did I have a Super Turbo board under my bed? Because I was a tournament organizer on the East Coast of the United States in the late 2000s, and I ran a few tournaments where we needed Super Turbo boards for them, and I bought those boards off of eBay and used them in a tournament. Okay? So one day, John and Howard are over my house. Howard's snooping around, finds this board under my bed. Says, what the hell is this doing here? Are you going to ever use it? I said, nope, probably not. He says, does it work? I said, I don't know. Can I have it? Sure, why not? Take it. I don't care. What do I give a fuck about, right? Take it. It's useless. It's under my bed. I'm not going to run any more Street Fighter tournaments. Go ahead, take it. Okay? I don't know anything about him restoring the board or anything till later. We start going over his house. Apparently the board's restored. He says we can use it. I think we might have played on it a few times on his cabinet. I'm not sure. I don't care.
What do I do?
Have the board. I don't care. You're my friend. I'm never going to use it. It's under my bed. Collecting fucking dust bunnies. Take it. Okay? Phil wants it back. No. I don't want to. What do I want the board back for? I don't have a cabinet. What the fuck do I want a Super Turbo board back for? Okay? I'm never going to use it. It's sitting under my bed collecting dust bunnies. You recharge the battery. You're using it in your house on a cabinet. Why would I ask for the board back? I don't remember asking for the board back. If I did, I would think it would have been in a joking manner. But apparently, Howard hates my guts so much that he doesn't understand that. Okay? But I didn't want a Super Turbo board back from this guy. He essentially just had it for free. Okay? Years later, the Project 7 thing happens. I spent $900 on shirts. He, later on, throws in his $300, says he wants in on the investment. All right? John and OJ have the shirts. They're at OJ's house. John's trying to sell them on his website. No one's buying them. They sold like 1 or 2 shirts. So when we went to conventions, they would bring the shirts along to the convention. We would sell them at the conventions. We sold a few shirts. What did they never mention? Oh, I paid Howard for the money of the t-shirts at the conventions. Absolutely, I did. We split the money. Split it. Everyone got a cut. Okay? Everyone made their money on the shirts for what we sold at conventions. Never explained, never elaborated on in this video, right? Never happened. Sure. So, after all our convention runs are done because Project 7's done, now we got a fucking thing full of shirts that are worthless. They're sitting in OJ's basement. John says to me, what should we do with these shirts? I said, throw them out. I outright told him this. I said, John, throw them out. We don't want to deal with these ever again. Trust me on this. Throw the shirts out. They're worthless.
I love Hulk Hogan's dick.
Okay. One day before I'm moving out of Connecticut, John comes over to help me pack up for the move. And what does he bring with him? the fucking shirts. He plops them down on my floor and says, oh, here's your shirts back. I said, what the fuck is this? He goes, it's your shirts. I said, I don't want these. I told you to throw these out like last year, 2 years ago. What are they? Oh, they were just sitting in OJ's basement for years. Oh, why? Okay. So what am I supposed to do with these now? Right? Now, I don't want them, but they're in with all my moving shit, right? Because he brought them over during my move. So guess what happens? I accidentally moved them with my shit. I didn't actually mean to, but you're marking like 100 boxes to move and shit. You're putting stickers on everything. I'm not thinking. Come to find out, I'm not kidding. That box of shirts that I already paid $900 for and I'm never getting my money back for cost me about another $75 to move across the country. Yes, no exaggeration. The company ripped me off that was moving my shit across the country and charged me an exorbitant amount of money for boxes. And so I ended up paying more money to move them to Washington. Okay? So now I'm sitting here in Washington. Now, in the meantime, in the interim of that, Howard says to me one day, because I'm moving, right? I'm moving across the country. He goes, I still got your Super Turbo board. And just so you know, you never paid me for the $300 for the shirts that never sold, but it was a wash. It's okay. But in exchange for that, I'm going to keep your Super Turbo board because we use it. We got it on my cabinet. We use it. So I'm just going to keep that. And I said, that sounds like a great idea. Now we don't have to worry about, money owed and shit between friends when I move. You keep the board. I keep the shirts. It's a wash, right? There you go. That was what happened. It wasn't, he's secretly keeping the board to spite me. He asked me if he could keep it. I said, yes, you can have it. I already gave it to you years ago. You've been using it all along. Why would I want the board back? Like, why would Phil want a fucking Super Turbo board back? I don't have a cabinet. It's a worthless piece for me. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even make sense to say that I would want it back. And, I really got him. I really poked at him by keeping his board because he owed me money. No, Howard. That never happened. He has this, like, weird notion in his mind that he's, like, a badass, and he's, like, sticking it to everyone around him who's wronged him and all this. Stuff never happened, man. Never. He's in person. Howard is the nicest person you will ever meet. But it seems to me like behind your back, he's probably one of the meanest dudes. Like, I can't believe the shit he's saying in this video. That's blatantly lies. Okay? Blatantly lies. So let's recap one more time. I paid $900 for the shirts. He wanted in on them and paid $300 later after I had already financed the shirts. Okay? Then he got paid for all the shirts that had ever sold. So he got his cut of the shirts that sold at conventions and things. He got paid for those. I wanted the shirts thrown out. They were brought to my house against my will. Okay? I paid $75 more to have the shirts moved across the country, so there's even more money invested in these shirts now. If I don't own them yet, how much more do I have to spend on them? Right? Then on top of that, he tells me I'm keeping your Super Turbo board to pay for the shirts. Okay, keep it. So we're even Steven. Where the fuck does this story come from? Right? I'll tell you where the story comes from. The trolls. Because as guilty as I always was of buying into the troll shit, they were just as guilty. When I started putting up those shirts on my Patreon, which I owned once, twice over, paid the shit out of them at this point. Okay? Trolls start, but you don't own those. Those shirts don't just have your face on them. There's John Howard on it. Don't you feel bad selling those shirts on Patreon? Which I wasn't selling them. They were patron perks. Okay? They weren't actual outright sale. I wasn't selling a t-shirt on the internet. Okay? But there you go. Like, don't you think that, that's messed up? No, it's not messed up. It's not. I own the shirts way over the cost of what they should have been to begin with. Okay? And it's ludicrous. This guy was paid. He's keeping my Super Turbo board. I challenge you now to go look on the internet and find a Super Turbo board. They're not even available anymore. They're collector's items. They go for a ridiculous amount of money. Way more than $300. And he has this board in his possession today. Okay? I don't want to hear this bullshit. It's bullshit. It's petty. It's a ridiculous thing. You want to say Phil fucked up Project 7 because he was talking shit publicly about he wrote it all. Fact. That's a fact. Maybe not in so many of those words, but that's a fact. Phil did not directly pay us for Project 7. That's a fact, except for Rambo, who got paid even though there was no money. I paid him to basically get a car. It's a fact. Phil sold shirts he didn't fully own. That is a bull-faced fucking lie. That is 100% fake. He made it up because he wanted to razz me. He wanted to get me. They were upset with the fact that over the years they didn't like me anymore. They had this built-up resentment. I had a shirt with their faces on it. I owned them fully. But he wanted to say, oh, Phil is such a jerk. He owed me money. I didn't owe him shit. Still don't owe you shit. Okay? You're out of your mind. This guy, again, why is he in this fucking video? This video was supposed to be the friendship of me and John Rambo. And he has fully interjected himself into this situation as a third party that was barely involved in the issues between me and John Rambo, yet he's the one narrating. He's the one telling the story. Like, what is going on here? You have no idea when I first watched this video how fucked up it was. I was like, what is this shit? I can't even believe this is on the internet like this. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's the end of Project 7. They're going to move on to other stuff. So, let's split the part. Oh, boy. Okay. Guys, I need to quickly run downstairs and pop a Tylenol. Like, my blood pressure has gone up, and I got a headache. I need to go get a Tylenol and grab something else to drink very quick. I'm not going to go away for more than, like, 2 minutes. I'm just going to go pop some Tylenol and get another fresh drink, a cold drink, and then we're going to continue, okay? I'll be right back. Give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. That's it.
Business related, I still have it.
Take that as you will. And try to get my fucking blood pressure down.
The
I just took an
Ziggy Piggy's
Aleve
back.
because I'm getting a headache. The good news is the next part that's coming up is going to upset the shit out of me, but actually I need to let it play for an extended period of time for them to get through it. And there's actually a segment that's me talking that I need to let play too. All right. You guys ready? Here we go. Oh, man. All right. All right, everyone. I'm back. My blood pressure's high. I'm a little upset about that last part. No kidding, right? Let's continue. If you have not watched the first 3 parts, I strongly recommend you do. That entire last part was about Project 7. Now we're past that. We can continue on. Let's continue on.
that's the thing. Like, you shouldn't have to go to your friend consistently and bring up, like, why did you say this? Please give me the money you owe me. This isn't fair. You know,
Yeah.
it puts you in a terrible position to have to keep doing that, and it's tough.
But then it gets to a point where you just get irritated because the guy don't give a shit about you or anyone else. That's what's irritating the most, man.
So, again, since I'm addressing things that have been said publicly and giving you my side, some other things that happened over the years, man. I'll get into this quickly. Some things started going down, man. More of him, again, like I said earlier, exaggerating things, putting words in my mouth, whatnot. So there's a situation that goes down where it involves, of all things, Howard, Mario Party.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just going to let this entire story play. 100% of this story is true. I am 100% guilty. So I can sit back and relax and shake my head at what a fucking asshole I was. Ready?
Involving Mario Party. So people were going out there and saying, you know, because we were doing a lot of co-ops, they're like, we want to see you play Mario Party with John. We want John and Phil to play Mario Party. Please play it. Phil decides he wants to play it with his girlfriend, which is perfectly fine. I really don't care. It's perfectly cool. And just to put it out there, I have no problem with his girlfriend. I've met her a couple times. She was very nice to me. I got nothing bad to say. She's cool people to me. Okay.
That's my ex. I need that money. I really
Been out of
do.
the
I
picture
need
for
that
many,
money.
many
My
years.
bills. That's all we got to say about it. Let's continue.
Hey, whatever. So he wants to play with his girlfriend. He makes a video where he says that John doesn't want to play Mario Party. John likes gritty, mature type games. He doesn't want to play that. I'm going to play it with my girlfriend. It's flat out lie. I was up for playing whatever he wanted to play, especially if people wanted us to play it. And, you know, to prove my statements correct, and to support them, look at the stuff that we did play. So much crazy stuff, all the Kinect games, Kung Fu Riders, or whatever else, man. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever the people wanted us to do, I would certainly do it.
Oh yeah, I could do a testament to that because you and I played some really shitty games, man.
And it's hard to dispute that. So I draw the line at Mario Party, but
Yeah, why
everything
would
else
you-
is fine.
Yeah,
So what happens is he says, "Oh, John doesn't want to play that," you know, and this is something that people are asking for. So what happens? The common theme: people get pissed at me, and I start getting while I'm going about my business during the day. I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big nose piece of shit. Maybe not exactly that, but along those lines, man.
Fucked up.
Oh, man.
That's what he was getting.
And
That's
again,
fucked
I
up.
bring this up to his attention because he wants to talk about how, you know, you're supposed to say things that you feel if you're a man and whatnot. So as I've already given you several examples, here's another one. And I
Alive
call him
and well
up.
in Israel.
He apologizes, just like the several times before that. And it starts to click, you know. If someone just keeps saying sorry when they do something, they're not really apologizing, right? If apologizing isn't just words, it's I will not do this thing again.
So, again, the timeline is skewed. Okay? Because the way this video was presented was Phil made a video about us on Thanksgiving, right? Phil unfollowed us on Thanksgiving the year before. Phil did something wrong with Project 7. He spoke out of turn, saying that I didn't write the series, and he apologized profusely.
Wow,
for
what a
that.
moron. Maybe you shouldn't have just stood still.
Yeah.
Paid attention,
Phil-
dumbass.
Said that Respect the Pack didn't want money. Okay? Right? Well, I mean, I'm going in the order now that was just discussed in the video. Okay? So now he says the next situation where there was a real issue between me and Phil was that he lied about Mario Party. Okay? He's right. 100% correct. I lied. I made it up. All right? I mean, do you want the justification? There is none. My ex wanted to play Mario Party with me. And everyone wanted me to play it with Rambo, but my ex wanted to play it, so we played it. And I lied. That's it. Stupid. Bad. Dumb. You know. And he took the heat for it. He did. He got harassment online. he was the reason why we weren't playing Mario Party together, which is bullshit. Okay? So, this is the second time in our history together that John confronts me about something. You know, he says, why are you saying these things? To which I apologized to him. I said, no, you know, you're right. This is me being stupid, being, again, insecure on the internet, having a face to the public. And this is the second time. First time, I basically said you weren't as big a part of Project 7 as you were. I shouldn't have ever made that video. This time, I'm lying about, you know, Mario Party. Okay? So I was friends with John since the mid-2000s. Up until at this point, that's like 2013, maybe 2014, but I think this was 2013. And the entire time we're friends, there's 2 times that John is mad at me for something. Each time, he addresses it. I apologize. I admit I did wrong. And we apparently got over it, right? Like, again, did John say, man, that's the last straw. You're a dick. I'm not going to come over and do co-op with you anymore. We're not going to do Smart Guys. We're going to not be friends ever again. No, that didn't happen. Life continued. We buried the hatchet, right? We did. So he's bringing these up in the video, but we were fine. So how is this anything to do with the fact that you ghosted me for a year and a half and then kept changing your tune when it came to making content with me, but then wouldn't tell anyone on the internet but me, making me the guy who has to tell everyone everything you're saying because you won't tell anyone. You're silent on the matter publicly, right? I don't get it. The whole point here is, you know, he's making mistakes and apologizing. If he keeps apologizing, it doesn't make any it's not truthful. He's just saying it. Okay, but then fine. Then why didn't the relationship end there? What are you talking about? If you didn't trust me then, why did the relationship continue on? And why do we have a friendship for another 2+ years? It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? These were things that were done and handled, but apparently not. On my end, they were because he told me they were. I can only know as much as he tells me. Again, I'm not psychic. There's another theme in this. I'm not psychic. It's like I was supposed to be psychic and know this and that about this and that when no one said a word to me, right? I'm not a psychic. I didn't know that he was still pissed about that. We talked about it. Apparently, it's done. But now, I can't trust him. Oh, but I was still his friend and still did co-op. I still took a paycheck. We still went on trips. Like, huh? I don't get it. That, again, very confusing to me. All right? Let's continue.
Because I feel bad about it. If you keep doing the thing, it's not actually an apology. What do you think about that?
No, I agree with you 100%. And it seems as if it's like a common
I keep doing
theme.
It was twice so far. Twice.
He wants to do something.
Over a decade-long friendship.
And somebody keeps, like I was telling you, man, he falls right victim to it all the time. Somebody keeps prodding him through social media or whatever for X, Y, and Z, and he falls right into the trap.
Yeah.
And it happens every single time. He could have just been up front and said, well, I want to play Mario Party with my girlfriend, and that's it.
Today's been incredibly
slow.
He
wants to look, I have to make myself look good.
Yeah,
I'll blame it on John.
I'll blame it on John.
That big-nosed piece of shit.
I don't know about that.
He did not say that. I'm not saying that. I'm just joking there, but yeah, that's exactly what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, here's my scapegoat that I could get out of the situation. Because if I play with her, people are gonna thumb down the video or something, or be mad that John's not there. So he didn't want to play.
Yeah.
Let's get into some stuff here. Basically, from when he moved. In the Thanksgiving video that he put out, his timeline is completely fucked. He talks about how we had plans in the fall. He was going to move. He moved in June. And John and I had plans in the fall. We were going to start doing stuff. Now, on this same channel that he's saying these things on, there's videos from that time period where he's talking about doing stuff in that summer. So his timeline is screwed, man.
Yeah, but the timeline he's talking about is the newly established timeline. Like, again, okay, I guess I got to go through this quickly. When I moved out here, the whole intention was that within a few weeks, maybe a month, we were going to start doing content together again over the internet. A digital version of our commentary show, Smart Guys, over Skype. And maybe co-op gameplay over the internet like we had done before. He's the one who said, no, I can't do it. Okay? So he's talking about a video from Thanksgiving of 2015.
Supposed to be following
That's
the
the
game,
abridged,
following the
or
fun
the,
gameplay,
excuse me, the
chilling
amended
and relaxing
timeline.
with me.
The amended timeline was he told me we could do stuff in the fall. So that's why I said in the video from 2015, well, the idea was we were going to go out there and play in 2015, right? I'm just giving the amended timeline based on what he told me. So why is this an issue? He's like, oh, here's evidence that Phil's lying in the video. That's not a lie. That's what you changed the timeline to. This is a year and a half later. Of course, I'm going to tell people what the current timeline was, not the original one that got changed. What are you talking about, John?
It's not true. There was no plan to wait till the fall or anything like that. Basically, what he said was after he moves in a couple weeks, we'll start doing things. So
And
he
he didn't
moves in
want to.
June,
He
things are
couldn't.
fine. I actually go there and help him move some stuff out. And okay, let's get into this. So no, I'm not upset that he moved. Okay, and I'm angry or jealous or something, or I got left behind or something like that. If someone's moving, by the way, I've said this to him. I've said this publicly on the show. Right before he moved, he was on the show with me. If someone is moving or making a change in their life because they feel it will improve their life, I support that 100%. Just like I've always supported him 100%. You know, or anyone, man. Howie, if you told me you're moving to Iceland tomorrow because it's going to give you a better life, I'm going to be over there helping you pack, dude.
Cool.
You know, how could you feel otherwise? And that's my take on that, man. Have you had friends that moved away? Do you hate them for doing that?
No, still talk to them and everything else. And, and going back, I wanted to touch a little bit on that whole moving thing, I was a little upset. I was very upset at the fact that he sent me a text message like last minute asking me to do like a co-op.
Okay. He's going to get into this story, which I forgot. I didn't even realize this was next. I thought it was a different thing coming up. The only reason John talked about that in that segment is because I brought it up in that Thanksgiving video that we watched at the very beginning of this. And in that video, I said, I don't know. Maybe he's resentful that I moved. I don't know. I literally say it's all me guessing because John hasn't said a word to me about why he won't talk to me anymore. Okay. So he's only directly addressing what I suggested and saying it's not true. However, I will direct your attention. I don't have it in this video, and I should have. I will direct your attention to the final podcast that I ever appeared on when I lived in Connecticut. Right? It was a goodbye show. Like I did a segment, Goodbye Phil or whatever. I don't know when the show was. But in that segment, basically we have a really good heartfelt segment that wishes me the best. It's him and OJ and me all talking. OJ is his friend, who he did the podcast with. And we had a great conversation. And I got off the show, okay? And that was it for me. I started getting messages later that night. People are like, Phil, or not later than, because he didn't do the show live. He did it, he uploaded it to YouTube after the fact. So whenever it went live, I start getting messages from my fans, some of my fans, and actually a couple of my moderators again. And they go, Phil, are you aware that John, when you left the show, said this? I was like, what? What did he say? He basically made a joke with OJ, his friend, that now OJ's not going to abandon him, is he? And they said, even though it came off, or he spun it as a joke, it was very creepy, and people actually took it as like, even though he didn't outright say it, that it kind of had a nugget of truth in it, that he really was sad that you were moving away, and that was his way to kind of say it. And I'm like, no, I didn't hear that. I watched it back. I was like, he did say it. He like literally everything on the show up to that point, he's like happy for you, everything's good. And as soon as I'm off the show, he says to his friend, hey, so you're not abandoning me now, are you? It's like, wait, what? Huh? It kind of almost negates the whole segment of the show. All right? So that's why I always had this bug in the back of my head wondering, was there resentment that I left Connecticut and there was no more in-person co-op, there was no more traveling for events or anything, right? It all went away when I moved. Okay? That's just a guess. He says no. I believe him. I do. But that's why I brought it up in the Thanksgiving video, and that's why he's addressing it here. Now we're going to talk about, here we go again, something else with Howard. I don't know why Howard is involved. This is supposed to be a video about me and my relationship with John, right? But here we go. Another Howard segment. And let's do it. Here we go. Ready?
And basically, actually, let me retract on that. Basically, I think what ended up happening was I got caught. Like, he sent me a text message. I agreed to it. And I think I got caught in like a jam with something. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. You know, I got some stuff going on, and this and that. And basically, he makes me feel like shit because he writes back. He goes, well, if you don't show up, it just basically solidifies the fact that we're not friends.
Wow.
And dude, he made me feel like shit. Like seriously, like shit.
Yeah.
So what I said was, I was something I had to do with Jasmine. I told Jasmine, I go, listen, I'm just gonna go. You know, I'm gonna end up going just saying the guy's leaving, and you know, whatever. So we go. You know, we do our playthrough or whatever, right? So he goes ahead after the fact, never sends me a text message, doesn't call me, doesn't ask me how I'm doing.
From when he moves.
From when he moves. So from that point, I sent him a couple of text messages here and there, and I'm gonna go into something, John, because this basically goes in line into what we were talking about.
Yep.
So I sent him text messages, some random ones, you know, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving. Doesn't reply back. So I thought that he changed his number.
Okay, so he moves in June.
Yeah.
You never hear from him again, basically.
So I never hear from him again. So
Okay. Let's talk. Again, we already talked about this in this React, all right? I did not have a close personal friendship with Howard. The communications I had with Howard were like, hey, are we going to do Project 7? Are we working on that? Or are we going to go to a convention together? Let's convene on that. Let's talk about that. When we first had started being friendly, he would invite me over to his home to play Super Turbo with everybody else. Okay? I think what happened was during the course of Project 7, Howard started to hate me. Okay? He just hated my guts. He was mad that I was making so much money and they didn't make anything on Project 7. He was mad that apparently I owed him money for the shirts. He was mad about a lot of things. I get the feeling there's a lot of resentment there, and he basically was very angry that, you know, I don't know, maybe I had things he didn't have. Who knows? I don't know because he never told me, okay? What I noticed was a pattern of increasingly bad, negative behavior towards me, starting with the adjournment of Project 7 in late 2012, even though we did continue to travel and do other things.
All right, so Gabe Warren is awesome.
Definitely, one thing I noticed was he basically, like when he was having a get-together for Super Turbo, okay? He used to text me about it and say, Phil, I'm having a get-together for Super Turbo on such and such a date. I hope you can come, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, he stopped texting me entirely, okay? Anything like that. It was John who would contact me and say, hey, Phil, just so you know, we're all going over Howard's on Saturday for Super Turbo. You could come too. And I was like, but he didn't invite me. No, you're invited. Oh, okay. And then I would go over and it would be fine. I would show up. You know, it's not like he was like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know, apparently I was invited. I don't know. Now in retrospect, I almost wonder if I wasn't. You know, I almost wonder if actually, because now you think back, like I say, hindsight's 2020. I wonder if he really didn't want me there. You know, and it was John who was like, dude, why are you being like this, Howard? Like, dude, he didn't do nothing wrong. What are you talking about? You know. Let him, you know, he's a Super Turbo player. He's renowned. We're going to learn from him. We play with him. He's a guy's guy. You know, what are you doing? Why are you being like this? Who knows? I don't know. Right? But again, I stopped getting the direct messages and invites from him. It was always like through Rambo. Again, we did not have direct friendly conversation. Rambo, every week we had friendly interactions and conversations as friends. He was come over to do co-op. We'd have that hour, 2 hours before we even started recording to talk about personal shit. Okay? I never had that with Howard, ever. Only when we were over at his place to do something, to film, to play Super Turbo, whatever. That's when we had our interactions, okay? In the end of the time that I was in Connecticut, Howard and other people in the Super Turbo community were going to tournaments and stuff themselves and not inviting me anymore. Like, I didn't even know they were going. And then I would hear through John, oh, they're going to the tournament this weekend. I was like, they are? I didn't know anything about it. So essentially, I know what happened. He really got upset with me over the Project 7 thing. He never said a word. And he became passive aggressive. Instead of, oh, let's hash it out, he didn't care. He basically saw me maybe as a toxic influence in his life. Who knows? Now, along these lines, at the same time this is all happening, Howard was infamously known as the guy that when you invite him for something or he says he's going to do something, he cancels. Okay? Not just me saying this. Everyone says this. At this time, I don't know what was going on with his personal life or whatever, but he would frequently say, yes, I'm going to be there. Yes, I'm going to do that. Yes, I will be involved. And then he cancels at the last minute. Okay? he had done this to Rambo frequently when Rambo was trying to film Shazman and Hole Punch, where he's like, oh, we're going to do scenes today. Cancel. Okay? So this was a running thing. John and I would talk about this all the time. That John was an infamous, or Howard was an infamous canceller. And we didn't know what was going on. Okay, all you could do is speculate. Maybe it has something to do with his personal life, with his girlfriend or whatever. Who knows? I don't know. I don't care. If you try to get Howard involved in, oh, there's a 3-player game coming up. Should we invite Howard to play? And John will be like, I don't know, man. You don't know if he's going to show up or not. You're like, you're right. We don't even know if he's going to show up or not. I don't know. So do we invite him or not? Okay? So, again, now in retrospect, maybe he canceled on me tons because he didn't like me. I don't know. I think that's what it probably was. I'm just speculating. He never told me. Okay? So, after all this time, finally it's time for me to move. We're mid 2014. And I had told everyone about the final party for weeks on end. I was bringing back people who hadn't been in my place in years. People from the old school days of me playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 who I hadn't seen in years. This is a big to-do, a big shebang. I wanted everyone there who wanted to hang out with me for a final time because it was a way for me to say, hey, come on over. We're going to party. I'll pay for it. We'll have food. We'll have booze. We'll have games. We'll have a great old time. Okay? Was there recording during that? Yes. Absolutely there was. Was it meant to be, oh, this is a giant co-op gameplay event? No, it was not. That was not what it was supposed to be. Now, Howard here references 2 completely different events as one. He's saying there was a final co-op event or whatever. But then he's talking about, like the final party, he's going away forever or whatever. They're 2 completely different events. Okay? But he's referencing them as one. I don't know how he got them confused. Apparently he did. Okay? So, we were supposed to have 2 events. One was going to be a final co-op where Howard and John were going to come back and we were going to do co-op gameplay along with our friend Joe of the Mario and Sonic Olympic Games playthrough. This was agreed to weeks in advance. This was not supposed to be my go-away party. Okay? It wasn't. This is So he agrees to it. All right. Now John says, I don't know, Phil. I don't know about this. He does this all the time. He says he's going to show up. He's not going to show up. Last minute, within 24 hours of this event supposed to be happening. All right. He tries to cancel. Does he have now, by the way, it's fully known I'm moving. This is it. This is the last thing we will be involved in together. This is the last hurrah, the goodbye. Phil, thanks for everything. Have a good life in Washington. We'll, hopefully we'll talk or whatever when you move or whatever. So, fine. Okay. He tries to cancel. He texts me and says, I got caught up with something I'm doing with my girlfriend. I can't come. I was like, dude, I knew this was going to happen. So, I texted him. I said, Howard.
It's been pretty slow. Not going to lie.
This is me paraphrasing. I don't have the text anymore. It's basically, Howard, I'm going to be honest with you. All right? I don't know if you got a problem with me or not. I don't understand what's going on. I definitely have noticed a change in attitude towards me these last few years. All right? I don't know. It's a personal issue with you on your side. If I did something wrong, I have no idea. I wish I knew. Okay? But this is literally the last time that you can spend with me before I move. We may never even see each other in person again. I mean, John and I have plans to do cooperative shit. We don't. So this is it. This is like the goodbye celebration for us to do this final cool playthrough. It'll last in history forever. For you to cancel like this last minute, it's not like, ahead of time he said, no, he can't do it. Last minute, within the 24 hours of it happening, saying he can't come, I get the feeling that there's an issue here. I say, so what you're essentially saying is, whatever this thing is that you're doing with your girlfriend, I don't know if it's important or not. If it's important, fine. Tell me that. Say, this is a really important event. I need to be with it, with my girl or whatever. If that's what it is, that's what you're telling me here. Okay, I'll accept it. But, if this is just you dodging me, think about how messed up that is. This is you essentially saying you don't value all the years of friendship that we've had anymore. Even if you don't even like me anymore, just to show up for one last time, to say goodbye. You wouldn't even give him that. You know what I mean? Is it a guilt trip? Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yes, it is. I guilt tripped him because I couldn't believe that someone who I supposedly was friendly with all these years, we'd done all this work together. We had all these fun times together outside of the work as Super Turbo players, as Street Fighter players, as friends, I thought. Okay? I thought that this would have been something meaningful to him. This is the last chance you will ever see me, possibly. And you're telling me you can't show up within 24 hours of when you said you would already be here because you have to do something with your girlfriend. Don't you think she'll understand to say, my friend's moving away permanently? I'd like to do this with. So here it is. Howard didn't want to say no because he thought that I would then probably publicly say to my audience, Howard doesn't want to come. He didn't want to deal with the repercussions of that, right? He didn't. So he lied. He said he wanted to come till the very last minute, and then he felt, I'm just going to cancel on him again like I always do. And I called him out on his bullshit for once. And I said, no, you're lying. You don't have anything to do with your girl. You don't. I know it. I know you're full of it. So it's that simple. You're lying to me. I'm not dumb. So if you ever cherished our friendship, you'll actually come and say goodbye, or else don't come, in which case I know that you don't like me anymore. Okay? He showed up. We did the playthrough. He said no complaints when he showed up, right? Nothing. Again, this guy is like, it seems to me like this guy is behind the scenes of anything. He will talk shit about you. He will fucking do whatever. But when it comes to being presented with the person you have a problem with or the issue, there's nothing, right? I couldn't believe it, man. I really couldn't believe the way he was behaving near the end there. It was out of control, all right? So he's presenting it to me as a plain lie, you know? Oh, I'll make it. I'll come. Last minute. Oh, I can't come. You're lying. You didn't want to come to begin with, or else, you know, like, why did you lie to me for the whole time? I would have just told everyone, no, Howard isn't coming. Big deal. You know, I would have been sad because I like the guy. I like the fact he's funny as hell. I like the fact that he adds something to a room with his comedy, with his personality. Gameplay is funny too. I mean, look at that last playthrough we did together. It was hilarious. He did funny things with John dancing around the room and shit. It was funny as shit, right? But it's pretty messed up that he acted like that and basically was passive aggressive to me for about 2 years since Project 7 ended, increasingly more and more and more. All right. And, you know, now he's a hard ass, right? Oh, I demanded that I keep his Super Turbo board to pay for the shirts. That didn't happen. Oh, you know, I couldn't go to his final gathering ever. And he didn't understand. No, Howard, you lied to me. You said you were coming, and then you canceled last minute for something arbitrary. It's the last time you're ever going to see me. If I'm your friend, you would come. You know, it's ridiculous. Anyone who's a friend with someone would say, what is he talking about here? He can't go to the last time he's ever going to see this guy ever, maybe in life. Can't make it. Oh, okay. Well, your car exploded, right? Your house burned down, or, you know, someone's in the hospital. Oh, no, I got caught up. I got to do something with my girl. Oh, that's like teenager shit. That's like, you know, that's shit that you tell someone you don't care about them at all. That's some dumb shit excuse you make. You know, the dog ate my fucking homework. Oh, my girl said something. What are you talking about, man? I'm not stupid. I'm not born yesterday. And it really pissed me off. So,
What the hell are you talking about?
that was
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
the
I'm
last
gay, I'm
real
gay, I'm
interaction
gay, we're
that I
totally
had with Howard.
gay.
He came, we did the co-op playthrough. Great. Done. Over with. Okay? So I move across the country. All right? And let's see. Was I actively talking with Howard via text before I moved? No, he was already treating me badly. He didn't want to talk no more. He wasn't telling me about gatherings. He tried to cancel on our last meeting ever. So am I going to be talking with the guy friendly constantly via anything, text calls? Of course not. This is the last guy who wants to deal with me. He made that clear with his actions, you know. I figured it out. So he claims, oh, I was texting him. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was group texting me. You know, when you group all your friends together. Oh, happy holidays, everyone. And there's group text. He was directly texting me about anything at all. It was only just like arbitrary group text for holidays and things like that. It was not just him. There was tons of people who I had who was doing that kind of stuff from back home. He was only one of many. I didn't respond to any of them. It wasn't like, oh, I was ghosting Howard and purposely not responding to that stuff. It was, you know, you can tell when someone's being real with you and someone's completely faking, right? And he was just doing it to save face. To say, oh, I don't have a problem with Phil. Look, he's on the group text that I sent out, everybody. But he wasn't talking with me otherwise. I wasn't talking with him. So that relationship is done. The relationship, again, that I had was with Rambo. We had planned. We were talking. We were friendly. We were going to do content together, right? So the whole thing here with Howard makes no sense. Yet again, he keeps taking control of this video. He keeps acting like all this stuff is about him. It was never about him, ever. Never. The issue was never with Howard. It was with Rambo ghosting me. That was the issue. I wasn't desperately trying to reach out to Howard and I couldn't get a good anything out of him. It wasn't the case at all. Okay? Now, I believe they're about to get into the thing that I warned you guys about at the beginning. I said, there's a segment coming up that is incredibly personally hurtful to me. All right? I think I'm just going to let this play for a long time. We got the segment. They're going to talk. There's going to be a video. I'm going to talk. Then they're going to talk. I'm going to let it go. And then at the end, I'm going to pause. I don't even know how I'm going to react. I don't. I've seen this a million times, and I still don't know how I'm going to react to this segment. I hope I don't punch a hole in my wall. I hope I don't cry. You know, it's fucked up beyond belief, this next part, really. I can't believe it, that it exists, okay? Of all the things you can say about me, this is the one that's the tipping point for me, okay? I'm just going to let it roll. Let's do it, guys. And like I said, I don't think I'm going to have much to say. Let's just go.
Oh.
After him saying to you, if you don't come here, then you're solidifying that we're not friends. And
we're not friends, right?
Then he moves and there's no communication at all.
So, December 29th rolls around last year.
Yeah, 2014.
And I get, in 2014, and I get a message from Chris and a few other people that's...
I got to clarify, Chris is one of our Street Fighter friends from New York, and basically saying a few other people, this is our circle of Street Fighter player friends he's talking about.
Me too.
That Scott passed away.
Yeah, I start getting messages from Chris, and you called me as well.
Yep.
So you should set it up because it has to do with the Street Fighter community.
It has to do with the Street Fighter community.
Which is a group of people, like, and we don't talk every day to everybody.
Yep.
But it's a group of people that is kind of like a brotherhood, if you will. Might sound silly, but that's what it is to us. It's a brotherhood of people that spend a lot of time together playing games and traveling and whatnot. And when something like this happens, everyone contacts each other and we talk about it.
And we talk about it. So
because one of the brothers has fallen.
Yeah. So basically, Scott, and what people fail to realize is Scott is a very old school player. Old school player in the sense the guy was playing since like World Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the true fucking road warrior.
The true OG.
True OG, to the point that, just to throw this out there, if you guys, if anybody that's on this video ever goes and looks this up, the video of Daigo going from the first time Daigo ever showed up in the U.S., and this was for an Alpha 3 tournament in the 90s. Alpha 3 or Alpha, I think it was Alpha 3.
Mm-hmm.
And he flies from Japan, and the Japanese media are following him around. And this is when he was going to play in this tournament, and he fought his opponent. Scott fucking went from Connecticut to fucking California to play Alpha 3.
What do I do?
He's a fucking OG.
Yeah.
He doesn't play anymore. But you got to give the guy respect for the accomplishments that he made in the Street Fighter community for the area that we live in.
Okay.
You know? So the guy passes away, right? So what do? I sent him a message.
And you're the only one, by the way, because I wasn't going to contact Phil because I wasn't talking to him at this point.
Yeah.
Nobody else wanted to talk to him. But Howard here, who hasn't heard from Phil moved, you decide I'll be the one to tell Phil.
Yeah, so I send him a message, and I go, I didn't say anything hi or anything like that. The only thing, because the last time I did that, he didn't reply back to me. I said, hey, Scott passed away. That's all I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't reply back to me. Then, this is what fucking burns me, okay? Yeah. This shit fucking burns the fuck out of me. What does the guy do? A week or two later, makes a video about Scott passing away.
So let's actually start. You heard what they had to say so far. This is the video. And by the way, this is a segment of a podcast that I used to do called Hate Live. It's probably the worst named podcast in history. Obviously, it's not about hate. We're not going to get into that today. You want to go watch the Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. It explains that moniker is not what you think if this is the first time you're ever hearing about it. All right? But
So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be
this is
treated
a
like
segment
an asshole. You're going to be shown
of
the
a
door.
2+ hour podcast that I'm doing. All right? This is not a separate video. This is not a special event or anything like that. This is just one segment of a podcast, a variety show that I used to hold on the internet. Here we go.
A segment that I wanted to take some personal time here to talk a little bit about a friend of mine, someone who I've mentioned previously on Hate Live podcast. All right, his name was Scott Hovanissian. In the Street Fighter community, he was actually went by the nickname Vincent Del Pino, and he was, first of all, much older than pretty much anyone who back in Connecticut when we were originally kind of coming up and playing Street Fighter. He was about maybe I'd say 10 years older, if not a little bit even older than that, than most of us. And he is known as one of the people who was kind of around the Street Fighter community in its very early grassroots. So we're talking when Street Fighter 2 was first taking off, he would be the guy that would fly out to Chicago and had friends out in that area who held a tournament called Midwest Championships. And he was not best friend, but a very close friend of Jason Wilson, who was one of the most known, most renowned tournament organizers for Street Fighter, okay, in the whole country. And so basically Scott was very ingrained and involved in the grassroots Street Fighter community before it blew up, before it became this, it's digital now and everyone plays everyone online. It was more about the in-person arcade experience. And I remember when I was growing up in the 90s, playing Street Fighter in arcades, I had a friend of mine named T. Carter, who also I've talked about on the podcast before, who befriended this guy, Scott. I guess what happened was that Scott had kind of started going to local arcades because he was a local talent like in Connecticut. He was one of the guys who traveled out of the state to play classic Street Fighter. Okay, but at the same time, he basically wanted to see what the local flavor was like. Who's good locally? Is there anywhere locally people who may be able to stand up to people outside of the state in a competitive nature? Again, keep in mind, everything was very small. There was maybe 2 or 3 major tournaments in the entirety of the United States in the 90s, okay? And and so he, I remember, apparently befriended my friend T. And he'd gone into our local arcade, which was located actually in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And he went into our local arcade and watched T playing Street Fighter and was like, wow, this kid is really good. And I think that, looking at his skill level, the amount of stuff that he's pulling off that he figured out by himself. Keep in mind, again, this was before the internet, right? Before everything was completely public on the internet. He said basically, wow, this kid could maybe stand up to others and could possibly even, be a tournament level competitor. And he was the person who kind of convinced T, come with me, this, even if it turns out to be nothing, come with me this once to the Midwest Championships. I want to see if you came out to a tournament and played people from all around the country, how you would do. And he actually, from what I understand, he paid T's way to go out to the Midwest Championships. And T ended up winning the very first ever Street Fighter Alpha 3 tournament ever held in the United States. It was held at Midwest Championships on arcade cabinets. They had gotten advanced copies that you couldn't get anywhere else in the country. Jason Wilson had gotten his hand on advanced copies of Street Fighter Alpha 3, and T ended up winning the whole tournament, to which he got a lot of respect and renown in the mainstream Street Fighter community. They were like, wow, that's pretty awesome that this kid, this unknown player, comes out from nowhere and ends up, winning this major tournament. And so when T came back from that event, he told me all about it or whatever. He's like, you got to start going to tournaments. I was like, how did you even know about this? I don't, again, no internet, right? The internet that existed was so basic. You didn't know about tournaments and stuff. He's like, oh, this new friend that I made, Scott, he's the one who took me out there and you should really meet him. And I remember that T and I went to Scott's house this one time. We walked inside Scott's house, and like I said, he's an older guy. He's about 10, 15 years maybe older than us, so we're talking like probably at that time he was in his late 20s, maybe even early 30s. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I never really asked him how old he was because I didn't give a shit. And we go in his house, and he has an arcade cabinet in his freaking house. He's like, yeah, I play on this all the time. I play Super Turbo. And yeah, he was a Super Turbo player of all things. The game that I'm really good at and I love, it's my favorite game, was his favorite game. He was always really good with Zangief. And Scott was a quirky guy. First of all, he's short, right? He was about, I'd probably say he was maybe about mid 5 feet to 6 feet tall. So he was much shorter than me. So probably mid 5 feet, 5'6", 5'7", something like that. And he had long brown hair that he always tied back in a ponytail. He looked like, the guy literally looked like a grunge rocker from like the 1980s and maybe even early 90s. Is kind of how he dressed, all right?
A lot of
And
flannel.
he was always kind of like an outdoorsy guy. He always had a job where he was either hands-on, you know? The kind of guy that would either be fixing
Someone
arcade
please shut
cabinets
up this
and covered
dude
in like
for being a
oil and
moron.
shit and transistors, or he, at one point he was a landscaper, then he was electronics and speakers. He was that kind of guy. He was like tools around or whatever. So I go in his house, he has a freaking Street Fighter cabinet set up there, and we stand there playing Street Fighter for hours, which was out of control. Over the years, you know, I got to know him a little better, and he always wanted me to travel. He's always trying to convince me to travel and go to these tournaments, to which I was like, I don't know. And then eventually I did. Eventually I started traveling. I went to the East Coast Championships, and he was there with us, and we went to many tournaments and stuff together. And then after that kind of died out, I'd probably say around maybe 2002-ish.
I love
I took a step back because that was the time when I was just finishing college, or I was in middle of college into finishing college, and I really wanted to find a job that I could keep, and I wanted to basically pay my bills down so that I could get my own place and move out of my parents' house. And at that point, I'd say probably around 2002 to maybe 2004 or 5, even though I played Street Fighter, it was more of a casual thing, and I stopped really going to tournaments and stuff. But I lost track of contact with him during that period of time. And Scott he was a unique personality. Let me explain. He was the kind of guy that he could get along with anyone. He would joke around about stuff. He would be kind of like always the jokester, always trying to be funny. You ever watch when I do a playthrough, or even sometimes when I'm just having a casual conversation or a vlog, and I go, "Oh, you're a dick, man. You guys are a bunch of dicks, man." He used to do that all the time, and he was hilarious. He would just bust out with that in the middle of a conversation, and you'd laugh. And he was a little bit of a weird guy, I'm not gonna lie. My dad knew him because, again, when I was going to the arcade, my dad was like giving me rides to the arcade. This is before when I was a young teenager. I didn't have a car or anything, and Scott would be there playing games and hanging out with T. My dad was like, he's kind of a weirdo, but he was a fun weirdo, and that was the thing. Later on, years later, flash forward to the late 90s, early 2000s, when we were traveling and going to tournaments together, Scott would have this truck, all right? He would actually have like a SUV/truck, and in the truck, he would have multiple TVs. Keep in mind, before games were portable, before even flat-screen TVs existed, he would have big tube TVs and game systems hooked up in the truck into his power adapter so that we could play Street Fighter to and from the way to a Street Fighter tournament in the back of his truck. That's the kind of guy that Scott was. It was pretty wild. The stuff that he came up with. Pretty insane. I actually, if you want to hear the story, a testament to how funny Scott was of a guy, go back to the episode of Hate Live where I talked about ECC stories. And if you remember, I talked about how in our hotel room at one time when we were at the East Coast Championships, I had my laptop, and I had a giant, beastly Alienware laptop. I mean, this thing was like literally like this thick. It was a
Forgot
big
this is
monster.
in it.
It
Here we
weighed,
go.
like, a ridiculous amount. It was super heavy, right? And I guess I had some porn or something on there that I hadn't deleted. And he starts looking on my laptop because I had it in the hotel room. It's my fault, right? It's my laptop. I shouldn't have had that shit in there in the hotel room for everyone to use. And he started playing it for everyone. He goes, "Hey, everyone, take a look over here. Take a look
Thanks
at
for the
this
money,
giant
stupid
black
fuck."
meat."
Phil
People
is
were
just
"What?"
mad
And
that
they
he
run over,
never
like,
got
over
exclusive
the black
access
dude
to
banging
John's
some
Pinay.
white chick or something. It's like, that was, I mean, he caught me out for having it on the laptop, and everyone was having a good laugh. And I remember there was this time when we were all asleep in the hotel room, and everyone was like trying to pass out, and they were all joking around having fun. I was serious because I was super serious, and I really wanted to do well at the tournament the next day, while everyone else there was really there to have fun. And we were all trying to go to sleep in the hotel room, and there was like maybe 10 of us all crammed into this hotel room, and Scott was sleeping under the sink, like in the side room, and he would go, "Oh yeah, oh yeah," and he would just start thumping. So it would sound like he was whacking off, and everyone would crack up, and I would get all pissed. "No, I need my sleep. Everyone quiet. I need to
Kevin's
sleep."
fault.
And I was being an uptight idiot back then, but now I can look back and I can laugh and say that's some pretty funny stuff. But yeah, he was a character. If anything, the best way to describe Scott is that he was a character. And I don't know what happened, what the situation is, because like I said, I haven't met Scott. I haven't seen Scott in over a decade. I mean, I haven't heard about his health. I haven't been involved with Street Fighter, so it's not like I've heard much about him or seen him or anything. And I do remember at one point, and this was pretty bad, a bad situation, is that probably the early 2000s, I heard that Scott had gotten sick, like really sick. And no one would really talk about what it was. And then all of a sudden, like 2 months after you heard he got sick, you're like, oh, did you hear Scott's home? He wants us all to go over there. We went over there, and half of his face was paralyzed and just basically like this. Like, he couldn't even move it. Come to find out, as I told you, this guy, he always did physical things. He was a landscaper. He got bitten by a deer tick and got Lyme disease. Didn't know it was Lyme disease. Didn't get diagnosed by the doctor properly. Ended up having a stroke. This guy's whole side of his body and face had basically screwed up during this stroke. But after a few years, he rehabilitated it, and he ended up going back and being, full capacity and living a full life. I know that he had a family and had kids. And I really, like I said, it's been over a decade. This is what happens. You're friendly with people because of a certain thing like Street Fighter, and then you kind of fall out of touch with them. And really, I haven't heard from Scott in a long, long time. And then all of a sudden this week, I kind of got a few messages from people like Howard and a few other people back home who knew Scott, who kind of texted me and said, Phil, I don't know if you heard, but Scott passed away. And I'm like, damn, I don't know what it was from, and is it a shock? Yeah, but at the same time, I haven't seen the guy in so long. I mean, anything could have happened. You know what I mean? Like, anything could have happened. Who knows what happened to the poor guy? But to lose someone like that, I mean, he literally was the guy who motivated people in Connecticut to get off their butts and get out of the local arcades and said, you got to get out there and you got to try to play the other competition because it's a lot of fun to travel and to meet people. And I'll be honest, a lot of the times, you guys have heard me gripe and complain about Street Fighter, and I openly admit that a lot of the time,
listen, everyone
when
is
I talk
suffering
about
right
Street
now.
Fighter, it kind of has
If
a
anyone has
negative
excess funds and wants to
association
donate
with
to
it,
the
because I'm
Red
like, damn, I
Cross,
spent
please
a
do
lot of
so.
time,
Me
a
and I
lot of
actually have
money,
to raise
a
up
lot
money
of
to do my
resources
job.
of my life
So
traveling
can't
to
do
play
that.
Street Fighter, and what did I really get for it? And you can be like that, you can be negative like that, all right? But at the same time, I like to maybe take a positive spin at it and say, well, no, not really, because if I never played Street Fighter, I would never have gotten the confidence to do the kind of stuff that I did, to stand on an arcade cabinet in front of hundreds of people playing a game in person. I was on stage at Evolution in front of thousands of people in the finals of Super Turbo. And if I hadn't done that stuff, would I ever have had the balls to turn on a camera in front of me and talk to it and record myself and do all the stuff that I do today that I've been able to do for a living since 2011? You know what I mean? And in a large capacity, I really think that becoming a competitive Street Fighter player gave me the confidence to do the other things in life that I ended up becoming successful at. So if it wasn't for Scott motivating all of the state of Connecticut and really giving us the initial push to leave the state of Connecticut and go to New Jersey and go to Chicago and travel and meet people from all over, I never would have met half the people I met in my life. I never would have seen half the stuff that I've seen in my life. I never would have experienced a lot of the fun things that I've done in my life, and I may not have even be here. This podcast itself may be owed to the direct actions of Scott Hovhannissian. And you say to yourself, wow, the chain reaction, the domino effect that you can see from a simple little action,
none of
like
anyone's
don't
business.
stand here and play Street Fighter, leave the state and go play Street Fighter somewhere else. Yeah, that actually could have, in a way, led to where I am today. So I'm incredibly grateful. Scott Hovhannissian was an amazing character. He was a fun guy. Again, spearheaded the Connecticut Street Fighter community. May he rest in peace. I hope that, obviously that his family and everyone, my condolences are with you. And that's it. Okay?
Dude, don't fucking publicize somebody's death. Are you fucking serious?
That's
You don't do that,
And
man.
the bigger issue is, like, he never said anything back to you.
Doesn't say anything back to me, but dude, don't
But go,
publicize.
oh, thanks for the information. I'll put this in
And
video, but I'm not going to say nothing to you.
Not only that, what does he do? He brings up T, right? Now, T at the time was like one of the greatest Street Fighter players in our area. If he was alive, he probably would have been one of the top players in the country, okay? And he starts fucking talking about this guy, right? So what does that do? Naturally, in our circle of friends, everybody is fucking fuming because there was no need to bring up T. There was no need to bring up Scott. There's no need to bring up people's deaths and publicize it and make money off of it. There's no need for that, man. And he did. You have no respect for people that are alive, that for fucking people that are dead. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
So there you go.
Ah! I thought a long time about how I was going to respond to this part.
Gout, 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 gout. Fatty, fat, fuck.
Rather than directly respond to it, I think what I like to do is... I'd like to tell you the story. Quick one. About me growing up in Connecticut and, you know, going to arcades and having that first real feeling of like belonging in a group. Because when I was young, I didn't feel that way. It felt like I was kind of like an outcast where I grew up. When I went to arcades to play video games, I kind of felt like, because I had some skill, that like I finally kind of belonged somewhere, you know? Like we all liked Street Fighter and we were all competing against each other and all that. I never thought that like playing Street Fighter was going to change my life. How crazy, right? And it did. In a really good way, in the long run. Okay? In the long run. I think what I said there at the end of the video still stands true today, that if it wasn't for me going to an arcade and playing Street Fighter and then being convinced by the people there to go out and do other things with my life, oh, go play in another state and do this and do that. That really was the formative time for me to be a person who was more outgoing. I was an introvert when I was a kid, okay? And it was going to arcades and playing Street Fighter that kind of gave me that feeling of, wow, people like me because I have skill in Street Fighter and stuff, you know? And T. Carter was my rival at my local arcade, What's Your Game, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And we grew up playing Street Fighter together over the years, every version, okay? I told a heartfelt story in that video, that tribute to Scott, about how Scott introduced T to competitive Street Fighter, and then T introduced me, okay? And it changed my life. It really did. I started traveling. I started being more outgoing, meeting people, having good relationships, even though we've already gone around about the trolling topic of how bad that was when I was in competitive Street Fighter as well. That's the other video. That's the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me. If you want to look at that react, I explain that in full. But that was, you know, I really look back at that time so positively. I do. Scott was such a unique dude. T was such a unique guy. And they're not with us anymore. And that's not fair. They were positive influences on this planet. And they're not with us anymore. That's life, man. The best of us get taken way too early. And the rest of us are just stuck here, right? But previous to me making this video about Scott, which I didn't make a video about Scott, let me clarify that. That's a segment of a podcast that I did. One segment, okay? Was the podcast monetized? Of course it was. Everything that I put out was monetized at that time. It's how I made my living, okay? I wasn't doing interactive streams with contributions during them at that time. Everything at that point was ad revenue. That's how I made my life, my living, okay? I paid for everything. And basically, I wanted to do a tribute to him in the best way that I could, knowing that well that my audience was not going to know who he was, right? And I did the same thing with T, by the way. And I don't have that for you. I don't want to play that for you. That's already been that's not the subject matter of this video that we're reacting to today, okay? But
basically I did a T tribute, and in the T tribute, this is something when people always wanted me to talk about on my podcast about my past and stories about my past. And in the past, someone, because I was known on YouTube, obviously, I was a known YouTuber, and people knew from over the years me talking about my old formative days as Street Fighter that I was friends with this kid T Carter before he had passed. Someone came to me one day not a tournament, excuse me, I think it was a convention, it could have been a tournament, and they handed me a packet of photos. The packet of photos was his personal packet. He said, Phil, I want you to have this. I said, what is this? He goes, you know, these are pictures of T. And actually, Scott's in a couple of them, too. And he says, these are pictures that I want you to have because you are known on YouTube. And he says, T was such a beautiful guy. You know, I'm not talking about his looks. You know, his personality. He was outgoing. He was vibrant. He was full of energy. He was the nicest guy. He had a passion for Street Fighter. He was the best player in Connecticut. The entire time he was alive, he was the best player in Connecticut. Okay? He said, I'd like you to have these pictures because I know you were a friend with T. And you have the ability on YouTube. You have the reach, the clout. You can share his story with people on the internet. So, you know, not only a lot of people know about T because he didn't get to live that long. And you can be the person to tell us his story. So I did. I made a video on a podcast just like that. And I had scanned the pictures into my computer. Okay? And I shared it with the world. The podcast doesn't get a lot of views. Okay? The podcast maybe got 10,000, maybe 20,000 views tops. Okay? I thought I did a good job doing a tribute to T. All right? And I did as best I could. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something that nobody knows. I was haunted by T's death for a very long time. I actually feel like it was one of the reasons why I originally had depression. Because it happened to me at a time in my life when, my God, I hadn't dealt with death or loss. And although everyone in Connecticut was hurting at the time when he died, I blamed myself for it. I don't know if I ever told this story before to anyone. But the day when T died, I met him at the mall before he was murdered. And he was saying to me, oh, we're going to go over someone's house and we're going to play some games or whatever. And I had a car, by the way, at the time. I had a car. And he basically offered, hey, you know, you want to come with us or whatever. And I was like, no, I couldn't or whatever. I actually don't remember the specific. And he was like, all right, cool. Because I was thinking maybe I could get a ride with you if you could drive us over there or whatever. And I was like, no, I can't do it. I'm busy or whatever, you know. Who knows? There's a kid who I've seen a million times before. I'm going to see him a million times again in my life, right? That day, he was walking home from playing Street Fighter at this kid's house, and a gang member decided to shoot him for no reason. I guess, you know, there's all kinds of guesses, and I guess the rumor that hit the streets was that this gang member, this was their initiation. Oh, prove that you're hard enough to be part of our gang by just murdering someone in the fucking street walking home. He got shot. Okay? And I blame myself because I said if I had hung out with T that day and I had driven him to his friend's house, I could have driven him home. And maybe he wouldn't have got shot. Now, of course, that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot the kid, right? We all know we're all rational people here. We're rational adults. But this is what happens in your fucking head, okay? And he was my best Street Fighter friend at the time. We were rivals. I always said, like, I was Ken and he was Ryu, because Ryu was the better one out of the two, right? And basically, this was a major problem in my head. It fucked me up for a very long time, to the point where until I fucking moved out of Connecticut, all right? Until I moved out of Connecticut, it was haunting me. It was causing me mental problems. Before I moved out of Connecticut, I drove to his grave and couldn't get out of the car. I didn't say goodbye before I left because I couldn't do it because I was too fucking weak because I was so haunted at losing this guy. And this was many So when I made that tribute about T, all right, I was trying to make up for it. I was trying to be like, I was so sorry that I couldn't say goodbye to him because I wasn't man enough to do it. And I wanted to make a tribute video about it. And I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought better for more people on this planet to know about T than less. All right? Okay? When I made that tribute to T in that Hate Live podcast, okay, I received more hate towards me than I think I'd ever dealt with before in my life. My trolls basically spun it and said, you have monetized your friend's death. You are scum. You're a piece of shit. All right? I actually had a couple people who reached out to me after I did that tribute to T and said, Phil, thank you. Because we knew T back in the day, and seeing those pictures put a smile on our face, and that was really nice of you to do it that way, because you didn't have to, and, now more people know T's story. So people who knew T were contacting me and thanking me, all right? Now, you say I monetized someone's death, all right? I don't know how worse you could be of a person to say something like that, all right? So, here we are years later, all right? And Howard, who I have not spoken with since I moved, all he's doing is sending me these arbitrary group texts to everyone. Oh, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, this and that, Happy Thanksgiving, yada, 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 right? I know it's all bullshit because we already talked about it. I don't even have to re-explore it. We just talked about all that. I felt like that he had this resentment towards me for years and years before I moved on with that. Okay.
It's none of
So
anyone's
Howard, the end of 2014, sends me a text. Okay? Scott passed me. That's it. That's all the text said. Okay? I say, hi, how you doing? He says, Scott passed away. All right? Howard thinks that I take that piece of information to go make a monetized video for personal gain. That's what he's saying literally in this video. Okay? That's what he's saying. And it's what he just said. Okay?
special delivery.
All right? Just to reiterate here.
Special
This
delivery.
video we just watched, the Hate Live podcast, got 11,000 views on YouTube. Okay? I don't even make $2 per 1,000 views anymore on YouTube at this point. All right? Arguably, this video maybe made, I don't know, $10. No exaggeration. Probably $10, $15 tops. For the entire podcast, the 2-hour video. The video is a 2+ hour podcast. This is one segment of said podcast. Okay? So, he feels that I monetized the death of Scott and that I'm a horrible person because I did it. Okay? And he says, to reiterate, oh, not just me, it's everyone in our friend group. Everyone back home. My nose is disgusting. Please, let me blow my nose quickly before I continue, because this is gross. Okay? Oh, man. Oh. Yuck. Oh. Okay. That's better. Now we can continue. Okay. Howard says, everyone back home hates me too for doing it.
Dead air.
Because I brought up Scott, I brought up T, I publicized Scott's death. I'm a horrible person who only cares about himself. Again, multiple times he's already said this in this video. Okay? Now, you guys just saw the podcast segment, right? And you saw it. It's in context now. Okay? So, if you were just watching this video, all right? If you were just watching this video with no context provided, what would you think? This is hypothetical. You don't have to answer me. I'm just saying, think in your head. If you didn't know the context, okay, what would you think? What was the video? What did I say? Oh my goodness, right? Here's what I think. If I didn't see the context, I would have thought I made a video talking, like sensationalized video, an expose on how my friend Scott has passed away, sensationalizing it, talking about how he passed, which I don't do in the video, by the way. I mean, shit. He says, I monetized it. You think, the way he's saying it, I created t-shirts on the internet with Scott's face on them, saying R.I.P. Scott. You know, Street Fighter legend forever. And I was selling these shirts with his face on them on the internet, making monstrous profits and using his likeness and fucking about being a horrible scumbag person, making tons of money. Right? Wow. I monetized Scott's death. I had already gotten shit for making the tribute about T in a previous podcast. So you might say to yourself, why would Phil, if I already got that hate, if he already got all that shit tossed his way, why would he make a second podcast when Scott passed away? Someone who was very much in that close circle of friends. All right? In order to, he's going to get the same, he knows he's going to get the same shit. The same trolls are going to say the same thing. The same people are going to do the same thing. And they're going to say it's the second time he did it, right? Sorry, I got post-nasal drip. Okay? Why did I do it? Because I don't care about what they say. I care about Scott. I want more people to know about Scott. I care about the memory of Scott. One of the most awesome people I met in the Street Fighter community. The guy who I literally say in that video, if it weren't for him actually saying, hey, Phil, stop playing Street Fighter in Connecticut. Go to 8 on the Break in Dunedin, New Jersey and play Street Fighter there. If he had never said that to me and I never listened to him, likely I never would have started playing competitive Street Fighter and traveling. I never would have gotten the confidence I had to be in front of people. I never would have been able to do things that I did in my work life and my personal life. I never would have ever placed at Evo. I never would have turned on a camera and talked to it. I never would have live streamed. I never would have done any of these things. Excuse me. Ever, any of them. If it wasn't for Scott. Okay? Now, were there ads on that podcast? Of course there were. There's ads on every video I had. I was still partnered with Machinima at the time. And so all the videos that I had those ads on them, and I could have removed the ads. All right. Personally, I just don't see, I'll be honest here. I don't see the big deal. When you're doing a 2-hour podcast, a 3-hour podcast, and you're doing one tribute segment to someone, all right? Does that mean that the whole thing has to be, demonetized? And you can argue either way. That's up to you. You can argue that. That's fine. You can say, yes, it should be. All right? My take on it is, if you're going to do that, then separate that portion and make a whole video just about that tribute and then demonetize that tribute. All right? But take a look at shows, and by the way, this is not an equivalent comparison, but take a look at like the Oscars. Every year at the Oscars, there's a big tribute segment. All the big people, all the prominent actors we have lost this year, right? And they run the segment. It's a big tribute, a well-to-do, shows all their great roles or whatever. Okay? Is the Oscars demonetized? Did they say, well, because we're doing a tribute on our show today of those who we lost this year, we care about a lot, we miss, we're not going to have any advertisers on the show. I'm not aware of that happening. Okay? At all. Okay? So, I'm just, that's the only comparison I can really make. All right? Internet content creation is a new thing for everybody. All right? But for me, I'm doing a 2 or 3 hour podcast. That's the segment I put out. That was it. You saw it word for word. That wasn't edited. That's the segment. Excuse me. Howard comes out in this video, tells me that basically I'm an awful person who only cares about himself, I publicized and monetized Scott's death. That's only I was publicizing the death of a friend, right? Really. And again, I wasn't breaking the bank. I didn't make a ton of money. It was 11,000 views on that video. So maybe I made $10, 15 maybe at the time. Who knows? I don't care. That wasn't what it was about. I don't
care.
Okay, it was one segment, a tribute show, and I much rather would have people know about Scott than not, which is why that was in that show. You understand?
How?
So, the actual truthful part about this is that Howard says, or the reason I think Howard bring this up, he's upset with me because he sent me a text to say Scott passed away. I didn't respond to him because I wasn't responding to anything from him because he'd been a jackass to me at the end there before I moved. Excuse me. And basically, he's personally insulted at that. Okay? Now, Howard was not the first person to text me about Scott's death. Howard has a very overinflated sense of importance in my life. Okay? He does. I had already received 2 other texts about Scott's death from people previously in the Street Fighter community who knew Scott way better than Howard did. I knew Scott way better than Howard did. All right? I was there in the formative years of Street Fighter in Connecticut. I was in the arcades with T and Scott. I was traveling to tournaments with Scott back in the day, ECC and all of that. I spent way more time with Scott than Howard ever did. Okay? For him to basically say something like this, you would think, oh, this was a friend and we all were equally spending time with this guy and he was our old buddy. He was my old buddy. He wasn't Howard's old buddy. He didn't know him from back in the day. Howard didn't know Scott, all right, in any kind of a major capacity until much later. He knew of him, but was Howard over Scott's house playing Street Fighter on the cabinet with T? No, he was not. He was never invited. He wasn't going to the tournaments with us, okay? Howard has absolutely no right to make claim to the rights to say, I had the right to tell you about someone's passing, and because you didn't respond to me about it, you're an asshole. Okay? He doesn't. All right? I already heard about Scott's passing from several other people who knew Scott way better than Howard. Howard was essentially passing info through the grapevine late. All right? And then takes it upon himself to actually be upset because apparently he didn't get credit for it. Right? He didn't get credit for it. Even though in that video, I actually said, if you didn't pay attention to it, Howard texted me and said that Scott had passed away. And I said, and others. Because it's true. Others, you wouldn't know the others. You guys don't know the others. It's old school people from the Street Fighter community. You wouldn't know them. Why would I mention them in the video? Okay? So, to me, this is the ultimate hit below the belt. This is, if you want to say all the things they already said about the video up to this point were completely and 100% true, I don't know how you can actually defend this part of the video. This is insanely hurtful to me. This is actually like, I'm not kidding now. All right, I'm not exaggerating. I don't want to be friends with Howard ever again after this portion of the video. In fact, I would rather never speak with him ever again. I refuse to have any kind of a relationship with someone who has such a aggrandized self-importance to think that this guy was the exclusive person who could tell me that a friend of mine from back in the day had passed away. And that because I didn't personally contact him after the fact and say, oh, thank you so much for the information, and then slam me in a video publicly stating that I publicized and monetized his death. All right? There's exaggeration, and then there's malicious intent. All right? That's malicious intent right there. That's the actual textbook example of internet defamation. You've seen it. You can't, that is it. You can actually clip that portion of the video there. After seeing the context, you can clip that and say defamation. That's exactly what that is. All right? So, I have absolutely, positively no desire whatsoever to ever speak to this man again. All right? And I didn't. Besides one more time. I did speak to him one other time. All right? After this very hurtful... Well, I take that back. It was before this. Never mind. I got the timeline confused. I did speak to him one more time. Before this video had come out and his intentions were not clear. I didn't know this, okay? I figured he's being mean to me in Connecticut. He's going to ditch me for my last event. But I didn't know that his feelings were this deep-rooted at the time. All right?
It's right.
Now we know.
Toxicity.
From this portion of the video. Now, I hate to say it. John is involved in this. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. John had gripes against me. But the fact that he's going along with this shit, you know, John knows me. John knows the kind of guy I am. We spent tons of time together.
Now this
For him
shocks
to even
me.
go along with this and include this in the video, I don't even know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have gripes against me, things I did wrong over the years. You could argue about money. You can argue about anything, but this is blatant character assassination. This is, we hate you. We never want to deal with you ever again. Now, if someone said something like this about you, especially because I was always a closer friend to Scott than they ever were. I knew him before they did. I spent more time with him than they ever did. I knew more about him than they ever did. But somehow they're going to tell me that I don't have the right to do a tribute to my friend and share my memories with him on the internet. I don't deserve that. I don't have the right to do that, right? That's what they're saying in this video, okay? So if someone did that to you, would you ever want to be friends with them ever again? Ever? Would you ever want to speak to them again? Would you have any desire to reach out to them and try to mend a friendship? Or would you be like, okay, well, that's it. You know, that's the straw that broke the camel's back. This is the portion of this video. And by the way, there's a fucking hour left. How? This is the portion of the video that for me is the end of everything, right? Why, you know, who even cares what else they say in the rest of the video? Because I can tell you, we'll go through it real quick, but I guarantee you nothing that they say after this, all right, is ever going to top this. This is the worst thing you can basically say about me, besides maybe I'm a murderer, okay, or a rapist or something. That I'm a horrible person who would disrespect and monetize the memory of my friend. And you know what I'm saying? It's ludicrous. I would also like to know who all these people are back home who hate me too. It's funny because none of them said that to me either, right? These fucking people on the internet who just want to, you know, propagate this negative bullshit with each other. And fucking, oh yeah, we all hate Phil because he moved away and everything. Who are you? Where does this toxicity come from? And how the fuck do you get on with your life? If this is the kind of shit, the circle of hate that you have here for me, right? Oh, no one's going to talk to him anymore. We weren't talking to him. No one wants anything to do with that guy, right? Like, holy shit, man. Do you think I want to go back to Connecticut and rekindle my friendship with my Street Fighter buddies? So anyway, let's continue and see what else is in this video.
This is what dude, if one of my friends died, I wouldn't be making a video about it. I wouldn't be publicizing their death.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do a tribute.
It's terrible,
friend.
man. Terrible.
It's
Okay.
it's dirty business, man.
It's dirty.
It's dirty.
After that, I don't fucking talk.
That was it for you.
That was it for me, man.
Yeah.
That was it for me.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Jeez.
I'm sorry for being so angry
That's
about
okay.
it, but this burns me, man, because it's things like this that we should even be avoiding.
Yeah. And like, and his whole thing will be to retort to you. His response will be that, oh, you should have told me that you feel it, but you did. It's like, it's back to the apology thing. It's, you could tell someone so many times, right? And they apologize, but they keep doing the same behavior over and over. At a certain point, you realize this is who they are. They're not really apologizing. They're not really going to change.
No,
this is how it is. And you have to make the decision, like, do I want this in my life or not? You know, which is affecting you in a negative way.
Yeah, it affected all of us in a negative way. And I'm at a point in my life. I'll be completely honest.
How did making a tribute to my friend who passed away affect you so poorly, Howard? I'd love to hear that because he won't say that. He'll just say it did. How? How did I ruin your life by making a tribute to Scott, a heartfelt tribute? You're a...
Honest with you, where I'm getting older, and I'm starting to realize things more and more. And one of the things that I cherish in my life now are the people that are around me, man.
Absolutely. I mean, what else is
That
there?
is what I cherish.
That's all that
I don't
matters, man.
care. I don't care about games. I don't care about, about what I have. That doesn't.
If you had
faze
millions of dollars right now, but you had no one around you, you had no family or friends, but you had all the money, what is that a good life?
me. No, it's not.
I don't know.
What are they talking about? This whole video, it's not about money. It's not about the money, but money, money, money gets brought up constantly. And now I'm literally referenced as the guy surrounded by money, but has no friends. And would you be happy if you were in that same position like so? Like, they literally just compared me. That's me. Again, that's the same as Pay Me Tons. They said Dark Side in the Pay Me Tons video. They literally just said, Phil is the guy with all this money who moved across the country, and now he's by himself, and he's completely alone, and we wouldn't be happy if we had that. All right? They literally just said it. All right? But again, it's not about money. It's not about jealousy. It's nothing about that, because Phil just kept speaking out of turn nasty things about us. Absolutely, this video has nothing to do with money, even though we've mentioned it 72 times so far. Right.
It's not.
Yeah.
He moves away, which, like you said, at this point, it's your decision. We support you.
Absolutely.
Hope you do well in your endeavors.
I hope everyone does well.
But what happens? He leaves and he doesn't contact us, and the only reason
Wrong. Contacted Rambo, not you, because I didn't want to speak with your ass.
he and I hate to say this, it feels like the only reason he contacted you, John.
I get contacted. So I'm not going to say you were not contacted.
But why does he contact you? It's not because he wants to see how you're doing. It's to do playthroughs so he can make money.
Yeah,
talk to him all the time, not
let me
about
speak on this a little bit. So going back to his Thanksgiving video, he says there's a lot of rumors about why we're not doing stuff. And he goes, it's definitely not about the money. It's not about me revealing something personal. It's definitely not that.
Okay. This will be the final segment. I will not be pausing as much in this final segment because I need to finish this and it's getting super duper late. So let's do it. Splitting the video, everybody, because it's already almost a 2-hour video. Gotta let it process. All right. All right, everyone. This is the last video.
YouTube mode
The DSP
on.
reacts to the John and Howard expose or response video, whatever you want to call it at this point. At this point, I don't know what you would even categorize it as now that you've seen it with my responses. Let's finish it.
It could possibly be that I just moved and they're resentful about that. Yeah. So it could be that one, I guess, because that doesn't make him look bad in any way, Well, that's funny. So, anyway, he moves. What he told me is in a couple weeks, when he's settled, he's going to contact me and we start doing stuff. So, a couple weeks go by. He starts contacting me about things. And quite frankly, he's being pushy about it a little bit. I need to, let's do it. When do you want to do it? This weekend? What time this weekend? Is getting really kind of hammering out a date, kind of pressuring. And I think at one week we even had a date to record something, but I canceled on him because I was going through a very difficult period at this point, and I had every intention and desire to do stuff with him at this point. I had basically destroyed myself, Howard, as you know. I talked to you about it. And that's not me complaining, because being a man, if you're talking about being a man, I feel like being a man is you make choices and then you deal with the consequences, right?
Yeah.
You don't run to complain online or cry about what the world owes you all these things. You deal with what you got to deal with, man.
And again, what is he speaking of? I don't know. When did I run to the internet and complain and cry about all these things that the world owes me things? Take a look back and tell me moments where I insulted Rambo and said that. People would ask me constantly, where's Rambo? Didn't Rambo say he was going to be in your stuff? Have you talked to Rambo? And I was trying to talk to John at the time, and he was basically trying to talk to me as much as he could, but you could tell that the guy was hurt. You definitely could. I'm not going to reveal anything private that we talked about because there is a few private things that we did discuss via text. But I knew that Shazman a hole punch had basically put him in a really bad way. All the work he'd put in, time he'd put into it, basically he'd overexerted himself. He said so as much on the internet already. And people were constantly pinging me, where's John? Why isn't he in your content? And I'd be like, he just said he can't do it now. We'll do it later. We got plans. We're excited. We're going to do it in the future. And it was just basically delay after delay after delay. It wasn't like, oh, he canceled once, he canceled twice, he delayed. It was just endless. Oh, no, I swear we will do it. No, I swear we will do it. Swear we will do it. To the point where it then became, I can't do it anymore. Basically, don't bother me about it. Maybe one day we'll get to it. Okay? And that's where it was left. Where on earth is there where you're entitled to anything? What are you talking about? I never said I'm owed John to be in my content. That was never a discussion or a thing I said. But here's what's going on. The entire time that I've moved now, you have this mysterious circle of friends behind the scenes who are basically, as I said, poisoning the well. Oh, Phil's a scumbag. Phil owes everyone money. Phil did this. Phil did that. Phil publicized the death of a friend, and Phil did this and that. Man, John, you don't want to be doing stuff with Phil. You don't want to be associated with that. Look at all the negativity on the internet about him now. You know, he's getting, this is how you don't plays out the ass. He's getting this. He's getting that happening to him. Don't deal with Phil anymore. And that's what I feel happened. And that's my speculation purely. I think that John, at first, had every intention of doing shit with me. But as the year unfolded of 2014, and I had moved, and he was completely burnt out, he realized all the toxicity and shit that was thrown against me by internet trolls, and then the people back home somehow got soured, likely because of a certain gentleman on the screen right here who was part of that, and he just didn't want to deal with that shit anymore. Did he ever tell me that? No. Should have. Okay? But he never did. He just kept goading me on, like leading me on, goading me on. So there were situations where we had conversations, and I revealed information I should not have, reading from texts and things, because I was the one with the public face. I was the one with the business. I was the one with the YouTube channel. I was the one who every day had to answer to the public, where's John Rambo? I don't know. He won't tell me. And, you know, I definitely screwed up. I should have never revealed anything private. I should have never gone that far. That is completely, utterly my fault.
So I basically had a lot. I basically had a lot happening. I had really run myself into the ground, sacrificing a lot of things. Doing his content too. I was working on the episode, Shazman Hole Punch episode 9. There's a lot of work. I was doing stuff with Phil as well.
I had already moved. We're talking about months after my move. We weren't doing anything together. This is false. He was doing stuff earlier in the year with me and previous to that, but he was not involved with any of my stuff after I moved. That was all on him. I don't know what he's talking about right now. That was the issue. He said he was going to be in my stuff, and he wasn't. He just kept saying, no, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. So I have no clue what he's talking about.
And like I said, my job is I'm an independent contractor. I work in real estate. You have to go out on your own and do things to find work. Like you don't just show up for 8 hours and you get a check. You know, that's not how it works. Yeah. So I wasn't doing a lot of real life things because I was sacrificing to make something I believed in and had desire to do. That was my own choice. Okay, I'm not complaining about it.
I'm being told by Nave, oh, he's referencing before I moved. So you changed the timeline again. We're talking about after the move. That's what we're discussing. After the move, he didn't want to deal with me. He was saying he was burnt out. He couldn't do anything. Now you're saying, well, he's talking about before the move. Wait, what? Again, what's with this timeline in this video? You can't jump forward, back. None of it makes any sense. So now he's referencing something else completely unrelated. What is going on? This is what I mean. Like, it's definitely something meant to fame me, but just watching it, trying to understand logically, doesn't make sense. So, okay, he jumped back. Why? What's going on? Why are we back in the past now? I don't get it.
Well, I was in a bad spot. It was winding down. I had to start figuring out real life things. So I basically told him, listen, when I need to finish this episode, it's almost done. Okay, I need to figure some things out. When I'm done, I will contact you and we can do things. Okay? I actually didn't do my own show, the show. I didn't do it for all of July because I was doing precisely that. I was trying to figure things out. And I didn't do much of anything else. I was working on my stuff, man. Getting things done. So I'm finally done with the episode in August. August 13th it comes out, which is a Wednesday. And I'm pretty burnt. I immediately decide I'm going to go on vacation for a couple days. So I go to Twitter and I say, thanks everyone for watching the episode. I'm going into the woods for a while. I'll be back soon. I went to Bear Mountain, Howard. Have you ever been?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes, I have.
So I went to Bear Mountain. I camped out in the woods. I unplugged everything. There's no phone. There's nothing. Okay? Kind of like detox, man, staring at a computer screen for, at that point, a long time.
Wow. I never knew about this.
I did this again this year. I do this every year now.
Okay.
So I didn't put a message. I didn't contact him and say, "Oh, the episode's out," because, like I said, there was an agreement that we talked about where I said, when I'm ready to do stuff, I will let you know. It should be soon. But the episode comes out. I put on Twitter. I'm going away. He notices while I'm gone. He notices the episode comes out. So while I'm away, he starts throwing me messages again. I'm not around to respond to them. So that weekend, he makes a video, one of his videos that he puts out. He says, I've been trying to reach John, but he won't respond to me.
That's the rough plan for this week. And you may be saying, what's going on this weekend, Phil? Because you've been dragging us along every week. What's going on with John Rambo and with Smart Guys and this new show that you guys were going to do? We'd really be interested to know what's going on and is it going to return. In particular, right now as I stream and film this video, SummerSlam is on television. And as you can see, I'm not watching it, right? So people might be saying, gee, what's going on with pro wrestling? What's going on with Smart Guys?
So this is exactly what was happening is John kept telling me he's going to do stuff with me. So I told my audience, yeah, John says he's going to do stuff. We'll do it. Eventually, I'll let you know when we have details. And then John would not talk to me or not respond or not want to talk about it. All right? And so then my audience says, what's going on? There's a big wrestling event coming up. Are you guys going to do Smart Guys? I don't know. John hasn't contacted me or said anything, so I'm assuming no. But this was just an ongoing thing. It was just month after month. It was, oh, we're going to do it. Oh, time passes. Hasn't happened. Oh, sorry about that, Phil. We'll do it in the future when I'm ready. Maybe 2 weeks. 2 weeks passes. Oh, doesn't happen yet. Could I have handled it better with my audience? Fuck yes. I should have just said to everyone, listen, guys, this is between me and John. We got to hash it out. We don't have any details. When we have details, we'll tell you. For me, I was the kind of person who was trying to be 100% transparent with my audience, which is a horrible idea. I know that now. I know you can share, the worse it gets because people always try to twist shit against you. So if I promise people, John said he's coming back right after Shah's Man a Hole Punch. That's what he told me. And then Shah's Man a Hole Punch comes out and there's no John. Guess who they come to? Me. Not John. Me. Phil, where's John? Phil, you said John was going to do it. Oh, God, here we go again. It was just an endless string of this that happened since I moved month after month after month that year. And every time I opened my big mouth about it in a video like that, it just got worse because more people say, see, John doesn't want to be in Phil's content. John's avoiding Phil and all of that. Was it true? Was it not? I don't know. I can only know what John told me. He told me no. It was all personal stuff. He's saying as much in this video. But this is the thing. It just got worse and worse and worse to the point where it was constant hounding about John Rambo. Where is he? Why is he? Why is he ghosting you or whatever? Okay. Our conversations between us, started off friendly. And then after a while, I think what it was is every time that I said hello to him, he felt I was going to ask about a show again, which in reality here, to give you a very, very brief background. All right. John and I mostly never talked on the phone. It was mostly in person. He would come over to do co-op with me once a week, and that was the time when we had our conversations. And our friendship essentially was the hour or two before we recorded stuff. Okay? We had that personal time every time he came over. When I moved, under the impression we were going to have that. Didn't happen. It's my fault. I am stupid and didn't realize there's a giant time zone difference. So as I'm streaming and doing content, all right, I'm basically working all day every day, and I don't have time to call him because guess when my free time is? After my streams. Guess what time my stream's end? 9, 10 o'clock. Guess what time that is over there? Midnight. Do you think John Rambo would like to talk to me at 1 a.m. to talk about issues or anything? I don't think so. I don't think he wants to shoot the shit at 1 a.m. So I screwed up. Time zone difference. And I had to work so much to make ends meet and pay for all the stuff out here. I didn't have days off. I just didn't have any I really didn't.
Oh no, someone's illegally.
So now what happened? I start texting him instead. And At first, he's responding, and we're having conversations about stuff. But then he stops responding to the text, and I realize I think he's upset that I'm not calling him or we're not having conversations or whatever. There's not much I can do about that. To me, at the time, I was like, dude, what is this guy's problem with texting? Like, texting is cool because you can respond whenever you have a free moment. A lot of the times, I didn't even know when I was going to have a free moment during the day. But John was always under the impression I was going to call him and have these long, drawn-out verbal conversations, which was what we would do normally when we had those 2 hours before we filmed. So, in actuality, if everything had gone according to plan, and we did actually start making content when John had said we originally were going to, we're going to get on a Skype call and we're going to do Smart Guys. Well, the first hour, we would just talk and shoot the shit and catch up, and then we do the show. That didn't happen because we didn't do it, you see? So we never caught up. And the only time that I really had time for shit like that, even beforehand, when I was in Connecticut, was when I made time because John was coming over to do a day with me, a day of co-op, and then we would have our friendship, all right? This is basically completely different situations, you know? John has a separate life. John has a separate job. John has everything separate. My work was my life, you know? And even more so, when I moved across the country, I screwed everything up because I was overextended. I spent too much money and I had to work so much, I had no free time besides late at night. So that was the end of time to talk to John Rambo besides texting. So he hated the texting. I know for a fact. He mentions it. Why couldn't he just call me? Because all I could do was text. Because the only time I had free was late at night because I was working all day. And that's my fault. Again, it's my fault. But that's what happened. And so, yeah, it sucks. Basically, what I should have said at this point, this was 2014, was, guys, I don't know even when I'm doing anything with John. Just stop fucking bothering me about it. I'd love to do it. Can't. I'll let you know if anything happens. Instead, it was just keep leading people on, keep going with it, keep letting the trolls get to me about it. And it just got worse and worse. Okay. Well, I'm very honestly going to tell you, that this past week, John Rambo finally, after years, released the final episode of Shanaz Man and Hole Punch. It's literally feature length. It's like the length of a whole real movie that you would go see at the movie theater, all right? In my opinion, probably one of the best independently created series, one of the best independently shot things I've ever seen in my life. You gotta keep in mind that John Rambo filmed this, wrote this, did all the music, did all the editing himself. And can you tell that I was very apologetic for what I had said about Project 7 years before? That I always felt really bad that I basically downplayed John's involvement? When he did Shazman and a Hole Punch, I always tried to blow that show up and say how good it was. I always wanted to make sure that he was emphasized as a great content creator and a great director and all of that, because I felt so guilty about the shit that I had said about Project 7 in 2012, which we already covered. It's just a tremendous undertaking that he pulled this off with the ending that it has and everything. It was great. I loved it. And I watched it, and I tried to tweet out, and I hope if you guys have not checked out Schnozman and a Hole Punch yet, that is John Rambo's independent series, and I hope you will, because it's really well done, and it's funny, and it's intelligent, and you just got to check it out. I mean, someone who puts that much time and effort, it deserves more attention than it's getting, right? He started this 2 years ago, and the first few episodes were getting tens of thousands, if not, the first episode, I think, at this point, has 30,000 views, and the guy put so much work into the ending, and because what's been going on with YouTube, you've seen everyone's viewership and following is dwindling, unless you're some huge YouTuber. And so, unfortunately, he's putting all this time and effort in, and it really deserves more attention than it's getting. So please check it out. If you like my content, you're going to love this. It's better than my content, in my opinion. When it comes to anything that I could script or write or do, you should check it out, okay? But that being said, he released that this week, and then after that, he pretty much just kind of disappeared. He actually only tweeted a couple times. I watched the episode actually on Thursday of this week, and I texted him. I said, John, great job. What a great conclusion to the show. Looked really good. What do you think about Smart Guys? Because SummerSlam's this Sunday, so doing it next week might be the perfect time because we could recap SummerSlam and kind of jump into fresh, okay? So, yeah, I texted him. What do I say? I'm talking about work. I guess that's my fault. It is. Not I guess. It is. I'm talking about, can we do a show? Can we do a show? At this point, he's so burnt out, he doesn't even want to talk to me anymore. You know what I mean? And again, the circle of friends back home are poisoning the well and basically telling him, oh, you don't want to do nothing with Philly. Rip the all off. He's a scumbag. He's doing this. He's doing that. Why are you still dealing with him? And then I keep, asking, hey, are we ever going to talk? I wanted to actually get on a Skype call with him just to have time to talk with him personally. But, he didn't understand that. He thought it was just, oh, we're just going to do the show, you see? And you know what? I didn't say that, and that's my fault, too. A lot of things I fucked up.
He didn't respond. So at this point, I don't know what's going on with John. He tweeted yesterday that he's going away for a few days, but he'll be back for his show on Wednesday. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean that, like, he's turning off everything, turning off his fucking internet and his phone, and he just wants to be alone?
Apparently, yes. He went to this Bear Mountain,
so
right? That's what he
time
did.
and effort into Schnozman, he's burnt out. I don't know. Does it mean that he's not interested in doing Smart Guys? I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask. That's the thing. I don't know what's going on with John, and he hasn't responded. So for me, I know that if I didn't want to be bothered and I didn't respond to something, I wouldn't like it to keep being pestered. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
I already
for John,
pestered the
I'm
shit
gonna
out
give
of him.
Space, and if or when he contacts me and says I'd like to do Smart Guys again and I'd like to do our new show, great. But if he doesn't, I mean, that's gonna, I guess, be on his shoulders. We haven't had a conversation about it or anything. He just didn't respond when I tried to contact him this week. So it's all lays basically on John right now. And when he feels that, I guess, he's rested enough or relaxed enough or in a position where he can jump back in and do some stuff with me, great. But until then, I don't know. It all rests on him. So that's really the situation going on. You know, real talk. And I'm not saying that's a negative or a positive. It's nothing. It's just real talk. That's what's going on. And I'm waiting to hear back from John. And when I hear from him, I'll let you know what he says. All right? But as of right now, until I hear from John, it's going to be business as usual. Saturdays is going to be one gameplay stream, because Saturday's the day when I only do a half day of work so that I can go do stuff with Leanna. So it is what it is. If he's ready to come back, great. If not, I don't know. So I'll let you know.
Yes, this is absolutely. This is an example of me pressuring him. Someone just said, absolutely. This is the kind of pressure, because it wasn't just me texting him, but then I would say shit like that in my videos, and he would feel even more pressure. Like, if he doesn't want to be in my stuff, and then I say that in a video, why would he want to be in my stuff, right? So yeah.
I'm back from my trip. I got messages from him. I got messages from other people saying, why the fuck won't you talk to Phil? Phil's upset. And I'm kind of pissed about that, Howard.
Yeah, you should be.
So I'm kind of pissed about this. I don't contact him. I basically say, look, I'm gonna keep holding him to what I said weeks ago, which is when I'm ready, I'm gonna do stuff. I will contact him. The following week, I get more messages. They mostly are like, "How are you doing?" And then as soon as you say "good," then immediately goes right into the videos. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's like a setup, and then videos. Videos. Are we going to make the videos? Let's do some videos. I need to tell people when we're making the videos. Let's do some videos. I don't respond to any of these messages because, like I said, I'm in kind of a bad spot. The episode had come out. Now I'm kind of like, all this time is kind of freed up. So I'm piecing my life back together, putting things back together. And I got things going on that actually matter beyond making videos with him. Okay? So I eventually get a message from him in the middle of the night, Howard. And it wakes me up because I'm sleeping. And I'm pissed off because I have to work the next morning. So I believe I woke up, I'm pissed off, go back to sleep. I remember waking up the next morning and very quickly responding to this in a very nondescript text response, which was basically, please count me out for a while. I'm looking to move. I'm trying to get money together to move. YouTube isn't going to help with that, which is in reference to doing stuff with him, okay? Because my stuff that I was doing isn't monetized, and I'm not looking to, I wasn't looking to make money with that. It was my creative outlet. And I said, I'm around most nights, please call me, okay? So Howard, I'm thinking the next day, Phil will call, right?
Yep.
Because I basically expressed I'm having a tough time, and I said, please call me. So I'm thinking the next day is I'll get a call and we'll talk about things. What I would have told him was, hey man, I need 2 or 3 months to get my stuff together, to get healthier and actually go to work and undo some damage, which is again I did by choice. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But instead, what happens, Howard, is I'm going about my business the next day. I get a text from the Air Raid Lord, and he says, "Sorry to hear about what happened." And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving YouTube." I start getting other tweets from various people with similar sentiments.
Wow.
So I go, what the hell's going on here? So I go right to his channel, and I see that Phil did not actually call me. He instead made a video, a monetized video, by the way, where he publicly reads the text out loud.
All right, now the next thing that was a common question that people have been asking me for weeks, and I finally have a definitive update for you on this one, is in regards to John Rambo. As you know,
Just gonna let it run. Just gonna let it roll. Let's get major progress before I say anything.
John Rambo and I, when I lived in Connecticut, pretty much almost every week, it was about 3 weeks out of the month, would do co-op gameplay on a Saturday. We'd do our podcast called Smart Guys, where we would do live wrestling commentary on everything that's been going on over the course of that particular week in the WWE and sometimes in TNA and even Ring of Honor and other stuff. And we had plans that we were going to start a new show once I moved to the state of Washington, where it would be like a coast-to-coast show where I talk about stuff on the West Coast, he talks about stuff on the East Coast, and we kind of, communicate once a week doing that. And everyone's been...
How cool would that show have been? And we did it like every week or every few weeks. We're talking about different coastal things. Imagine talking about all the shit that happened during, the Trump administration. Talk about all the shit that happened during COVID. That would have been an amazing show, I feel. What a lost opportunity there.
Saying, what's been going on with this? What is going on with Rambo? It's now been 2 months you've lived in Washington. You haven't done a Smart Guys. And I've been trying my best to keep you guys in the know and informed on what's going on. John was very inundated with work and working on his show, Schnozman and Hole Punch. And finally, the final episode of Schnozman and Hole Punch was released last week to much acclaim. It's one of the best internet-based things I think I've ever seen in my life. It's really well done, especially for keeping in mind that John did 99% of the work himself, the filming, the writing, the editing. Really, he did everything himself, the music, shit. And I didn't hear back from him after that. I texted him and congratulated him on the show, and I said, "It's great. What are you thinking for our stuff now? When can we get started up?" So I hadn't heard from him. Finally, last night, I'll be honest with you guys, I was feeling kind of not frustrated, but almost worried that something had happened where he was pissed at me or something, that he wasn't responding to anything that I was sending him. And so I went ahead and I texted him again. I told you guys I'm the realest person on the internet. I got nothing to hide. I'm going to tell you exactly what we talked about.
Oh, my God.
Text. And basically I said, here you go. I said, "Hey, John, I hope you're doing well. Haven't heard from you recently. I'd like to catch up with you, off camera. Don't worry about any filming. I just want to hear how you're doing. We haven't talked in a while, and it feels weird to me. I knew you had schnozzhole going on, but when you didn't respond at all to my text last week, it felt like something may be wrong. Just let me know. No pressure. I want to know where we stand and that you're okay." And then John did respond this morning, and he said, "Hey, you're going to have to count me out for a while. I need to get my money together so that I can move to a better place. YouTube stuff isn't going to help me with that. I'm around most nights if you ever want to call." So I did respond to him, and I said, "All right, in the next couple days, I'll try to squeeze in a time when I can call. I know there's a big time zone difference." But the bottom line is, it sounds to me like John is just not interested in doing anything on YouTube right now. And I'm gonna talk a little bit right now, because I'm going to be honest with everybody. I think that John does not get the credit that he deserves. I think that John Rambo in particular actually puts in an incredible amount of work ethic, effort, and time into his work that people don't understand. I think that John, unfortunately, didn't get as much, if anywhere near anything, out of the stuff that he put into YouTube like I did, all right? So I'm going to give you a quick bit of history. Back when I started on YouTube on a whim, I started doing gameplay or whatever, and I had this huge jump in popularity because no one was doing gameplay on YouTube like I was. Everyone was either doing professional level walkthroughs, or they weren't doing live commentary, or it was all nothing like raw, unedited, real gameplay like I was doing on YouTube. I was the only person doing it like that at the time. And it became hugely popular. And then in that particular year, we were heavily into Street Fighter. We were playing Street Fighter 4. Years passing after that into 2009, 2010, John and I started doing co-op of gameplay and stuff like that. And so John that year actually qualified to go to Super Battle Opera in Japan. And at Super Battle Opera, he documented everything. He went and he videotaped everything. And because he had a following of people who knew who he was from my content, he made his own YouTube channel, John Rambo Presents.
He documented his whole trip to Japan, and it was huge, like popular as hell. People watched the hell out of the videos. They're like, wow, John, we love the footage. Would you consider doing gameplay of your own? Would you consider doing projects of your own? And so at that time, John did a few things. He started a series called Games of the Series, where he was just playing random games at a gaming store where he knew the employees there.
Does that sound like
and also with his other friends, off-camera friends, who people didn't know. We're doing co-commentary with him. And then after a while, he decided he didn't want to do that, that he'd prefer to just do gameplay with me, and he went in his own direction on his channel, and he started doing things such as The Show, which is his weekly podcast with OJ, where for about 2 hours, the two of them shoot the shit. They talk about different topics. They do comedy skits. They have guests. They play music. They do all kinds of stuff. It's a 2-hour variety show that I'm very much a huge fan of. And it's funny because when the show started, we're talking some 2 to 3 years ago now, it was just a podcast, meaning there was no video. It was like just audio. You could listen to it as an audio show, and they would put up pictures and stuff that would go through, but it wasn't anything you needed to see. You could literally just listen to the show and be doing other stuff, and you missed nothing. Over the years, John Rambo's The Show has progressed so exponentially, like from being just a podcast to having all kinds of interactive art and things going on, to then having guests on the show, to then having video, and it became a Skyped call podcast. I feel like I'm doing a fucking another tribute, right? What the fuck am I doing here? I'm basically saying goodbye, John Rambo. Like, are you shocked that people contacted Rambo and said, hey, Rambo, you're never making content ever again. I'm sorry to hear you're leaving the internet. Like, what the fuck was I doing? Podcast where you could see video call and see people live on the show, to having all this video packages and things put into it. And then, of course, John, in 2012, when we were working on our own video series called Project 7, John was inspired creatively to do his own thing called Schnozman and Hole Punch, which is this show that he's been working on for 2 years and finally, reached completion this past week. And it was a lot of effort and work. And I'm going to say this, I am angry because John does not get the viewership he deserves. I love his content. I think that the show, and in addition to that, Schnozman and Hole Punch, and anything that he puts out on that channel is great. It's gold. It's like, it's not, I would not miss it. I watch everything that he puts out on there just like I would watch every episode of a popular television show, or every episode of, or even following a funny comedian and what work they work on. His quality of stuff is that good. Now, keep in mind, he's an individual. He's independent. He doesn't have a studio backing him with millions of dollars so he can have crazy special effects and all that. He learned everything on the fly, and he does it himself. And the thing that pisses me off is if you consistently look at John's content over the past several years, the stuff that he puts out on YouTube, it's gotten exponentially better, and his views have gotten exponentially worse. When he started with the show, which was just an audio podcast, that thing was getting tens of thousands of views. Now he struggles to even get a couple thousand views on his. Why would I say this, right? I'm burying him. I'm basically saying he's unsuccessful. This is the same shit that Review Tech USA ended up doing to me eventually on his channel. And I was like, dude, don't you understand, even if it's well-intentioned, that this just hurts things? It makes people talk shit and have drama. Podcast. I don't know why. Nothing's changed. The quality has gone up, not down, yet somehow the interest has waned. And a lot of people say to me, Phil, your content, well, you can say 100 things about me. That I'm an asshole, I'm a hypocrite, people hate me. Oh, I'll say that. It's right there.
There's a slander campaign against me, and yada, 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 yada. My views have gone down, but not to the point where it's like I get 10% of what I used to. And John, unfortunately, that's what's happened to him. It's bullshit. What the hell happened over there? I have no idea. I've never seen anything where he attacked a fan, or there was an argument, or he did something wrong. It just seems for whatever reason people gravitated away from his YouTube channel. And over the years, he's put so much work into the stuff that he's done. I know for a fact that he put a good 6 fucking months of work into the final episode of Schnozman and Hole Punch. And right now, you go over there, and of course, was he expecting a ton of views? No. What I would say is it's a success in regards to the people that watched it, loved it. So if a couple thousand people watch it and love it, I guess, mission accomplished. But I know for a fact that's his heart, soul, money, and time that was invested in that thing. And he even knew, so much so, that it was, at this point, just for the artistic vision and not for the fact that he was going to get anything monetarily out of it. He didn't even monetize the final episode of Schnozman and Hole Punch. So he knew
from the get-go that the series over 2 years had declined in viewership so much that it wasn't going to be getting anything significant. And he didn't even bother putting ads on it because he didn't want the artistic vision ruined by ads fucking popping up all over his work.
This is basically the nicest drag ever. I'm dragging him through dirt, mud, shit, feces, but I'm being nice about it. I'm still dragging him though.
So, John is a hard worker. John
Tribute
is a
drag, I
dependable
guess.
person. And I really feel that, I don't know from what the cause was, that all of a sudden his viewership, declined like it did over the past couple of years. And I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves. And I feel bad when I get a text like that basically he's saying he's giving up on YouTube, except for, I know he's going to continue to do his podcast, the show, but basically that he doesn't want to do anything on YouTube. He has to focus on real life work to save up money and be able to move. That pisses me off. I hate that because that means that's a creative vision that's been crushed. Here's someone who's a very creative person who I know if he had the means to do it, that he could make epic series for the internet, and he can't do it now. He has to go focus on 9-to-5 job because he needs to save up his money. And it's so disappointing, especially because I'm such a good friend of his, that is the situation. And all I can say is that, from my standpoint and my perspective, work-wise, is it a disappointment that John's not going to be in my content anymore, or at least for the foreseeable future? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, I'm an adult, and I realize that this is John's life and it's serious business, and that if that's his decision, I absolutely 1,000,000% respect it, and I say good luck to him, and I hope that he has massive success with whatever he's doing, so that he can actually start making some money, because YouTube didn't pan out, and that he can do stuff in his life to improve his life situation. I am the exception to the rule. I am the lucky one. I am the one out of the million who tried to make it big on YouTube. I take that back. I didn't try to make it big on YouTube. I just tried to get anything going on YouTube that could possibly work. As a hobby, it blew up, and because it blew up at one time and I was the popular thing, I'm able to make a living doing it today. Even though I'm not the popular thing anymore, I still have enough that I can make a living. But I'm the exception. Right? I'm the lucky one. And it sucks that someone like John, who has all that creativity, it didn't work out for him, and it's bullshit. And I hate a world where that's not fair. You know what I mean? It's not fair. It's not fucking fair. And I can understand there's a lot of people that are frustrated, that just like John, who you have creative talent and you can't make it big on YouTube. And I understand, because it's bullshit. It's not fair. It's kind of like perfect timing. You know what I mean?
Grow up.
And it's perfect timing and luck of the draw, and I was the lucky one, and millions of people are not. And that's very frustrating to me because, as you know, John was an integral part of my work. John is my friend. I loved having work and friendship involved because it really was a great thing. But I knew when I was making this move to Washington that it had to be done. It was going to be a massive positive. So far, there has been a massive positive. And if anything, the one major negative right now is that, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do stuff with John. From time to time, I'm going to give him a call. I'm going to try to give him a call in the next couple of days. Hopefully we can catch up, find out what the heck's going on with him. And
this was the situation where I basically realized I just can't call the guy. I never had free time except nights, late nights, He'd be like, oh, just call me at night. I'm always streaming. Couldn't not be streaming because I had to pay the bills. I put myself in that situation. It's my fault. But even I say it in a video and then I didn't do it because I couldn't because I was stupid.
If you want to keep in touch with John, definitely check out his YouTube channel, John Rambo Presents, where he's going to be uploading weekly. His podcast and all that stuff is going to be continuing on over there. And I hope, again, I wish him the best, and I hope that stuff works out for him. And I'm going to be keeping in touch with him privately offline. I know this is a huge change for everybody because we were all expecting, this wasn't something that John and I discussed before. It was a completely different story, and apparently there was this epiphany in the past 2 months where he just realized that he can't do YouTube stuff anymore. That's life. It is what it is. So, I just got to move ahead, and no hard feelings whatsoever to anybody. Seriously, how could I possibly have hard feelings for a guy who supported me, who was there for me, who we had a working friendship and a great business relationship for several years, and it was only that I chose to actively move? How could I be upset that he is moving on and doesn't want to be involved with that YouTube-related content anymore? I mean, I would be such an incredible egomaniac, selfish asshole. You know what I mean? And I'm not. Like I said, I love the guy. I wish him the best, and I hope that stuff works out for him. So there you go. You know what I mean? There you go. That's the definitive answer. And if anything changes, like he said, count me out for now. He didn't say count me out forever. There's a possibility that maybe
It's none of anyone's
there'll be
business.
big stuff coming up. Maybe, you know, John's in a better situation in a year's time and he wants to do a big playthrough with me, or he wants to come back and do Smart Guys. Great. But I'm not going to push the issue. I'm not going to harass the poor guy and say, oh, you're going to be my content, you're going to be my content. I'm just going to leave it as it is. And when John, you know, makes a decision that maybe he wants to come back, he can. Now, unfortunately, what this means is what's going to happen to Smart Guys, right? Because this is what everyone... Phil, when's the next Smart Guys? I don't know now, because Smart Guys integrally... From day one, it was me and John, right? And we worked well off of each other. I had one perspective, he had another. A lot of times we had varying perspectives. We had different opinions on what was going on. And it was good the way that we played off of each other in that show. And would it even be worth it to continue that show when it's only one person? You know what I mean? Now, there is obviously a possibility to continue the show and maybe find people who are interested in pro wrestling who want to give their takes on what's been going on. We can maybe have special guests that we rotate through, but I don't want to do that without having input from people who have been fans of Smart Guys for years. I would be an asshole to, I'm just going to change it, fuck it. I want to hear everyone's feedback. What do you think? Would it be better as a show that I continue by myself? Would it be better as a show where I have guests who maybe are rotating co-hosts on the show? Would it be better if maybe I tried to find a one person who could be a co-host permanently? Or is that it? Should I just retire the show completely and just continue on? As you guys know, for the past 2 months, on Saturdays, I'm just doing one gameplay streams. Should I just do that instead? So I would definitely like to hear your opinions on all that stuff, whether it's on Twitter, @TheyCallMeDSP, whether it's in the comments of this video. Please go ahead and submit me all that and let me know. I will mull it over. I'm not going to promise anyone Smart Guys is returning soon because I want to think about it for a while. And in particular, with this hardcore gaming season coming up, I may be so inundated with stuff anyway. Maybe this was the right time for this to happen. But I'd like to hear your opinion and feedback. Okay?
So I canceled it because ultimately I felt that the show had no purpose without John. That show was not just me, it was me and John. Without John, it wasn't Smart Guys anymore. I dabbled with the idea that maybe I would just do a new show. I just ended it. And, you know, at that point, I didn't have any more pressure to really watch pro wrestling, but I did. I continued to watch it for several years, but yeah. I mean, is there anything defensible in that? I mean, I could have literally said, hey guys, so I heard from John, and we're not going to be doing anything for a while, if ever. I'll let you know if it ever changes. None of your business. Why? It's none of your business. Seriously. But back then, again, I was so Mr. Transparent. I got to share everything with everyone. I got to document everything. Keep in mind, I was filming all over my house. I was filming all over everywhere I went. I was an idiot. Now, that's completely different. Like today, I would just say, oh, fuck off. None of your business, man. Stop getting in our business. You know? Do I want to do content with John? Yes, but we're not. Too bad. I'll let you know if and when we are and deal with it. Right? But I wasn't like that back then. I didn't have boundaries. So John texts me saying personal shit. I read it like an asshole. And then I bury him for like 40 minutes. I bury the guy. Oh, his content's good, but no one watches it. It's a shame. I mean, in one way, I'm alluding basically it's the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm used to pick up content and push it, and it would be popular. And then the YouTube algorithm changed. And just like my channel, his channel had been suffering too. But I don't have to say any of that. Again, you have to understand that when you're going to say negative shit about someone or something, it's going to just be tossed at them. And that's exactly what Review Tech did to me. For years, he would make videos, oh, DSP Gaming is failing. Look, the views are going down. Phil has to make drastic action now or he'll go out of business. It's none of anyone's business.
I'm like, dude, Rich, why'd you make that fucking video? Don't you understand that when you make that video, people now will come and laugh at me and deride me and do nasty things towards me and say, oh, what did you do? You know, I didn't understand that back then because I was a fucking idiot. Now I get it, but this is like, you know, 7 years later, 8 years later. Older and wiser now, but back then, that was the dumbest thing I could have possibly done in the situation. I was completely in the wrong.
Whatever reason, he goes out to give me a bunch of compliments and then kind of buries me after that, which is a weird mixture of
I did
he likes
bury
to do
him.
sometimes.
It was a happy burial.
It's okay if I speak negatively because I complimented you first.
It was like, you're great,
okay, right?
but you're still
Yeah,
failing.
exactly.
He does the same thing where he goes, I'm going to be honest with everyone. You know, that usual spiel. He talks about how John's giving up on YouTube. He doesn't want to do stuff on YouTube anymore. he kind of implies like I'm upset about views. I'm not getting enough credit or views or money, and very far from my feelings on things.
That's awesome.
I don't think I ever. It's very hard to make the argument that I tried to make a living on YouTube or I tried to make money on YouTube. Okay, the stuff I put out is not going to reach a lot of people. It's not really possible. It's a two-hour podcast, which is weird. It's a web series that's weird. It's very different than taking a video game that millions of people know about. It's advertised and doing a playthrough. People could find you in a search. And like for my stuff, I know what the ceiling is. Like the first Shaw's Made a Whole Bunch episode, however, was like 20,000 views. So that's my ceiling. It's not 200,000, 2 million, 20,000. I then spent the next 3 years making more of those, knowing what that ceiling is. There's never a goal to get fame or money. It's like, this is what I like to do. This is what I want to make, The show, we've done, almost 200 episodes. We know what the ceiling is.
Yeah, exactly.
So I get all these messages from people saying, I always liked your content. Sorry to hear you're leaving.
Wow.
In the same video, he talks about how he's the exception. I'm the one in the million that can do this, that can make it. Well, congratulations, man. Again, we don't make the same type of content. And he refers to himself as the realest motherfucker on the internet.
Stupidest motherfucker on the
spewing,
internet,
misinformation. What he could have just called. And by the way, Howie.
Yep.
He has never actually called me to this day, which is 15 months later. Well, maybe 13 months. He's never actually called.
Yeah.
And in this video, he said, I'm going to call him. He's never actually called me.
Yeah. Now do you want I don't know. I just why don't you roll into the next bit?
All right, hold on. So
yeah.
I feel like as a friend you would call and you say, what's going on? Is there something I could do to help you out? Which is what you did.
Hogan's dick.
We would talk, right?
Yeah.
And you would check in once in a while.
I called John maybe once a week just to see how he's doing.
And I would tell you, this is what's going on, and
yeah.
It's not that you could fix the situation. I'm not looking for someone to be like, I'm going to fix your problems. It's, talking it out, right? Let you know I support you, that kind of thing.
In their heads, 24/7.
So that's that, and I want to talk about this. He'll often say, I'm the realist. I'm the most, here's honestly this. Here's the truth of the matter. When people do that, they're usually doing it for a reason. It's usually because they're not telling the truth.
That's false. For me, I have a lot of mannerisms and things that I say in my dialect, talking to people on the internet every single day, all day long for 14 years. When I say, the truth of the matter, or the bottom line is, or I'll be honest with you right now, what I'm doing is trying to emphasize that what I'm about to say has weight or importance. Okay? Maybe I'm dicking around right before that, making a joke, cracking, making a stupid comment, laughing, being silly. But I'm trying to tell you, okay, the silliness is over. I'm about to talk about something that's kind of important, so listen up. That's what I mean when I say that. And it's a quick way to say that without having to say, oh, by the way, guys, I'm about to drop all the levity and to be serious right now, so listen up. I just say, hey, the truth of the matter is, or hey, here's what's important. Listen, but he is taking it like every time I say that it's something a lie. That's ridiculous. That's again negativity, toxicity that's seeped into his opinion of me, thinking that because I say those things all the time in my dialect, it means that I'm always lying. Couldn't be further from the truth, but he feels that way at this point. You see?
Why am I toxic?
So I have no defense at all. I never should have read the text. I never should have made basically a burial segment in that podcast about I love his content, but it doesn't get attention. I did make it sound like he was retiring from the internet, although oddly enough, I say he's still doing his own show. So how is he retiring from the internet if he's still doing his own show? I don't make sense. I'm listening back to myself and I don't make sense in that clip. It's a very, very bad clip. That's why I put asshole over it, because that's probably out of all the things I did in this video, probably the worst thing. Okay.
If every time you spoke and you go, Here's the honest truth of it. Let me be honest with you for a second. I'm the most honest. I'm the realist. That's a warning sign.
Yeah, big one.
Because why you feel the need to say that?
Because I'm joking half the time when I'm talking with you guys.
On his video,
I'm trying to make levity on my streams. I want you to know that I'm saying something that I feel is important or truthful at that point. I'm not being a dick or a jokester, teasing anyone or, making a dumb comment about a game. It's something important. That's why I do that, to break it up. It's not like in the middle of a conversation, I would just say that.
Thanksgiving video, he talks about, I have no idea what I did wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. If you go to that video from August where he's reading my text, there's random people in the comments, man, and on Twitter and whatnot, that don't know Phil personally, don't know me personally. Well before there's a problem, that there's an obvious problem between us publicly. There's people that are saying, maybe you shouldn't read someone's text out loud like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's
amongst other comments like, you're a piece of shit, you ruined your own life and John Rambo's, a million other insulting things. And you can only, at that point, you can only take comments seriously to a certain extent. I'm not saying the comments weren't correct, they were, but I wasn't actively reading my comments for anything of any intelligence. It was basically a lot of toxicity and trolling there. I didn't really pay attention.
People that will watch and immediately go, why are you reading someone's text out loud? Obviously, it's a private message. Why are you doing that? Well, here we are all these months later, and he still has no idea. But random people can figure it out immediately after watching the video.
Yep.
So, that was pretty much it. That kind of broke the back right there, man, because, again, you had to pull the stuff in the past, which many times saying things publicly that's saying things publicly about me that's not true, and then saying please don't do that. And here we go, like the biggest infraction of all, in my opinion. It's a big thing for me.
See you later, Mace. Mace was a longtime fan watching this all day. He has to go. We're in the home stretch. I'm done within less than 20 minutes. We'll be done.
That trust, because how do you really be friends with someone if you can't trust them? How do you tell them things? Part of a friendship is kind of like the intimacy of it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You share things about your feelings or family or whatever. Hell, that's kind of it's gone. It's gone right there, man. So I don't respond to it. I don't say anything publicly. My reaction is basically like, all right, he said he's going to call me. In that video, he actually says he's going to call me. Let's see if he calls.
Again, I could not call, and that's my fault. My lifestyle was wake up, record, broadcast, upload, record, broadcast. Oh, I have free time at 10 at night, which is 1 a.m. his time. So I can't call him. I texted, and he didn't like the texts. He wanted a personal call. I did not give him a personal call. I just texted, and he didn't like that and ignored my texts.
So, in the interim, I'm going to roll into this one. In the interim, in the middle of this, he starts sending text messages. First, he starts with John, starts sending John these text messages, like in the middle of the night. Mm-hmm. So now, when you do the math.
This is 2015 now. This is much later, and again, this is why the timeline is skewed. He makes it sound like, oh, this is happening right now in 2014. Nope. This is 2015. 2015 was the worst year of my life at this point, besides maybe late 2000s when I was feeling almost suicidal. Everything was falling apart at the seams. My channel was being insanely destroyed by trolls and fake copyright strikes. I was being DDoSed. I got swatted. My personal life was falling apart here with my significant other. I was feeling awful. And this would have absolutely been a time in my life when I absolutely would have loved to have some friends to talk about it. But had now been ghosted by John Rambo. Not Howard, because I didn't talk to Howard. But I'd been ghosted by John Rambo ever since that late 2014 situation. I had not heard from him since then. I did try from time to time to reach out to him and say, hey, I hope you're doing well, this and that. And he just completely ignored me outright. Okay? So, what they're about to reveal is truthful information. I'll explain what's going on for the first time after they are done talking about it.
Right? John starts getting text messages at 6 o'clock in the morning. That means it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there. So now, when you start reading them, you start looking at it, and it doesn't make any sense why he's even texting. And it's not even coherent. So you start wondering if the guy was like, if he's been drinking and texting.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's really weird. So basically, I called John up, and John, John goes, yeah, he texted me. It's really weird, and he keeps texting me, and I'm not responding back, and and like when he texts, like he's sending these messages, like he does feel sorry on one end, but and then he says something that like later that contradicts it completely.
Mm.
So
I don't know what happened there.
You just get to the point where like this is not good to have in my life.
Yeah, it's
and
not
it's
good
sad
to
because
have. Yeah,
it doesn't mean you hate the person. It doesn't mean that you wish them ill. It's like you hope they could fix whatever they got going on.
Yeah,
but they're just doing too much damage to you and themselves.
Yeah, and then you look at it and you're like,
that's what it's like.
There's no consistency there's no rhyme or reason, no consistency to what he does. So and then John goes like, just get ready because you're probably going to get a text message. So a few weeks ago, what does he do? He texts me. Yeah. And it's weird because he starts off with like, hey,
so I heard you hate me now or something.
Yeah.
Like, based on what? Hey,
I haven't talked to you in a while. I hear you and John both hate me now.
Yeah.
No one, I haven't talked to this guy in like. Is
there someone telling him wrong things? I don't know. Maybe there is.
Yes. All right, you ready for the explanation? It's not good. It's terrible. I was depressed as shit that year. Everything was falling apart around me. I was actually afraid I was going to lose everything. I thought that my YouTube channel was going to basically be shut down, or I was going to have such a loss of monetization on my YouTube channel that I was going to not be able to pay for anything. I was not going to be able to pay for my home. I was not going to be able to pay for anything at all. And like I said, at the same time, with all the horrible things that were happening to me that year, my personal relationship also had fallen apart at the seams. And late 2015,
I don't care,
into say the first half of 2016 was a very tumultuous time with so much shit going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't even know about. We're not going to get into that. Some of that is addressed in the Down the Rabbit Hole react that I've already done. But essentially, I was really, really, really fucked up in the head at this point. I was heavily drinking all the time at night. I would basically do a full day of content on the internet for you guys, and then I would drink myself to sleep because I was fucked up. I was depressed as shit. I didn't think there was any way I was going to get out of it. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. I wasn't enjoying what I was doing for a job anymore. I was jaded. I hated everything around me, essentially, at that point. And then, yeah, some late nights, I'm not kidding. I know this sounds fucking pathetic as shit, because it is. There were some late nights when I would get drunk and I would start reminiscing about the past. I would start reminiscing about the times when I would do co-op with John, or we would do Smart Guys. And so I would actually be drinking like crazy and then watch our old content together and be depressed as fuck and fall asleep watching it. Okay? Playthroughs and everything, And then it got to the point where what happens when you're a drunken, depressed idiot mess. I already had done this before in my life. And here I am doing it again in 2015. I start sending out texts and shit at night in the middle of the night when I shouldn't be. Everyone's asleep. I'm drunk as fuck. I'm stupid. I'm sending out these texts. Oh my God, John, I'm so sorry. I hope we can make up. I don't know what happened. If I did anything to fuck over your life or whatever, I hope that you'll forgive me. Shit like that. Pathetic shit. It is pathetic. Is it really an attempt for me to reach out to him and mend our relationship? Probably not. It's fucking me being depressed in the booze. It's not genuine. It's fucking me feeling bad. All right? And there's no excuse for it. It's disgusting, actually. I'm actually very upset with myself that I did it. And it happened for a while. It wasn't just like, it happened once or twice. It was like over a course of months, I know I kept texting John like that sometimes at night. And I know he was very upset. And I was shocked he didn't block my number. Seriously, I'm shocked he didn't block the shit. How's he putting up with this? And again, he never responded. So it wasn't like, hey, fuckface, stop doing this, you dumbass. Like, what are you doing? I don't fucking want text from you anymore. Stop bothering me. It's just nothing. Silence. And speaking into the void. All right? Which, I don't know how much you guys know this, but when you're depressed and you're not getting any response, it just makes you feel worse. And by the way, this is not blaming them. This is me. This is all on me, not them. This is them 100%. And this eventually led to self-destruction and the culmination of what happened, them making this video, because what they're talking about, when I texted Howard, out of nowhere. I didn't text the guy in the fucking mood. So I texted him and said, hey, I heard you guys hate me. Oh, that is true. I did hear that they hated me. So after all this time that this was happening, all right, and I was getting more and more increasingly depressed, as you saw, occasionally I would talk about them in my videos, and I believe it was a stream or something that I had mentioned them. I get an email from someone stating, hey, Phil, just so you know, I know that you're so, upset about Howard and John, not Howard and John, just John not talking to you. So I just want to let you know that I ran into them. I was at a YouTube thing in New York. I think it was one of their studio things. And I guess John and Howard were there together. They were filming. Now, being a fan of you, I walked up to them and I approached them and I wanted to introduce myself and said, hey, I love your stuff. By the way, what's going on with you and Phil? Phil, now for since like almost, half a year, hasn't heard from anyone. What's going on? To which they responded to the person and said, we don't want to associate with Phil anymore. All the shit going on with him, all the drama going on with him. We have some personal issues with him that we don't want to discuss with you, but we want nothing to do with him. So we wish him the best, but we want nothing to do with him. Now, they said as much. In this very video, they actually revealed this, that they had said that to people at events just like this, okay? So one of those people told me that this is what happened. And here I am the whole time. I'm in the dark. They're not, again, John had never responded since like the fall of 2014 in any way, shape, or form, not returning texts or anything. And what I hear is that they hate me now, basically. I heard that. I heard they hate me now.
Grab some
Oh,
salt.
wow. That really made me feel good in 2015, right? When I already was at one of my lowest points of my life. I was depressed and drinking. So it just exacerbated the whole situation. Okay? So, again, this has nothing to do with them doing anything wrong. They have the right to shut down the friendship. They have the right to not talk to me. 2015 was an awful, awful year for me. And I was a drunken, depressed fucking mess. Now, when you are a depressed mess, I talked about this a bit in of all things, my reaction to the Wings of Redemption Down the Rabbit Hole video. That was over a month ago. You can watch that right here on the channel if you'd like. And I talked about when you are depressed, sometimes you do things for no logical reason, only because you know that doing those things will destroy something and feed further into your depression. All right? This has happened to me many times over my life, where I get so depressed about something that I then purposely do things to ruin a friendship, to ruin a relationship even further than it's already been damaged. There's people who literally out of the blue, I decided I would just not speak to them ever again. This was very early on when I was like in my early 20s. I'll never speak to that person ever again. Fuck them. There's people who've been nothing but nice to me in my life, and I shut them out. Okay? And again, this is not me justifying it. It's wrong to do this. But I've done it many times in my life. Whenever I feel depressed, this seems to happen. It's a running pattern with me and alcohol. Okay, I get very bad when I get depressed. He said, I was at a point in 2015 where I was at such a low, I was at that point. And so I decided, since these guys are not going to talk to me, I've now found out that they hate my guts from someone who has talked to them in person, and they have not told me this up front. I will force them to. And then at least we will have closure, right? So I forced their hand. I started talking about them in videos. There was the Thanksgiving, Ask the King. Someone directly asked. That was the very beginning of this whole event, where I came out, said what I said on purpose. It was a calculated move to force them to react. But I was thinking they would react to me and say, hey, Phil, in private, shut the fuck up. We had enough of your shit. We don't want to be friends with you. We've moved on. Leave us alone. I fully expected that's what was going to happen. I thought maybe on a shocking whim, perhaps they would say, oh, well, we're sorry about all this. Let's work it out. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it was going to be the former. It was going to be destroy everything. Burn it all down. That's what depression does, man. It makes you want to destroy it all. And then say, fuck it all. I don't care after the fact that everything's destroyed. I was already feeling like shit. Why not just destroy everything around me too, right? So that's why I acted like that. And it's incredibly embarrassing. It was all public too. It wasn't even like, oh, you know, this is public shit I was saying on my podcast, public shit that I was saying in my videos. And then behind the scenes, I'm drunk texting these guys. Shit. And I know they didn't believe me. I'm not stupid. But, you know, it was out of control. Okay? All right.
I haven't talked to this guy since he left. The day that he left. That was the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, there's rewinding a bit. So after he does the video with the text message and all that, he did a pre-stream like the following weekend where he says like stuff with John had kind of become stale anyway. It was basically an attempt to be like, the entire thing was basically like to write me out, you know, for no reason. Because like if you just called, I would have told him, hey man, give me like a month or two. But it was an attempt to kind of write like we don't need John anymore. He's a fucking loser. He's got all problems, and you know we don't need him. We're gonna keep going with watch my stuff. Got very defensive, like almost like I was doing something wrong to him, when I really wasn't.
Yeah,
I did not wrong him by
no. He wasn't doing anything wrong in regards to he didn't want to be in my content. He was doing the right thing for himself. I just wish that he would have said it instead of saying I'm going to be in your content. It's coming. No, really, it's going to happen. And he kept leading me on. It's kind of like the same deal with Howard before I left Connecticut. He would say, oh, I'm gonna be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. Within 24 hours of the event, I'm canceling. My girl says we're busy. Like, what? And I felt like that's essentially John was now pulling a Howard on me. He had become that thing that he and I had talked about that was bad in the past. You know? I wish he did that differently. I wish he at least would have been honest with me. All right? And I don't feel like he was being honest or transparent with me at the time. I feel like he just didn't want to be in my stuff. Yes, there was personal shit going on in his life, but also now we know there was this stuff going on back in Connecticut. People didn't like me. There was poison there, you know, being spread around about me, about completely unrelated issues. And definitely, all that being said, this is a situation that I wish went down completely differently, and it didn't. You know, I don't know what I can do about it now, but it's done. You know, he's right in saying he didn't do anything wrong in regards to not wanting to be in my content. I just wish that he had been completely transparent with me about it, and it probably would have avoided a lot of these issues. But the issues were created by me after the fact.
By not being able to do his content. There's a video, man, that somebody sent to me, okay? Which was taken from one of his streams, dude. So he basically was talking about me around this time period. Maybe it was like August or September. And he's going off about how John lives with his parents. John lives in the middle of nowhere. He's got all these problems. And as usual, yeah, it was like what I was saying. Like, we don't need that fucking loser around here, you know? He didn't specifically say the loser part, but he did say the other stuff.
I didn't say anything like that at
but
all.
Here's the thing. He doesn't know anything about my house, who I live with. He has never been to my home. He's never expressed interest in doing that. He doesn't really know who's in my life or anything about the situation. And you guys saying things like that on a public stream. Yeah. Someone that's supposed to be your friend. So I contact him after this, immediately after, sent him a text message, because he wants to say that no one ever...
Yeah, the timeline is skewed. I can't remember exactly when this was, but this was definitely in that time frame of me doing fucked up stuff on my streams in regards to Rambo, because he wasn't really giving me transparent information or responding that much. Again, it was me trying to justify a reason why he's not going to be in my content. Well, he's got personal issues at home. He's got to handle those. This whole YouTube thing isn't his focus. But why am I saying shit like that? Even if it was true or not. Because I'll be honest with you now. Oh, I said it. I'll be honest with you. So that means, obviously, that I'm lying now. No. From my recollection, that was factual information, the shit that I said. From my recollection, we had behind-the-scenes conversations like that, and I was revealing that information to the public, which I shouldn't have done. He's saying, oh, we never even talked about that. He's making it up. I swear we did talk about that via text, okay? I wouldn't just pull something out of my butt like that out of nowhere. In regards to, no, I'd never been to his house, but he told me all about it in the past. I knew what area of New York he lived in. I knew about who he was living with, and all of that because we talked about it. So it's funny because he's basically saying here, oh, he didn't know anything about that. Maybe it really was true, and he's trying to like defend himself here to say, oh, it wasn't real because he's afraid of doxing and shit. I don't know, but the shit I said back then, to the best of my knowledge, was truthful. It was just wrong to say it, completely wrong to say it. He's sharing personal information about me. Why the fuck am I reading that and talking about that on my streams? Again, the timeline's fucked because I think this already had happened previous to the Thanksgiving thing, but now he's bringing this up again.
Never expressed any problems, or I don't ever heard of any problems of John having with me. So I sent him a text to say, I caught wind that you're saying very private things. By the way, not true things, lies about me. In one of your streams, I expect that you will not be posting that to YouTube. I hope that you will not be uploading that to YouTube. So he didn't respond, and I do not believe that he did. I don't think he did actually post it. It was one of those like pre-stream things. But again, it's like, what is going on here, man?
Yeah.
The next time I hear from he asks, would you like to be on Hate Live? Which I tell him I can't do. He gets kind of frustrated about it, and I kind of listen, man, I'm doing my own show this week. Like I'm not available to do that. It's basically like every interaction has to eventually do with videos and stuff, man. He talked about the Thanksgiving video. He talks about like we were talking about shows and stuff. There'll be a message like, "Hey, you're watching Gotham," and I'll be like, "Yeah, it's pretty decent," and then it'll just immediately turn into, "Yeah, let's record this weekend."
See, and he felt that way, but that's not what was happening. I was trying to reach out to him and be a friend and talk via text. I couldn't call him. I just couldn't. I didn't have the time until super late at night to be doing that kind of stuff. But I know I was watching a show. We both like comics. Let's talk about Gotham. We talked back and forth about it, for a bit. Things we liked, things we didn't like. And I say, oh, by the way, any chance that we're going to do anything soon? Because I'd like to actually, again, my frame of mind, because I'd like to actually talk with you, on a time that I could take out of a day, make work out of it, so I can have time to talk with you beforehand. This is, again, what we used to do when he would come on Saturdays for co-op. The first hour or two of us doing it wasn't doing it. It was just talking about fun stuff, having our friendly interactions. Then we would turn on the cameras and start recording the content. I wanted that back. He just wanted me to call him outside of all of that stuff. Okay? Again, workaholic. Bad way to go about having friends when all you're doing is work, and all your interactions with them is work, right? And it's easy to say, well, Phil, you could have just dropped everything and called him. I mean, you're right. I could have. Absolutely. You're right. But at that point in my life, I was separated from that life. I had a new life here in Washington State. I was fully focused on the things going on here, which weren't great in 2015 and 2014. They were much better. But you're right. The excuse here, the only excuse that I can make is not really excuse, explanation is when you're separated physically from the person. All right. It's not out of sight, out of mind, because I still remembered him and I wanted to do stuff with him. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to hang out with him. I wanted to make content with him over the internet. But it wasn't as easy as, okay, my Saturday is that he's driving over, we do it. It was, man. So now we got to try to like schedule in when we can both do it over the internet. Much debt and shit.
What do I do?
So it was like, I could take time out and call him and have a conversation on the phone. I don't know if it's necessarily going to lead to anything better in the friendship. I don't even have time for the friendship. I wanted to have the work happen so I could cut the time out of the work to have the friendship continue. I know this is completely wrong. Everyone's probably like, what the fuck? You call your friends, you hang out with your friends. That's not how it was. In my mind, it was, oh, work. So have the scheduled work and cut out a section of the work to be friends and then do the work after. That's how it always was. And it's fucked up, completely fucked up. Especially because, again, before I became a full-time YouTuber who monetized my videos, I did spend time with John. We went to tournaments. We did all kinds of fun stuff together that had nothing to do with making videos for YouTube. And that went away when I became a full-time YouTuber.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
He's
I
right.
don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I
It's
don't have
like,
money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Man? I'll admit there's many texts he sends which I just don't respond
It's
to
Dark
because
Dave's fault.
how do you trust it, man?
Yeah.
How do you trust this isn't going to become something that's I got to talk about in a video now?
Yeah,
Steve
pretty
John's
much.
talking to me all the time.
And that's one. And that's one of the reasons why I was reluctant to why I didn't reply to that text message, because I looked at it and said, well, if John went through this nonsense with him going ahead and posting these text messages on or reading these things on his vlog,
Sounds like
then what's it going to keep him from doing it with me?
And if you respond, it becomes like, oh, Howard's talking to me. What the fuck, John's?
Yeah.
Say that.
So why even put myself in that predicament? That's why I didn't even bother texting him back. I just left it like that. But and then, like I said, he goes, writes these text messages, sends text messages to John, then sends me a text message, and then what does he do right after? He goes ahead, he posts a video.
Yeah, this was maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and then what does he
That
do?
started this whole
week,
thing.
He goes and,
That was the first thing they
and
addressed.
posts this video on Thanksgiving.
So yeah, 2 weeks ago we both got texts like the middle of the freaking night while we were
Middle of the night. I got this
asleep
text
and have to
message.
go to
It was
work.
like 4:30 in the no, it was 5:30 in the morning. So that was like I think it was like 3 in the morning over there, 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I talked to John and I said, I really think he's drinking.
He basically these texts. I'm not going to go word for word because that's what happened to me. I'm not going to do that, but he basically expressed that he wants to kind of work things out.
Yeah.
But he really doesn't because you saw what he did on Thanksgiving. So it was basically like an ultimatum kind of thing. Like, if you don't fucking talk to me, respond to me right now, then I'm going to go publicly and try to fuck you.
I mean, it wasn't trying to fuck you. It was again. He's right. It was basically like, you've been ghosting me for a year. I'm depressed as fuck. I want to destroy everything around me. I want an answer. Is anything ever going to change, or is it always just going to be, you ghost me forever? And it worked. Destroyed everything. It worked, man. It destroyed absolutely, positively everything about this relationship. There was no way, after they made this video, that this was going to continue, which is odd because we're at the end of the video, and wait till you hear how they end it. It's baffling to me. So let's finish this.
I'm very confused.
By the situation. Okay? And like, if you and I had a problem, Howie, but you never know.
I know, right?
And I felt really bad that you're not speaking to me. I'm probably not going to make the things worse.
No,
by saying shit like whatever he said, the insults that he said in a public video.
Yeah, and
it's almost like he's always got to try to save face. I'm the winner. There's no winner in this situation, man.
No, and I didn't think there was going to be a winner. Again, they are off base here. There's no winner here. I wasn't trying to be, I'm the guy that is the winner here. I knew there was going to be a culmination and an explosion. I thought it was going to be they contact me behind the scenes and say, fuck off, never again, stop contacting us, block, block, block. Or, wow, all right, let's finally hash it out. We ignore, John, I thought it was going to be John saying, I ignored you for a year, but let's figure it out. One or the other. I thought it was going to be the former. I thought it was going to be fuck you, block, block, block. I had no idea they were going to make a public video like this at all. Because again, 90% of the shit in this video, it's the first time I'm hearing it. I didn't know there was a resentment about Project 7. I didn't know there was resentment about all these things that had happened over the years. It's first time hearing it. And it blew my mind and made me, feel like shit. But we'll talk about this in a second.
To address
so the
it,
end here. Finish this.
Personally versus doing it the way he does. And personally, I'll be completely honest with you, John. I really think that he watches too much WWE. Because it feels like no, I'm not lying, dude. It feels like it really feels like he tries to make his channel like that, where it's full of drama. It's all drama, just to try to create controversy.
My channel is all drama. Has he ever even watched the fucking channel?
Champions, so he's a piece
I
of
played
shit.
video games.
You piece of
constantly.
shit.
The
How about
vlogging was the
this?
rare shit. He's acting like I'm Keemstar.
WWE
Like, what is he
champions.
talking about here?
All right.
It doesn't even make any sense at all what he's saying. It's completely nonsensical stuff.
In your
Mercy,
motherfucking
so that he
head.
can get more views.
I don't.
Yeah,
And it's-
we're feeding into it right now.
Create controversy
And
to
we
get
are. We're
views.
feeding
Oh, that's
into
Yeah,
me.
like I said,
More
you
about the
still
fucking
find
game
ways
than
to
I ever
monetize
will,
this after
'cause
this
you're
time.
an
But
idiot. You're
Yeah.
obsessed.
let's bring up that.
Do
So
that.
WWE smart guys, man. People often ask them like, "Are you doing smart guys?" And they'll just throw me under the bus. Like, it's up to John. It's 100% on him if we'll do it. I got some text from him from last summer where he's basically like,
I love Hulk Hogan's dick.
"Let me know when you want to do smart guys, so I'll start watching wrestling again." So what that says to me is like you're not really a fan of it. You don't really watch it. You will watch it if you could make a video about it, and you're going to make a video about it because you want to monetize a video.
So, at this point, when you get to this, you're at the end of it now, and you're like, so everything now is evil. I mean, everything I do is wrong. Everything's evil, right? There's no jokes anymore. Again, this is the well's been poisoned. So anything Phil does is the mindset. He's only in it for the money. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. Everything is evil. Everything is bad.
Have some salt.
So there's a running joke that we used to make when we did Smart Guys that wrestling sucks. Like most pro wrestling was bad. I mean, there's a few rare times when the CM Punk plotline happened and we liked that. But in general, that the wrestling was quite bad. It wasn't as good as the stuff that used to be on TV. It's a running joke that, it's bad. Okay? Now, when he contacts me about, or when we're talking about this, it's a joke. Oh, I'll start watching wrestling again once, we're going to do the show. I just moved, all right? I hadn't been actively watching wrestling because I hadn't been actively doing anything and fallen back into my habits, all right? But I was still following it. I still knew what was going on in wrestling. I was, reading stuff online, social media and the like, and I was eventually going to get back into it. I feel, hey, a great way to get full-fledged back into it after not being, attached to it for a couple months would be for the show. But it was a joke. Oh, I'm not watching it. Yeah, we'll watch it again when we're going to make the show. It's a joke, it sucks or whatever. Now, this couldn't be further from the truth. Allow me to flip this a little bit. I don't really like doing this, but this is, at this point, John, I think at the end of the video here, he just starts throwing Hail Marys. What's the last few things I could say bad about Phil? All right? During the course that we were making Smart Guys, all right, I was watching everything. I was watching every program on WWE, including Raw, SmackDown, and the other formative shows that were coming out at that time. Plus, Impact Wrestling. Every week I was watching Impact Wrestling. John didn't like 90% of the wrestling. So every once in a while, he'd watch a Ring of Honor show and bring that to the table. For the most part, he would come in, and after maybe just a few months of doing the show, expressed to me that he didn't like the wrestling stuff anymore. He wanted to keep doing the show and talk about it. But he said, so just so you know, I'm going to come in, and I'm not going to know anything about the shows because I didn't watch them. But what we're going to do is we're going to open up. I had an iPad at the time. We'll open up your iPad, and we'll use this app to go through the results of the show. So even though I didn't watch any of the wrestling, you can go through it because you watched it. And as you're talking about it, I'll give you what I think about what happened on the show, but I haven't watched it. Right? So kind of funny, the whole time we're doing Smart Guys, arguably half the time, like the second half we were doing the show, he wasn't watching wrestling. He was basically having me talk about what happened, going through results, and giving my opinion on it because I had watched it, and then he would chime in. All right? People didn't know that. He was good at bullshitting, I guess. All right? But here we are, years later. The show's retired. We want to restart it. I make a joking comment. Oh, we'll start watching it again now. I haven't watched it in a while. Wrestling sucks. Oh, see? Phil only watched wrestling because he would monetize it. Dude, we were making a show together, monetizing it, and you didn't watch it. So what are you talking about? Like, completely hypocritical there. And that irks me because that's a particular situation where I was really carrying the workload for that show, and he was just riding along. And now here it is years later. Oh, what's the last few darts we can throw at Phil at the end? Oh, he made a joke about wrestling. That means he only monetizes wrestling. He doesn't watch it outside of it. Sure. Whatever you say, John.
Yeah.
Right. So it's just really weird, like I'll start watching when you let me know that we're gonna do the show. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fucking look at it. I don't know. Let's go to Thanksgiving last year, man. I'm just trying. We only got maybe a couple things here left just to get out of here.
There's really nothing left. They're just going to reiterate
Not
things they've
ruin
already
the
said
entire
at this
day
point,
here.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Because life is good, man. If you let life be good, a lot of great things you could be doing with yourself.
Oh, exactly.
So, yeah, on the Thanksgiving video that he put out this year, he talks about how last year he was not invited on the Black Friday show that we did for 2014. Never mind the fact that OJ wasn't actually there either. Does that mean that, I hate OJ? It was actually just you and I, actually.
Yep.
And he also doesn't bring up the fact that last year on Thanksgiving, is when he decided to unfollow me on Twitter. Which again, like today, you're supposed to be with your family and friends and whatnot.
We've already addressed all of this, but in quick summary, every year he had me on his Thanksgiving show to talk about Black Friday deals, and it was me and first it was me and Howard, then it ended up being OJ some of the years. This particular year, 2014, when I had moved, again, he's not talking to me at all. He's basically ghosting me at this point. He says he's going to be in my content when he's ready. I'm thinking, well, he's doing his content. Maybe he'll want me to be on his show. All I did was send him a text saying, hey, I'm available if you want me to be on the show. That was it. There was no hounding. There was nothing, no pestering or anything like that. And then people asked me after the fact, of course, what are people going to do? Well, Phil, we were watching this Thanksgiving show and you weren't on it. You're always on it. Don't you think that's a bad sign, Phil? And again, it's the trolls. Don't you think that's a bad sign? Don't you think that means that he doesn't like you? You see? And, what they're trying to say, oh, no big deal. Well, if that's no big deal, then me unfollowing you on Twitter should also be no big deal, right? If you always have me on a show, you actively don't ask me to be on a show for the first time in many years, all right? And that doesn't mean anything. Then it doesn't mean anything if I'm casually unfollowing you on Twitter. If my trolls contact me and say, ha, you weren't on Rambo's show because he hates you, then you should also ignore when they say, ha, Phil unfollowed you on Twitter. It goes both ways. But this entire video is, everything Phil does is wrong, right? But when we have the same reactions to stupid, arbitrary bullshit that shouldn't matter and trolls contact us, it's awful for us, you see? And again, that's my fault because I am the one who has the internet following, makes a living. It's those trolls that are doing the same thing to both of us. They would never have been trolled if they were never involved with my content to begin with.
And causes me to get a bunch of shitty messages, just like this year. So there's something out there where people will be like, people are saying John unfollowed Phil on YouTube. Well, the fact of the matter is I never actually followed him in the first place, so I didn't unfollow him. I also didn't follow OJ and Howard. I didn't follow any of you guys on YouTube, Mm-hmm. So I didn't actually follow him and then consciously unfollow him. That's like very fourth grade nonsense, which he has done. He doesn't follow. I still follow him on Twitter actually, because I'm not going to go through the trouble of unfollowing someone like him.
The trouble of
Why are you an idiot if you don't agree? Because
the fact that
when you have factual evidence of something
life
constantly thrown in front of your face and you ignore it and choose to believe something else,
Someone
you're an idiot.
Oh, why did you unfollow? Fuck you. Why you even asked?
Third grade. But he has unfollowed all of us in all things.
Yeah.
Okay.
He like I said, he threw the first stone. So now he's wondering why we don't talk to him. And then, when you start looking at some of the underlying issues, you'll realize why.
It's a freaking circus, man.
It's a circus.
He's doing the Patreon. We talked about the shirts.
Yep.
Since we're just kind of emptying the barrel here.
Empty the barrel.
Yeah.
It's already a 2 hour, half hour and a half
couple months
video.
ago.
Keep going.
Maybe it was September or August of 2015 this year. He put out a montage of a co-op playthrough that we did, and put ads on there.
Hello again, everyone. Darkside Phil here, and welcome to the best and worst of DSP Classics, where we turn back the clock and take another look at some of the most classic, old, funny, and weird playthroughs that I've done in my years on YouTube. The patrons have spoken, and this time we'll be checking out a little game called TV Superstars.
And it's pretty obvious that I don't want to do anything with you or be associated with you. And then just let me put out a video that's got John in it.
YouTube mode on.
So I can put ads on it.
Wow.
And why would you? Well, I can see why you would do it, but again, there's obviously some problems with the relationship. Why do you?
It's
think
none
that's
of
a good
anyone's
idea.
business.
Wow.
On top of other
Wow.
nonsense, man.
Wow. I mean, do I really have to address it? Should I address that? Is there a point? I mean, we already talked about all of our
Take that as
arrangements
you
over the
will.
years. You know, he got paid for that work at the time, very generously for it. Okay? There were never residual agreements. There never will be residual agreements. I can't even figure out residuals. To this day, I can't figure out residuals. on that stuff. It's my content. I own it. I have the right to use that forever in perpetuity. I own the rights to the video. Is it in good taste? Well, if I was doing a whole, let's do a ginormous project with 4 million parts that's going to bring me in big bucks and it's going to be all about the best of John Rambo, okay? Maybe that would be considered bad taste. When I'm doing a project on Patreon and the viewers themselves say, we loved those days back in the day. That's old school DSP and Rambo. Can we do like a montage of the best stuff from back then, right? What is wrong with that? Well, it was monetized. So in John's eyes, anything monetized with him on it is bad. Patreon is bad. Anything bad. Anything is bad. Anything with money, bad. But again, beginning of the video, this isn't about money, right? This video is not about money. However, this is never number 114 times that we've mentioned money, and we're still mentioning it at the end of the video. It's not about money, even though he was paid for those videos, right? This is my argument all the time, that I paid you a licensing fee to play your video game, okay? I paid the fee. Now I'm doing a Let's Play of it. You claim my video for music. I paid the fee to use the content in your game, all right? You've already been paid for that. Now I'm able to use it forever. Get it? Same thing here. He got paid for the videos. He received compensation. That was the agreement we had. There was no future agreements or anything about anything else in the future. How can you then say, how dare you ever use this content ever again in anything? Ever. Like, I have to erase any interaction I ever had with Rambo and Howard off the internet. No. It happened. It's all there. It's documented. It will stay there forever. I will make 2 pennies every year on all the content we did. Because like I said, the old videos don't get monetized. They don't get ads. They don't. I make almost nothing on the ancient videos. It's the new stuff that I constantly pump out that makes the ad revenue, not ancient videos. You know, it just doesn't exist. It's just a myth of YouTube that the old videos are getting tons of ad revenue. They don't get the same ads on them as the new videos. This is bullshit. So he thinks, in perpetuity we'll always be making a living off of the content we did. No, I make nothing on it. It's ridiculous. It's a horrible argument from someone who doesn't understand the way YouTube works and someone who doesn't have a leg to stand on in that argument, because I paid him for his work. What he wanted, by the way. Like, he thought it was too much at the time, as we've already discussed. Okay.
Talks about behind my back on his forum or elsewhere, and I always catch wind of it, man. People
We already
throw 'em
talked
my
about
way.
that. We already talked about that.
And it gets to a point where it's too much, man.
Yeah, and then you figure if you don't, because then what happens is you don't go ahead and address it. And we were trying to avoid addressing this for a long time. But like I said, he goes and makes a video, and then he starts with this shit again with, making a video, trying to, and like I say it all the time, and a lot of other people say it, he's terrible at damage control.
I agree with that.
And sometimes
100%.
when he addresses things,
Back
it makes
then
it
it was
ends
awful.
up
Much better
being
at it
even
today. Not
worse
great.
than what it really was.
And I think we probably didn't even have to do this.
Yeah.
Because when someone says like it's 100% on their side, I did nothing wrong. Like no one believes that.
No, yeah, exactly.
Maybe
No
some
one does.
people do, but most people are like smart enough to be like, wait a second, that's really.
Yeah.
Like these other people we just lost our minds and became these fucking heinous villains, and it's usually not how the real world works, man. Yeah, maybe you're out to some of that WWE thing.
Right.
You might be out to something
I'm
like that.
a heel in real life.
Yeah, and I
Like I said, that was my persona in Street Fighter, not in
you
real
can
life.
tell
man.
just even from the beginning, why, like even from his name, like the King of Hate.
This
And
is
it's
so
like
bullshit. Howard knows what the King of Hate means. He was there during the entire time when I was the King of Hate in Street Fighter. He knew what it meant. He's completely lying to his audience at this point to try to make points that don't make any sense. He knows that the King of Hate is not that I'm a hateful person on people on the internet. He's being a jackass here.
He enjoys that. He lives by that, and it's like, I understand if it's like a facade for like YouTube or whatever the case may be, but like when you're doing these things in real life to people that are close to you, then you start questioning whether or not, if it's a facade or if it's the real you.
And look, man, at the end of the day, he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't deserve to be put in prison or something, or crucified or anything like that. I have no hatred towards him. I wish him the very, very best. I feel like everything we addressed here today is just stuff that's been put out there that needed to get the other side of it. A lot of misinformation. And that stuff, that'll piss you off, man. People say things about you that aren't true enough times. You gotta get your story out there. I think there's people out there that probably still won't believe or will deny things that were said here today.
Yeah,
so
it's
whatever,
it's not,
man.
And it's not going to matter anyways, because no matter how you look at it, you got to live by that philosophy. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and that's what's going to end up happening. Anything that we talk about today, it's going to get misconstrued in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
There's no
why I don't want to get
misconstruing
involved.
what
I got
you
other
guys
stuff
did.
to do, man.
Yeah,
I got fun things to do. Like, life is pretty simple, man. And I know I think you kind of cracked the code. You go to your job, you do the best you can. You go to your job, and maybe you don't like your job that much, but everything leads to something else.
What's he talking about?
You know what I mean?
What does this have to do with anything?
Wherever you may work out there, you're learning something. You may not realize that, but you're getting something out of it. You're getting life experience that you could apply to something else. And I think life is kind of like a ladder, and you should try to climb to greater heights.
Oh yeah.
And then when you're off time, you don't spend your time shitting on other people. You don't spend your time being angry about things or feeling like the world owes you stuff. You spend your time
doing something you might
enjoy with people that you enjoy being around.
So this is the big summary. It's Dark Dave's fault. This is who they feel I am as a person. Do they watch my content? Obviously not. If they did, they would know that's not what it was. But that's what they feel.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. You don't need millions of dollars, my friends. You don't need
the money.
All the views or
the views of the money. It's not what this is about. Shout out to my men.
Last time, and like I said, I live by that. The last time I checked, YouTube doesn't sign my checks, so to me it doesn't really.
Would you really want? Okay, would you really want them to? Would you want them to be your
deal? I personally wouldn't, because I can't deal with that. It's constantly having and like I said, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Mm-hmm. And I'll be completely honest with you. I'm very impressed at how successful he has gotten.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a very successful person for what he has done, in the past 5-6 years. And he was a pioneer in the beginning, I'm not going to say that he wasn't,
Absolutely.
But I think he's stuck in a rut. There's a lot of Let's Players, and it's hard to compete now unless you do things differently. And I think he's in a really bad spot, and that's why he's trying to reach out to us, but he doesn't know how to reach out. He does it in a negative way, and it really burns.
Too much damage has been done.
Too much damage has been done, and it continues and the damage continues because he doesn't know how to divert the damage.
Yeah,
he just adds to it.
But I do care about him, and I hope he does great things.
Yeah,
I hope he could. If he is in some sort of, I don't really know, honestly, if he's in a tough spot, emotionally or whatever.
Which I was.
Income-wise, I hope he can turn around. I think he can.
It wasn't about the income, it was about the emotion. Like I said, I was incredibly depressed, fucked up in the head, and got absolutely no kind of positive reaction, understanding, or anything from these guys. Nor maybe should I have. Again, we hadn't been talking. Still, it's funny because they're in a video like, gee, maybe someone is messaging us in the middle of the morning. They're either drunk and depressed, and maybe we should reach out. Nah, let's make a video about them for 90 minutes. That'll help the situation.
Can't do it.
Yeah. And I just want to throw this out there, and this is for John and myself. This is the last time we're going to address this.
Okay.
I'm not going to continue doing this. He says one thing, we say another. I'm not going to do this. Yeah. This is the first and the last time I'm going to address this.
Well, all right, that's for you. I might. We'll see.
Yeah.
But you're done. You're done with it.
I'm pretty much done because it's... You know what?
All right, here, I'll say this, okay?
Yeah.
I'll say this. So, instead of making a monetized response video or trying to, post something on your forum, or maybe I won't see it or something like that. We're trying to make profit off any of this. Do what you said you were going to do back in August 2014. Give me an actual call. Give me the call that you promised that you were going to do.
Give both of us the call.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Give the call. I'll be happy to talk to you.
Give both of us the call. Why would I call Howard? I'm still confused. No, give both of us the call. No, I still want the call. I mean, I hate your guts and everything, like I've explained in this video, but please give me the call too. I need the attention.
Whatever you want to talk about. Okay?
Yeah.
And then that's that, man. That's that. And people want to come here and, well, you can come here and do whatever you want, really, because this is a...
What do I do?
Yeah, let me put it together. But if you want to shit on me, and if you know, people out there, if you guys want to shit on me and say like your views are shit or whatever you want to say, man, my channel is me having fun with my friends. I don't put ads on my stuff because I don't have to. I don't ask the audience for anything except to hopefully have a good time and have a great time doing what I do. So please, again, tell me that I'm not successful. Okay? Tell me I'm not successful. Or you could just, do the usual thing and say you're a big-nosed piece of shit. But, that's true. That part is true.
You Jew-nosed bastard.
Whoa. Let's calm down, buddy. Is that the end of this thing, this atrocity?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Adios, everybody.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the end. That's the very last second. I didn't leave anything else out. Okay? So here's the epilogue. Because, of course, everyone wants to know, well, what happened? What happened when this was released? How did this affect me? How did it all end? All right? So this was released. I can finally take this off, thank God. This was released 3 days after my Thanksgiving vlog. It was released, like I said, on that Uncanny Not Men channel. Why they had to make a new channel to put this up, I have no idea. Apparently within, a day or so of it being released, not only was the video deleted, the channel was too. Okay? Completely deleted from the internet. But the internet doesn't forget. And immediately it had been ripped, archived, and reposted all over the internet. So even though the original is not intact, this still has been all over the internet. All right? So what happened?
And that's it, because you're just going to waste my time again.
Got contacted by everybody. By my fans, by my haters, longtime friends like the Airy Lord, all reached out to me saying, damn, Phil, wow, don't know if you're aware, but, apparently your former friends have put out a hit piece against you. And we have no idea if it's real or not, or true or not. Well, not real or not, but we don't know if what they're saying is true or not. But my God, some of the things they say in this video are pretty damning, to the point where it really feels like character assassination. But if it's true, obviously, you're pretty fucked. This is probably the end of your career on the internet, all right? So bad. So, is it true or not? A lot of people ask me that. I said, I'm not even going to answer that. I don't know. I didn't watch it, yet, at that time. So, certain people start telling me what's in the video. I didn't watch it yet. Certain people start telling me what's in the video. And they say, basically, not only did they have issues with Project 7, but they had issues with your way you talked about Scott. They literally say in the video, horrible things about you, saying you're drunk, basically. Of course, they didn't say that. They said this is what they think. That you're drunk, that you're an abusive friend, all this stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean? Oh, well, they said that you called them in the middle of the night. Or not called them, excuse me. Texted them in the middle of the night. Sounded like you were drunk. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, it's one thing if they put a video out and they're going to say, Phil's a jerk or whatever. It's another thing if they're now telling the internet, oh, so Phil's a depressed drunk, which is essentially what you can piece together from that video. All right? Now, I said, what do I do about this? So, well, I could address it publicly, or I could take action immediately to make sure that the fucked up things that I'm doing when I'm drunk don't happen again. All right? So what did I do? Deleted not only their numbers from my phone, I deleted the entire history of us ever talking. All right? Emails. Deleted it all. Because I knew that when you're depressed and drunk, you always want to go back to that shit. Because it's happened to me before. I deleted it all. There's nothing. There's no history left. It's gone. I'm a pussy. From my phone, from everything, from my emails, gone. Nothing. There's no correspondence left between me and them. All deleted. That I would get drunk and depressed again and reach out to them again. Because they made it pretty abundantly clear in this video they didn't ever want to hear from me again. At least that's the way that I take it. When someone's saying to you, you monetized the death of your friend and you publicized their death, you didn't pay us what you owed us, you constantly said nasty things about us, and we basically have had it. You're drunk, you're texting us at night, doing all this fucked up stuff. When again, I didn't watch the video yet. This is just people telling me this. So my initial reaction is, I guess I don't want a chance ever doing that again. So I deleted it all. So as of that moment, which is probably like the day after they released the video, I had no chance to ever reach out to them because I didn't have their contact information. I deleted it completely. Okay, I don't have it anymore, which is a good thing. I feel it was the right thing to do, because if I had become drunk again and did something stupid, like I was depressed, who knows what it would have been at that point, right? So that was that, and that was done. As I told you, I did not actually watch the recording until months and months, if not like a year later. I'm trying to actually remember, all right? And at that point, like, I deleted everything, and in my mind, I'm thinking, if these guys ever want to talk to me again, they'll reach out to me and they'll talk to me. They have my information. I'm the public figure here. I'm the one who has a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel. I don't know if I was doing YouTube or Twitch at the time, but you know what I'm saying. A Twitter. They still have. They knew my address. They still had my cell phone number. If they had a desire to ever reach out and talk to me ever again, they could have. All right. But what's funny is, in this video, you've seen it now in its entirety. All right. The things they've said about me, the accusations they've made, I've fessed up to the things that I feel I did. There's a lot of things in this video that are completely either misconstrued or actually completely exaggerated to a point of absurdity. The fact that they would say I publicized and profited off of Scott's death is probably one of the most insulting things anyone could ever say to anyone. And when that is said about me, I don't have a desire to ever talk to you ever again. Okay? That's of all the things you can say in this video, fine. That's the one that's like, you can't come back from that. You know what I'm saying? When I actually finally watched this video and I saw the malicious way that Howard was saying stuff like that, I was like, that is it. I never, ever will want to speak with this man ever again in my life. I wish him the best. Hope he has a great life. But if anything, what this has shown me is a pattern of behavior of someone who, when they're in your face, they're friendly to you. They claim they like you. They want to be in stuff with you, content. They want to go on trips. But then all of a sudden, behind your back, they're constantly saying bad things about you. They're saying this and that about you. Oh, you should have paid. You didn't pay. Oh, you should have done this. You didn't do this. You're a bad friend. You're this. You're that. You're publicizing that. You're doing that. What? Wow. And never once was that ever brought up to me. Ever. Howard, not once ever said a word to me negatively. Never. Okay? Rambo did. A few times. Like I said, probably twice when I lived in Connecticut. Each time we had the conversation, I'm sorry. I screwed up. He forgave me. We moved on positively with our lives. We kept having a relationship where we'd make content together. We'd have fun together. I paid for all the, the trip shit and all that for most of the time. Not 100% of the time, but most of the time. If it had something to do with, cost of gas, hotel room or whatever, getting access to the events, that was me. It all continued. After these conversations we had that were, oh, you did something wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. I really bad. I was insecure. Screwed up. All right, I forgive you. Great. Let's keep going. Right? Let's have a fun life together here as friends. So the fact that, I moved, and it seemed like the moment I moved, that was the end. The moment I moved, the attitudes changed. Right? The moment I fucking moved, it was, oh, there's another reason why I can't do this. There's another reason. There's another reason. Now I'm not even going to give you the reason anymore. I'm just not going to respond to you anymore. And we've already gone through this, so you know the situation. I was in the wrong a lot, but this is not a situation that was one-sided. This is a situation that was kind of two-sided, and it seems to me that now that you watch this in its entirety and you get the frames of reference, what you see happen was a combination of many different factors, including trolling to both of us on both sides. I could handle the trolling, even though I very frequently mismanaged it and said dumb shit because of it. I carried on. They could not. they were feeling so hurt by the troll. Oh, your fans, your misguided fans came and insulted me. They were my fans. Those were the same trolls that troll me on a daily basis, but you for some reason thought, right, that they were my fans. They're not. These are the same people. They orchestrated shit to make us get at each other's throats because they like seeing good things end, right? These miserable fucktard people who just want to end good things on the internet because they can. They get a good flex out of it. They feel good about themselves when they ruin something good for someone else. And that was a major factor over the years about that. Okay? And you would even say at the end of all of this, you might say, well, Phil, would you ever talk to John and Howard ever again? Howard, no. I'm done. There's zero chance I would ever want to speak another word to that guy after what he said in this video. It's ridiculous. He interjected himself into this video to begin with. He was not the subject matter. The subject matter was supposed to be the friendship between me and John that ended when I moved for some odd reason that now has been extrapolated upon in this video, right? Why is Howard in this video? Howard doesn't like me for various reasons. You can agree with them, you can disagree with them. Maybe you agree with some, you disagree with others. Why is he in this video? The problem is me and Rambo. It always was. We were the ones who were going to have that extended friendship after I moved. How the fuck is he in here? What does he have to do with any of this? And he's the one who says the most inflammatory things in this video, and he was never part of the equation. Ever. He acts like he is. He's not. All right? It's ridiculous. The extent that he's in here as an instigator and the things that he's saying about me, I want nothing to do with this guy. I hope he has a great life. I hope he has a great family with kids and all that. I have no idea. I don't follow the guy. I have no clue. I hope that he's happy. All right? I really do. I just want nothing to do with him ever again after this. Now, Rambo, here's the thing. You know, I really did love the guy when we were friends. All right? I did. Absolutely, positively, 100%. I loved the guy. He was one of my closest friends at the time. When I moved, it all ended. It just did. Like, we never were the same after I moved. In fact, I never even felt like we had a meaningful friend-like conversation after I moved, okay? So to me, that friendship ended in 2014. It's now 2022. The guy has no internet presence anymore, all right? I know nothing about it. I hope that he's having a good life. I do. I hope that he's having a good life and he's safe somewhere, all right? However, what could possibly come from me, talking to Rambo at this point in my life? Let's be honest, all right? Let's be honest. We're disconnected for how many years? If anything, what I've learned is, sadly, when it comes to me, no matter what, the negativity ends up rubbing off, right? Can we agree there? Like, even if I'm well-intentioned, even if I don't want anything bad to happen, whether it's trolls, whether it's something else, negative, it always seems to rub off, all right? I'm going to be honest with you guys again. Another thing that I've never really revealed. You may notice, and by the way, this person I'm about to mention is going to be shocked because he didn't know I was going to bring him up in this video. I have a person who I've done co-op with over the years by name Brian, okay? He actually was a friend of Rambo and Howard. He was in Shazman a whole bunch as an actor. Over the years, we've done cooperative
Tevin's
gameplay,
fault.
okay? And he, over the years, has always expressed a desire to do more co-op with me.
I love it.
All right? He's been friendly to me behind the scenes. I've been cold to him, and I don't talk to him that much. And this is why, right? I don't want to engage with a close relationship or friendship with someone outside of maybe every once in a while you get a little bit of co-op or a little bit of interaction, and that's friendly stuff. I don't want to engage in this kind of friendship again because of this. Because I never once had any issue with these guys in person. And the few times that there were, we hashed it out. But look what happened. Even with all the well-intentions in the world, right? Look what happened, right? It fucking exploded. It got toxic as fuck.
I love
for everyone.
Dick.
Not just me, for them too. I'm sure on their end they were constantly being bombarded with toxicity and fucked up things. You know what I'm saying? And in that regard, I don't ever want that to happen to anyone else ever again. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I feel like even with the best of intentions, if I had a friendship again with someone like that, it would just go toxic again. I really feel this, and I know that's fucked up because Brian's a really good guy. He's a nice guy. He's friendly. Every once in a while, he hits me up with like a text. What's going on? I want to, want to do some, let's talk, or I'd just be friends, or do you want to do a co-op or whatever? And I know he feels
rising to toxicity.
I ghost him. I don't talk to him a lot. It's on purpose. I feel like I almost feel like how can I say it? Like I'm poison. If I try to be friendly with someone for any extended period of time, it's just going to be bad for them. You know, it's fucked up to think that way, I know, but I do. I've got this stigma stuck in my head about this, that this will always happen in my life. You know what I'm saying? I feel like any kind of interaction that I ever would have with Rambo would just be bad for him. That he's probably off there having a good life. He's probably off there having a great time. And I want him to have a great life and a happy life and a family, whatever he wants. I want him to have success. I want him to have notoriety. I want him to love life. All right? Because we had those years together when he was loving life when we were together and we were doing fun stuff together. I know for a fact because he told me, you know? There was always fucked up stuff that was happening in our personal lives. But when we were together doing co-op or we were traveling for a trip, we were having a good time together. That was the highlight, right? So I said, to them, it seemed like it was business. To me, that was fun. To me, that was the fun shit. The fact that I made $1 doing it was hilarious. I mean, I'm having fun with my friends. We're making money doing it. This is ridiculous. This is like the best of all situations, the best of all worlds. You know what I'm saying? And now I look back at that fondly, but I don't think it'll ever happen again. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm a very different guy now, by the way. I make different content, okay, for a different kind of audience. I am married, happily married. I live across the country.
Bring up something personal.
All right,
about
I'm
me.
separate. I'm in a situation now
Dumb
where I'm
shit.
able to successfully make
It immediately
content
negates your
that
point.
doesn't need to have that.
When you go
I don't rely
low,
on someone else to be a part of my content to have that. You know, there's no possibility of toxicity to come over. Why doesn't Phil do online co-op with his viewers? This is why. Toxicity. The trolls getting involved, fucking things up for everyone. Why do I not have any friends outside of my wife? Because this is why. The toxicity. Why does my wife and I have a private life that isn't publicized on the internet? This is why. You see? This is something that's happened to me over and over and over in my life now. Since I became a YouTuber, I'm seeing this happen with even my closest of friends who are supposed to be, you know, the biggest friends of my life, and look what happened. So how can I say that that would not happen again if I were to invite other people into my life as friends, right? So that's why. And oh yeah, you know, do I have time for friends? In reality, I don't have a lot of time for friends either. I wouldn't really have much or any time for friends. If anything, I want to spend more time with my wife to begin with anyway. But I don't even get past that first step. You know what I'm saying? I don't even get past that first step of, oh, let's go past the step of, oh, we did a co-op together online and we had some fun playing Apex Legends or whatever. Let's now extend that into personal life, have personal conversations. I don't want to go there. I just don't. It's just toxic shit, and I'm afraid. I am afraid. I'm afraid. What's to stop history from repeating itself? I'm in a good place right now, personally, in my life. I'm happy with my life. I wish I had more time to spend with my family. I just spent 12 hours on a stream. I'm sure my wife is furious. You're going to be banned. Because I'm pretty sure she didn't expect for me to be on here as long as I was. Okay? If anything, what I will leave you guys with is this. All right? Some advice, things that I've learned. The first life lesson that I learned out of all of this, all right, is if you're going to mix business with friendship, you absolutely, positively must have a contract. Doesn't matter how friendly you are with the people. It does not matter how much you think you're different from other stories you've heard. Like, I knew about the Screw Attack story with Stuttering Craig and Handsome Tom and how their friendship had fallen apart. I said, that'll never happen to us. Apparently, that's exactly what happened to us. We were no better. We were no smarter. We fell right down the same hole, the same problems. So, no matter what, have a contract in place so that way everyone knows what's going on and there's no unreasonable expectations down the line. What's fair is fair, they said a million times. What's fair to me is what we agreed to and you guys wanted and never asked for anything more. Not, oh, Phil's some crazy philanthropist who's going to start pulling out wads of money out of his pockets and tossing it in the air, which, by the way, I kind of did whenever we went on trips and shit and I was paying for stuff and everything. I thought everything was good, you know. Again, wasn't told otherwise. Another life lesson for everyone out there, okay? Geez, hold on. Separate your private life from your public life. Even if you're an internet content creator, you have to have a separation. You can't have every moment of your life documented and put on the internet. And if you have a friendship that's based around things that are only public, it's not really a friendship. Okay? With John, I absolutely had moments that we had private stuff behind the scenes. With Howard, that was never the case. We almost never had anything, unless we were making content or whatever for the internet or going to a Street Fighter tournament. You know, that was our interaction. That's not a real friendship, okay? You should absolutely have a separation between the public and the private, because when you only have everything public facing on the internet, all right, that's when it all goes wrong. You have to have actual, you know, relationships and understandings behind the scenes, or else it is not really a relationship, in my opinion. Okay. Lastly, the last thing I leave you with, my longest stream ever. All right. Never be afraid to be upfront and honest with someone.
I am
about
cat
anything.
and I like
Okay,
my
never.
balls.
Same thing that I said in my
I
video from
said that. I am
2015.
cat and
Sorry,
I'm
I still
liking
believe in
my
it today.
balls.
If you have an issue with someone, excuse me, I just belched. Tell them. Be upfront and honest and transparent about it. Don't let it stir. Don't let it fester. You know, with John, he did bring up things from time to time with me. And that was good. With Howard, that never happened. He never said a word to me negative, but then he says all this shit behind my back. Apparently, again, the circle of friends that hate me. And then he's involved in the video, even though he's not even my friend. Like, what the fuck is this? Right? Don't be afraid to be honest and upfront. If you are honest and upfront with someone about an issue, and they're angry with you because you were, all right, that's not someone who respects you, right? That's not a friend. A friend should be appreciative of the fact that you want to address issues and get them worked out. A friend should be someone who is not offended when you bring up their shortcomings because you want them to understand that you want them to be better, okay? I wasn't like that with them because when John brought shit up, every time I was like, oh my God, that feeling in my chest. I can't believe I fucking pissed off John. He's the one person I never want to piss off on this planet. And I did because I fucked up and I did stupid shit, you know? I was never angry that John ever brought up something to me that he called me out for. I was happy that he did, all right? I let him down as a friend over the years, and that's sad to me, you know? And I think at this point, like I said, this is it for me. I'm not bringing this up again. We've covered it for 12 fucking hours. Well, I guess it was more like 10 hours. I'm done with this shit. All right? I'm not talking to Howard ever again. Maybe at some crazy, random chance, at one point in the future, I will talk to Rambo, excuse me. But at this point in my life, I've moved on. I don't think anything good could ever come of it. Being honest, if he called me right now, I'd be like, I don't think I want to answer that phone. Because the moment I answer it, the toxic shit starts coming through the lines again. I don't want him to be touched by that. I'm sure he has a great life at this point, you know, away from all that shit. He doesn't want to be wrapped up in that shit again. I want him to be happy and separated from this toxic shit that has become my life. You know what I'm saying? So, I hope this is the end of it. If you have questions moving forward about John and Howard, watch this. That's it. Done with it. I moved on completely. Not even a topic of discussion for me. All right? I'm a different person now. It's a different life. And, I hope that at least some of you learned something out of me doing this. Blah 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 blah. Not a perfect guy. Not even close to being a perfect guy. I made tons of mistakes. I'm very regretful of the fact that these guys were hurt by me, and it's sad the way it ended. But you know, that's life. I think 7 years later, probably all happy with how our lives went. I know I am. I hope they are, and that's that. Okay, guys? That is it. Holy shit. Like I told you guys, I need a break from drama. I'm not doing this shit for a long time. That was too long. I'm done. We're ending it right now. Thank you for watching. Whether you watched on stream or you watched on demand on YouTube, I hope that
The Ziggy
you learned
Piggy's
something.
back.
Peace. Fuck out. Jesus Christ. What did I just click? I don't know what I just clicked. I clicked the wrong
My
damn something.
laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh,
Okay. Guys.
Or
I got to get out of here,
That sounds
but like I told you guys, I'm going to do a
ack,
final
ack,
segment of
ack.
shout-outs
No,
for you
it
guys.
sounds nothing like that at all.
All right? Let's just do shout-outs, and then we'll end it. All right? And that's what we'll do. Final shout-outs, and then we'll end it. All right? So,
A whale. Oh,
let's
it's
do the
cool.
YouTube side first. So, Tizwaz re-upped his membership for 7 months. Mango Jewel Pod did a super chat. Talking about Blues Clues. Prizalius did a super chat. Saying, I'm a sub of yours since 2012. Through all the years, I believe in you. Hoping for all the best in your career.
Today's been
Thank you.
incredibly slow.
And did a super chat. Saying, I'm stopping by. Haven't Watch many of your videos lately. We're curious if you'll play Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal or Deadlock. Last thing on my mind right now. Thank you for the super chat. Here to help did a super chat. Damn, almost $1,000 on the live stream.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money
almost 1,000 viewers on the live stream. Yeah, we did.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Dime to super chat. Long time coming. Appreciate the content and effort over the years. Thank you. Here to help. Became a channel member. Thank you. I'm going to go Jewel Pods to the super chat. Says my dog has stepped on a bee. I'm sorry to hear that. Kevin Bernstein did a super chat. Don't cry. There's nothing you can do. You did nothing wrong. He's doing memes when I'm crying. How nice of you, Kevin. There's another super chat. Take some time off to seek hope for loss of your friend. Zig Style did a super chat. He says, what's up, Phil? This will be your longest stream ever. And officially it is. Kevin Bernstein did a super chat. Things like John Hunt's enemies. No, Kevin, you're not funny. You're off base. You're being a dick. Fluffy did a super chat. Maybe you should read DSM-5. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Okay. And there was just 2 tips that had come in. One from Jasper Worships Talos for $4. And a $10 tip from Damien El Mascador. He says, in all the years that I have watched you, never before have I seen you this vulnerable regarding the tribute to Scott. I'm touched that you would so openly share this side of you. So thank you with all my respect for this token of your courage. You're welcome. I knew that was going to happen. I knew something was going to happen. I don't know if I was going to explode or what was going to happen when I talked about it. So, all right, guys, that's it. I'm pooped. I don't have time for nothing else. That's all I got for today, man. I got to get out of here. I got to upload and get the fuck out of this office. All right? So thank you for watching. That is that. We're done with that shit, thank God. Tomorrow, what are we doing? Skyrim on the first stream and Zelda on the late stream. All right? I didn't monetize the vast majority of today. All right? I want to say thanks to anyone who did support the channel in any way. There's tons of likes on the stream. There was like over $100 of super chats. 11 members. I have no idea if the memberships went up or down. I'm not checking that now. Tips is $60. It's better than 0, considering the fact that, I wasn't talking about it or anything, and I'm not shocked that we didn't get too many today. Tomorrow, we're kind of back to usual. I hope you guys will join me tomorrow for going back to usual. Sound good? I hope so. All right, all. Thank you. Hope you have a good night. Hope, you enjoyed the show. And I will see you all in the morning for actual gameplay now this is over with. We have a lot to talk about. We have to talk about the next
money. I really do.
Event.
I need that money.
We have to talk about
bills.
excuse me, the next React event. Right?
Okay.
All right, everyone.
Fair enough.
Get out of here. Let's have a good night.
All right.
And Jesus Christ is still on. Oh, that's right. I turned it off. That's why. All right. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow, all right? Peace out. I'm going to upload. It's going to take forever to get this uploaded. See you tomorrow. Later. So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door.
Miserable. Just miserable.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I love Hulk Hogan's dick. How is this fair? If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
Staring from across a crowd, I feel so far apart now. Girl, that gonna make me shy. Feel so loose and calm now. Love her, but I don't know why. Look at me once, I'll go. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face, you're on my mind, you're on my mind. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw
my box.
You're on my mind. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. Move a little close to you. And every little movement makes me nervous, a little quiet too. I wanna just tell you, take me.
Thanks, Derek.
Tell me
I
what
appreciate
you like
that.
to do. Tell me about all your dreams. I'll show you what'll make me move. Take my hand and see. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face. You're on my mind. You're on my mind.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Thank you for your service, DDM. Heart.
And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. So is it alright if I ask your name? And I told you I'm not the same. Since that day I saw your face. You're on my mind. You're on my mind.
Are you gonna just complain all night and just leave then? Oh my god, I can't stop joking. I seriously cannot stop joking tonight. Oh my god. What the fuck? Hold up. It's gonna clear up, I swear. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's actually starting to feel better now.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
Miserable. Just miserable.
I can fly. could ride the light waves together, ignore all the sound waves. How do we get so brave? How do we get so brave? And we could ride the tidal waves together, escaping all the gamma rays. Tell me, how do we get so brave? Tell me, how do we get so